hope you're all having a wonderful evening tonight, and welcome in, everyone. Special shout outs to Zordon for getting in first to claim the best seat in the house, but we've got a lot of guests here tonight, so good evening to all of our guests here tonight. We've got Zordon, Dr. Leon, we've got ADT, we've got Mika, we've got Chris, we've got ID, we've got D-Chan, we've got, oh my gosh, so many people tonight, Hero and Connie, Naita, we've got Minoya for the follow, thank you so much, Mighty Jackson Gaming for the follow, and Grandmaster for the follow. Thank you everyone, welcome on in, I hope you're having a wonderful evening, and a welcome on in.
Oh my goodness, thank you!
The most
everybody for being here!
Is for this guest, of course, my bestie, my best friend.
Yeah, me? No,
this one.
Oh, I'm
this
the worst. Oh, never mind, I'd say.
Friendship ended with Yomi Quinnley,
wait.
now Fogler Jam is my best friend. I'm sorry, Yomi.
I'm okay with this.
You're not a level 2. I can't summon you as Gigantic Sprite. You're level 4. I'm sorry.
What? You know, that's better than most people say. I'd probably just be a level 1 normally, according to them. So I'm okay with this.
I think you should be level 4 for Harpy support.
No. I mean, if I was a card, then you all would call me the turbo bottom level,
Yomi's
like
low.
card
Thank you,
level 1.
I'll turn Yomi down a little bit. Let me just turn you down a smidge there, Yomi.
Yeah, actually, audio check, of course.
Yeah.
You guys have any?
There we go. How's that sounding? Is Yomi still a bit too loud, a bit too quiet? Let me know. It's obviously hard to judge on this end of things, how things are going through.
I mean, if you want, I can lower my voice and put something else on for you all.
Yomi, it's not that kind of stream.
Oh, you're right. ASMR is tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I actually, you know, I quite like ASMR, actually.
Really? Because you, I know it wasn't your thing before. It was something you weren't quite... I forget why, which again, ASMR isn't for everybody. But I remember that wasn't your thing for a while, so that's kind of turned around for you, huh?
Yeah, I've been trying out a bit recently, and I've kind of got really into it. Just so we're on the same page, ASMR stands for Activating Skill Drain Macrocosmos Runic Fountain, right? Is that not what that means?
Elevator going down, I'm out.
Oh. Well, thank you for joining me here tonight. I'm sure it's a bit of a shorter stream than normal, but, get back up here, Yomi.
Listen! No! Anyway, hi.
Hi.
Why do I put up with you? Why am I friends with you? Oh, wait.
I mean, I've been asking
We've
that
been friends for over half our life.
I've been asking why we've been friends for a very long time. I mean, it just kind of happened to me, you know.
I think okay, real talk. So, Helm and I, we've known each other for 15, 16...
I can check the exact day if you like. I don't remember.
Oh, no, you don't have to do that. I'm gonna feel very old. But I know it's over 15 years now.
It's a very long time. It's a significantly long time.
We met through role play. Not that kind of role play. We met through, like, this Gaia
Unless
anyone wants to do art of that, which I guess would be certainly fine in my book. If anyone could be comfortable too.
let's talk about it later. We'll talk after.
Okay, I do want to learn a little bit about things.
Hey, Danny, welcome in.
Gaia
Welcome.
Online.
Yeah, Gaia, man. It still exists. You know,
Why?
Okay, I have an embarrassing admission, actually, about Gaia Online specifically.
Please do. And everybody do mind, I am munching a little bit. For all of you who don't know, I normally have food about 2 hours into what this stream's gonna be, around like 8 o'clock or so. So I'm having an early dinner. Mind if I'm a little num num num?
Yeah, it's all good. We don't normally start this early ourselves. We have to kind of shuffle things around because I know obviously you normally stream a little bit earlier than I do.
Yeah, but I'd make this work no matter what.
Which is quite funny, actually, because the reason why I basically exist on the times that I do is because of you in the first place. And now we're slowly swapping. I'm in EST now, and you're slowly moving into a more reasonable time zone.
You're kind of right. As of recently, League of Legends has been the reason I've been staying up.
Oh, Yomi.
Fire for that.
Yomi. Look,
Criminal.
Yomi, look, There are people that care about you. Myself and all of your assistants, we all care very deeply about you, Yomi. There are better ways, okay? You don't need to play League of Legends. Okay, there are...
But Tom, Kench, and Lulu!
I mean, I guess you got a point. Honestly, you've got a point. You have tempted me into reinstalling League of Legends just so I can hear Tom Kench's voice again. I want audiobooks read by Tom Kench. I would listen to Tom Kench read anything. I could give Tom Kench, like...
League of Legends Arcane is finished, and they've announced that they're going to be doing a show in another region. So maybe Bilgewater. So maybe we could hear his voice.
Don't, Yomi, please don't get my hopes up. Please not.
Oh, her RAM is overloading a little bit when I say that.
Okay, but have you heard his voice, though? Seriously. I believe the voice actor actually won an award for that specific performance.
Really? Wait.
I remember reading it back when I was, like, really big into League, when I was, like, a Tom Kench main and actually was reading how to play Tom Kench. I wasn't good at it, but I still read it.
Yeah. I'm trying to get myself back.
Alright,
I will stop talking about League, I promise. We're here for D&D. Although, D&D and League do have a cross thing for me, as you know.
Ah, right, yes. For a moment there, I thought you were about to say D&D is crossing over with League of Legends. Which...
No. So, it's because a lot of... I've used some characters from League of Legends and put them in my D&D campaigns, and I had an entire chapter/zone completely based off of Zaun and Piltover before Arcane, so this is like 6 or 7 years ago.
That was great, I remember it. Yeah, oh gosh, don't ask me, I'm really bad with the passage of linear time.
You're the robot here, though.
I know, but the clock is automatic, okay? It's not something I actively consider, in the same way that you do not actively consider the fact that you are now breathing manually.
I do not have food in my mouth, because I will choke. Amazing we human beings know how to live as long as we do.
Honestly, humans kind of are, like, full of design flaws. Just saying, you might at one point consider getting your entire body surgically removed, replace it with robot parts, just saying, that's likely to go wrong. Just saying.
I can consider this.
Consider it. You haven't got to commit to it, but, just consider it as a possibility. Keep your mind open.
Chat, should we have Mecha Yomi? Or
yes.
Android? Or Robot?
Yes.
Or Cyborg?
Yes.
Cyborg?
Yeah. The answer is yes, Mecha Yomi. Actually, I was about to say what would...
I can talk to somebody about that.
I was about to say what would Mecha braids look like, but then I remembered. I actually showed this to you a while back, Yomi. A couple days ago, actually. I recently discovered there are Medabot VTubers, official ones, and one of them has Mecha braids.
Yes.
She's adorable. I love them so much.
They are.
Unfortunately, they speak Japanese, and I haven't got a clue what they're saying, but they are adorable.
All right, Helm-Chan, your 2025 resolution. Learn Japanese, so in 2026 you can collab with them.
It was a little quietly, but you up a little bit. A bit of fine-tuning here. There we go, just bring it a little bit more. There we go, hopefully that's about
I'm
where
sorry.
we are. It's all good. No, I appreciate you guys telling us. Again, it's hard to tell on our end sometimes, so good to know when that is the case. Before I forget,
all over the place.
I'm trying to get better at finishing stories that I start, because I have a memory like a goldfish. I was about to say about Gaia Online before I got really distracted by something.
We do this all the time. We spiral.
Yes, absolutely. My embarrassing admission about Gaia Online. I only took it off of my Firefox, shortcuts, like last year. I hadn't been on it for probably 4 or 5 years, maybe longer, I don't know. Again, the passage of linear time eludes me. But I just have this really bad habit of not cleaning up my shortcuts. I have shortcuts on here for games I have not played in years.
Judging you.
Yes, actually, one of them's Fate Granddaughter.
Damn it! I was gonna say! Please tell me someone have Fate and stuff on there. We were Fate Granddaughter sluts.
Oh, I have made some incredibly questionable financial decisions regarding Fate Grand Order. And I no longer even play the game anymore, which is why I kind of advocate for not being a big fan of gacha games these days, unfortunately.
No. I'm done with all of my gacha games. I play League of Legends now, which is probably worse. The only gacha like I actually, funny enough, I did boot up Nikkei literally today.
Based.
Not to play it, but because one of the characters I really like, Jackal, waifu, Jackal, good girl. I saw some really good art of her, and I got reminded, wait, I never finished her story. And she's literally my favorite character. I was waiting for a good day to go through, so I went and just like enjoyed her story and.
Oh, right, the story, right. You were playing the story of the game, right? So when you said I booted up,
good solo story.
Okay, but Yomi, you started that story with I booted up Nikkei not to play it.
I mean,
look, I wouldn't be judging. You're allowed.
That's not the, but, well, I lose this argument no matter where I go with this, so I'm not going to, I'm going to see if I can find the piece of artwork. Please do not share with Skirmish. There it is. Listen, how can I say no to this precious thing? She's dog girl.
Oh,
she is.
I forgot how good she was. Honestly, here's the thing. I tried playing Nikkei. In fact, I started playing Nikkei around the time you did it. That slid under your glasses.
I don't know why this is. Okay, no, hold on. Listen, I'll make this worse. This goes under my glasses. This actually fits perfect. I don't know how this happened.
I mean, that's amazing, though. That is absolutely incredible. I don't know enough about how like live duty setup work to understand how that works, but that is incredible.
I don't know either. I just got really, really lucky. And now I could just pizza time and tell people anything.
It's perfect. It's just perfect. I mean, alright guys, well I wasn't expecting this, but I'm very excited that we get to debut Yomi's 3.0 today together.
It took a lot of time. Super Mika is the model maker for the face in particular, and they did a really good job with the rigging. I couldn't be happier with it.
Excellent. What I was going to say though before we got distracted by that was, I started playing Mika at the same time you did. And I didn't get
got you into it, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really get into the gameplay as much, but I definitely appreciate a lot of the characters and a lot of the designs. And I mean, of course I do. There's that art of me kind of low-key cosplaying Ruby.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yes.
That's right. When we were at
that was not an accident.
Like I'll just say, we were bimbos in that picture. That being said, yeah, I agree. I love all the designs. I love all the characters. But yeah, it was like the dailies were too much, and the story was going in places I wasn't happy with, and the gacha did not treat me well, and I was like, all right, yeah.
It's one of those things that makes me sad. Like every now and then a game will come out, or there'll be a teaser or a trailer for a game, and I'll look at it and I'll think, oh man, this aesthetic is really good. These designs are really good. This looks like a lot of fun. The combat looks good, or the gameplay looks good, and it's a gacha game, so my interest immediately evaporates.
Ugh.
Like,
Frontline though, having like a XCOM style game in the near future.
Yes, Girls Frontline 2. It's weird you brought that up, actually. That I literally got a random thing about that in my feed like a day ago or 2 days ago. And it's not far off, I believe, like the English version of it. I know it's a gacha game, but I'm kind of tempted. I think it's going to be on PC as well, which is something I think I'll be able to enjoy a lot more. I kind of struggle to enjoy kind of more in-depth games on my phone, because my phone is, what's the word I'm looking for here? Bad. That's the one I'm looking for. It's bad.
Mine's pretty old too.
I mean, I tried to play the Pokemon, what was it called? The Pokemon Pocket, the new card game simulator on there.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I tried that, and my phone couldn't even handle opening the packs without stuttering. I was like,
fuck?
it's like 2 polygons, phone. Why are you struggling with this?
I just don't. I get it. You know, half of my viewers are mobile viewers, actually. Like, we're in the day and age of phones a lot more now.
Exactly, yeah.
But you have to remember, we're hacks. We didn't have phones when we grew up that were like that.
Oh my gosh, sorry, 1 second. Karina, thank you so much. I don't know why it didn't pop up on the stream. It should be showing up on the stream, and I don't know why it hasn't. But Karina, thank you for getting me the sleeves off my throne. My Dragon Shields, my Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Let's go!
Thank you so much. I do
Speaking
apologize.
of
There is
cards,
supposed to be a little blip when that happens. I don't know why it didn't happen. Or maybe it did happen. I just didn't hear the audio. I don't know what's going on there. I'm confused. I am
it's
slow.
actually been a little goofy for me too, so it's okay. It's okay.
No, honestly, it's sleeves, but I need sleeves. If you play card games, you always need new sleeves. That is the one thing you can always need more of.
Yeah, I feel that.
It's actually like one thing that I always say to like Lord or Lady Hell is like, if you just want to get something for my Christmas list or whatever, and like what just sleeves, I will find a use for sleeves. Do not worry, they will get used.
You're so right for that, though. Like, I've only just gotten myself back into card games. There's actually some card game stuff on my throne because I want to do some card pack openings. And yeah, I have Yu-Gi-Oh cards from my last pack opening just sitting around. I'm like, I need sleeves. I need something to keep these cards from becoming damaged like my last set was. Oh shit. So shiny cardboard.
Exactly. Exactly, you gotta keep your shiny cardboard safe. It really is the slippery slope, though, like when it comes to card game accessories. Because you'll start off with just, oh, you're fine then, Mika, you're good. You'll start off with just getting like getting the sleeves. But then you think, I have one set of sleeves. What if I get over sleeves? And now you're suddenly double sleeving your cards. Then you get the playmats. Then you get the dice boxes. Then you get the binders. And before you know it, you're spending more on accessories than you spend on the actual cards. Actually, that's a lie. Yu-Gi-Oh cards are very expensive these days.
Oh.
Hey, Brad, welcome.
I feel that. Hello.
What did you say to me? I
feel that. The one thing I
series...
can't wait to happen. Okay.
I just remember what Mika said here. Game series Blue Reflection, which was Yomi, got a gacha game, but with a self-insert mail protect that the girls fawn over. Needless to say, it shut down after a few months because the folks weren't happy. I have heard some wild stories about gacha fans and male characters. I'll just say that. Like, some gacha fans, absolutely unhinged behavior whenever a male character appears on the screen for even a short amount of time.
Also, see, that's wild to me because I know I was just so like, ooh, this is a good color.
I like this really a lot, actually. This looks really good for you.
Radioactive color, Yomi, at some point. Look, listen, fake Grand Order, Kentoki. Do I need to say more? He's amazing.
Oh yes, absolutely. Well, I will say Kentoki falls into a very specific category of fake Grand Order characters for me. Actually, I say fake Grand Order. It also applies to other characters as well, where I don't like their official artworks, but I still like the design.
That's true. That's true.
Nightingale
needed better official artwork.
Yeah, apart from the Fourth Ascension artwork is very good, amazing, incredible. But like his Ascensions 1 through 3, it just makes him look like he's got the world's worst bowl cut, and I can't take him seriously.
Guys, how many gacha fans do we have in here anyway? How many folks have been treading gacha hell?
How many folks do we need to hold intervention for?
Yes. We have to put an anathema breaker. There's something where I really like the lore, but I can't be arsed to keep up with the game. Let's see, Mika. I fell off the story after a while, too. Although, funny you mention that. We're going to talk about some tabletop stuff today. And one of the big ones is I did have a Fate Grand Order tabletop campaign I ran. It was amazing. With Paldea, servants, and everything.
Because Master Duel and Pocket count as gacha. Only if you are spending money on it. Which,
Yeah!
I am...
Actually...
I'm not even ashamed to admit it. I did spend a little bit of money on Master Duel recently to get a few more gems for the Evil Twins pack. But in my defense, that is the first money I've spent on Master Duel, and I've spent like that's my life points. That's my life points of my money going down. I've spent I don't know how long. Hold on, Steve. How long have I spent? 823 hours on Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I think at that point I'm allowed to spend £20 on it.
Okay, you win.
I think I can justify that.
That's like I've bought V-Bucks before. I don't have a right to complain.
I mean, I think we've both bought League of Legends things, so I mean, neither of us can really. Yeah.
Totally didn't buy a Lulu skin last week. Honest.
Now I am curious because I know you love Lulu, but I know how much you used to love the Winter Lulu skin. Oh, Chris!
Alright, I'll show you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, get subs.
If it's a Steel Helm, how appropriate. Steel Helm gonna give stuff to Helm-Chan.
Alright.
Yeah, because I'm curious, because I know you used to love the Winter Lulu skin, so I want to know what dethroned that for you.
So I do swap skins around. I've now become that person where I only have a few champions, so I swap skins around once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
And it was... Oh, why is it
No,
not
Fox, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you so much.
It's not dragging in. I have to send it to you on Discord.
That's okay.
There.
Okay, if you send it, I'll even show it. Oh, you know what? I see why you wanted this.
That's that's the chroma. That's like the blue, because it's originally like yellow, I think. And we could squish the arm. You can squish me. Wait, what? How did I frame?
Give me a second here. I'll show it to everyone on stream because. Oh, I hope this works because it's I hope this is going to work because it's a WebP. I don't know how WebPs or if WebPs work here. We'll find out together today. Doing it live.
WebP. Yeah, WebPs are very silly with YouTubes today. They've gotten better with them.
Oh no, I was putting in OBS.
Yeah.
There we go.
Of course, I had to buy this one.
Of course, yeah. It's blue. It's science. Yeah.
It is science. She electrocutes people.
That's awesome. Yeah. No, I can definitely see why this is one that you would want.
Also, it's kind of got it's got your hat, or like your antenna.
Yeah.
Although hers is meant to represent like plugs, like a socket.
I see it. It's always really funny when I see like plug designs in media, because over here in Britain, obviously, we have very different plugs to America, and you never see the English style of plug used in media as like weapons or whatever accessories. It's always either the American style or the Japanese style. No in between.
I remember this because when I visited you over a decade ago, I had to buy converter plugs and stuff.
Yeah.
To make my laptop and stuff work.
Yeah, it's weird. Funnily enough, when we went to Japan, we didn't even need one because the hotel just has USB ports by the plugs. We'll just plug in directly. That works.
Yeah.
Gaga Girl is my new wife. She makes me gaga. Good. Yes, Gaga Girl is very good. Very good. But Mika, did you know that my Gaga sister has another effect? That is a Duel Links joke. Maybe like 4 people in the audience are going to get that. Melanie! Hello, Melanie! Welcome, Raiders!
Hi, Raiders!
I'm here with Yomi tonight! Welcome,
I'm Yomi, I'm here with Helm-Chan tonight!
Give me a shout out, of course, Melanie. There we go. I wish there was like a handy button for doing that rather than to copy, paste, or type things in, because I am bad at spelling on the fly.
You know what I've ended up doing these days? You know I have my exclamation command for like everybody under the sun. Yeah. I type that, and then it gives me the name properly to highlight. So I just do that. Is it lazy? Sure. Is it clever? I don't know. I think so.
Hey, as long as it works, right?
I know.
Yeah, hey Melanie, lovely to see you as always. Hope you had a great time with your own stream, of course. If you need to go and do post-stream aftercare, I can understand that. Thank you for joining us all tonight. Hope you're having a wonderful evening.
Yeah, we're going to be talking D&D in just a little bit. Right now, we're just shooting the shit, which, let's be real, Helm. We've known each other for half our lives now. We call it spiraling.
Yes.
We can spiral when we say... How does it go? Hey, it's been great. I gotta go to bed in like 10 or so minutes. 3 hours later. We've
Yeah.
kind of spiraled on this topic, haven't we?
Yeah.
We really should go to bed. Another 30 minutes later. Fuck, I really should go now.
We could absolutely do like a 24-hour yapathon if we really tried. I don't even know. You know what? I say if we really tried, I don't even think we would have to try that hard.
Give me ideas.
I mean, I'm down.
Sometime next year I should be able to do so. Which is okay. I'm not trying to be the see you next year. Fuck you for your dad jokes, especially you, Helm-Chan, for your dad jokes. I totally didn't post a short about that today.
I mean, okay, but Yomi, did you hear?
Oh no.
Did you hear? Did you hear about the fire? The fire that happened at the circus, Yomi? Did you hear about it? The fire at the circus?
No.
It was intense. Thank you, Zordon. Thank you.
You know, I can get Joker here right now and show you what the real circus fire is like.
I mean, don't threaten us with a good time.
I can show a secret model.
Oh? A secret?
Guy, so your community knows about Joker a little bit, right? I'm sure
I think I've mentioned her a few times. She doesn't really come into the manor. She's kind of... I think she's too busy harassing you and the lad.
Alright, give me a second.
Suddenly, teleportation.
It'll be loading up in just a second.
Yeah. Oh my god! Double! Tiny Joker! Suddenly, shot stack!
Maybe
Yeah, shot stack! Oh, it's so cute! I should
have
try
some
and
plans
get
with this.
I should try and get like a chibi model at some point, actually. That'd be a good idea.
You should get a Helm chibi. I have a Yomi chibi, obviously. This being Joker, who... So, Helm-Chan designed Joker, and she's gonna be brought up today later, too. She's a pretty big character in some of the games. But I bought the rights.
Yes!
And
Yomi
because of that,
owns Joker now.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing some very silly stuff with this absolute goober.
You know what? Joker kind of has the very particular energy that I think a lot of people that have played tabletop RPGs or done even just regular casual role playing, I feel like most people can relate to this experience, which is the moment when the DM makes an NPC, and they're like, "This is a pretty neat NPC. I'm gonna have a bit of fun role playing this character," and then the party are like, "Oh no, we love her. Oh no,
Yeah!
This is ours now. You can't, DM, this is now your responsibility. You now have to keep this character in. They are here now to stay. This is not optional."
I am very, very guilty of doing this.
Yes.
Joker is one of those. Sylvia's another. We're gonna talk about those in a bit.
We're going to talk about them. We've got a lot of characters to show you tonight, I'm sure. Although one that I think will not be showing up tonight because it wasn't in a tabletop game. Yomi, do you remember Lance?
Yes. Oh. I have made characters that the entire party loved and killed them in the cruelest way possible.
But the
In
best
front
part,
of their eyes.
the best part about Lance in particular, though, so Lance was an NPC that Yomi killed off. But the best part was Yomi didn't realize until after killing off Lance that the party loved him.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
it was-
happened twice. It happened to Eugene as well. But that's a lesser.
Oh gosh,
that's
yeah,
more
that was also tabletop. Not tabletop. That was also for a roleplay.
That was a Persona roleplay.
Yeah.
And Eugene and Lance both became these characters who are like, I've made you. What is my destiny? To die.
Oh.
You're completely written to be a very endearing character that kill off tragically to make a big emotional impact and drive the plot forward. Oh.
Oh.
I knew me drinking some... yeah! I knew drinking that highlighter fluid this morning was gonna pay off.
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing.
Yomi, you're not taking dietary tips from Allison, are you?
Okay, real talk. That's another character you should get, like, in all of this at some point. Get Allison going. Ooh.
Ghost Yomi! Actually, with the lines, it's extra ghosty.
I love this. Wait, what a second. Hag form.
Hag form!
Eureka!
There you go, Yomi. New potion for you. Aging potion. Just graze your hair. Actually, I've heard some people apparently pay quite a lot for that.
Shine? Oh, you're right.
Yeah, apparently it's quite expensive getting, like... I don't know what the name for it is, because, funnily enough, I don't really have much engagement when it comes to hair products, because, technically
you have a mechanical...
Technically, I don't have hair.
This is true.
Which means I am technically bald. And I hate that.
God damn it! Turn on webcams and me just make a fuck you, Mika! Joke's on you, I have a webcam pointed directly at the back of my butt. Wait, that's what the
okay, but why though?
Twitch meta.
Ah, see, I don't play meta, I only play Sprite. Oh, it's actually Mr. Clean. It's actually a continuous effect. You can negate it. But yes, I am considered to be Mr. Clean.
That also means, I was gonna say, all of the Helm family is that way. I mean, again, it's not real hair.
Yes, again. I mean, Lord Helm has like a really big beard, but it isn't technically hair, so it's like metal beard. So I guess technically that would also be not a beard at all.
Oh.
I hate semantics.
This is not Final Fantasy XIV, where it's Odin's, not Odin, Rama's beard full of long bells.
Oh god, the giant beard. I
Jiggly beard!
I love the design.
Why does this beard have physics?
It's, you know what, I need to share this for anyone unfamiliar, because I know that we don't really get much of
I'm looking into the tabletop stuff in a bit. We've been like FF14 like once or twice on the channel, it's not really a mainstay. I kind of realize I like it as a game for just relaxing on my own. Yeah,
but,
I have my own history with it, but absolutely you can talk about it on your stream.
But I just want to show that I was unfamiliar. Here we go. This is the Final Fantasy XIV version of Rano. Look at that beard. Look at it. What this image doesn't quite express as well is how thick it is. It's not just long, it's like bulbous. It looks like a bag filled with something. It's exactly, Fluffy, exactly. It's giant. I guess it's compensating his board on top.
Also, looks like since it's very bulged around his crotch, it also looks like he's having a very strong ejaculate anyway.
Anyway,
it's a biological thing. It's a biological thing. Not a robot.
No, Mika.
Beard preg.
Don't speak these words.
Got it.
The worst part is it probably already exists.
If it doesn't, I will contact the person that I know that draws things pregnant all the time and tell them, hey, beard preg.
Why do you have a contact that is just the person that draws things pregnant? Is that what they're listed as in your phone?
Look, it's Flork of Cows! They're making every VTuber pregnant right now.
Oh.
I don't want to get, I could go on some very big horrors.
I see.
Phrasing. Oh, there's no phrasing here.
Yeah, should we move, how about we get ourselves moving on then, shall we? Because, I mean, I'm happy to sit here and chat all night, but we've got some tabletop games we want to share with you guys.
Yes! Oh, there's so much here, so...
We're not getting through it all.
Go ahead, Helm. Yeah.
We're definitely not getting through it all. We've got a lot of things. I mean, we've played tabletop games together for many years, so we've got a lot of content in that regard. We're not going to get through everything, but we'll try and show you guys at least our favorite and best bits, hopefully.
Yeah. Now, I will say, for people who, on the other side, monitor-wise, and where I'm positioned, I may be looking in weird directions. It's because I'm sharing an entire screen. So the way we're doing this is to save Helm the RAM. We used a lot of Roll20, which has a lot of visual stuff. And I'm gonna be I'm taking the RAM load. That is a sentence that can be taken out of context in awful ways. So Helm
yeah, especially in the robot communities, Yomi, and reword that way next time.
Second. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Wrong.
Just saying.
Okay, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, please keep your arms, legs, and other body parts clear the closing doors, everyone. We'll see you there in just a second. Alrighty, here we go.
Yeah. I wanted to just have, like, a map in general on here that shows a fair bit of some of, like, what's been there. Before we, start off my life. You people! I don't know. It's so funny.
I don't know how it happens. People always get their limbs injured because of doors. I give plenty of warning, and that it still happens. On the plus side, though, when they enter the manor, the verbal warning does count as a legal disclaimer, so we are liability-free at least.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. So, all of our games in the last 10 years took place on a website called Roll20. And on Roll20, that's better. As you can see here, it is entirely graphical. It is not something where you have to use your mindscape to figure things out. It's a big thing for me. It helps a lot, and these are all. I'm gonna like move this tile here. These are all pieced together.
This moment is where the map goes from, oh, that's pretty good, to, wait a second, you built this from scratch?
This is just one campaign. And here's all the maps just for this one.
This is the kind of dedication Yomi puts into her games, and this is why I say Yomi is the DM that ruins DMs for people, because she puts so much effort and quality into her games. No, DMs should not be expected to put this level of quality in, but once you have experienced it, you can't go back. It's like having two monitors. You don't think you need two monitors, and then as soon as you get one and one dies on you, it's like, how did I live without this? Hey, thank you for the gift sub!
Hell! Thank you for the gift sub! Been utterly spoiled. People! So, I'll just show as like one quick example. So like, here is, the adventuring party. This one being Whisper here.
Whisper!
They all have their HP bars. This was the main party. They always had an NPC companion. So actually for people from my community, familiar face, Kana. And I also, watch this, pose! I also made expressions for the characters.
This was so
you
great.
Could go, oh, I love doing this.
I love these
and
so
you're
much
probably
because...
wondering...
Oh, go on. I was going to say, because we didn't... When we were playing, we weren't using webcams or anything. You can do, that's a perfectly valid way of doing it, but we didn't do it, because I think at the time, most of us didn't even have webcams. And so having the characters being able to emote with portraits was such a good way of adding a bit more life to the roleplay scenes, where we can't, physically act.
That's true. And also, I want to say, Maple Syrup, who's in the chat right now, they were one of the players in this. They were Bridget. So, hi, Maple. It's wonderful to have you here. Like, I'm not going to start off with this being our scene where we discuss of all of our games, but I just want to show.
Start one of the impressive ones.
Yeah, let me actually show this too. So you're probably wondering, why is it gray? Well, check this out. Say, from Whisper's point of view, I'm the DM, so I can see everything they can see that's lit. But if it was just Whisper, watch this. Whisper's out here. Whisper can see everything from over here. Whisper's over here. Whisper would only be able to see these perspectives.
This is another one of those features that I think is...
If I stick all the way back here, well, there is lighting from Hero here. I put Hero on the, yeah, there we go. This is more of what you would see. So we're looking from the GM's perspective, but but Whisper wouldn't even be able to see any of this.
The house
she wouldn't be able to see. Yeah, in fact, if I don't even know what the name of this map is. Here it is. If I put the lighting on all the way, so this was like a percentage of 54. But if I made this, let's see, what is it? 100% darkness opacity. Oh, other way around. 1 second. Check this out. Imagine playing a game. Oh, why is it not working anymore? Oh no, actually, archive that. You know what? Never mind. But
It's okay.
yeah, what you just need to remember is they would only see pure darkness. Oh, here we go. Oh, that didn't do it either. Shit. Okay, well,
Oh, it's probably
things
because
that were dark.
Whisper doesn't
they
have a
would
light
see
source,
that
probably.
way. Yeah, that's all right. They did a lot of updates recently.
Yeah, daylight
so-
mode. Put on daylight mode, though. Oh, never mind.
Daylight mode, that was it.
Yeah, daylight mode made it so that everyone had night vision. And then...
And then... Hey, why is Whispers dark now?
Oh, I don't know. Oh. It's a bug.
Yep. It's alright, I'm playing around with some old stuff here. I will stop.
To be fair, I think that they actually changed how the dynamic lighting worked after this campaign, so it's probably just buggy because of that. I've got to say that the dynamic lighting... I was just going to say, it's one of those features that is another one of those... You don't think you need it, but once you've experienced it, it's really hard to go back, because the added tension that you get when you're walking around a map and the walls physically block you off or the vision is being restricted by darkness, it really does add to the immersion factor. The number of times when we'll be walking through a dungeon and turn a corner and we'll see like some great big giant monster there, which you can do that around a table, sure, but it's not quite as exciting when the DM just puts a demon on the table compared to you walking around the corner and it's already there.
Yeah. So like this was actually a really good example. So originally in this place, it was the four of you out here. Let me grab Whisper 2. You guys pulled up, here's your caravan. Now, Fog of War, they can't see inside buildings, so I'd actually put the interior of the caravan in here. So when they were like role-playing and they were inside the caravan, they would only see inside of here through the trick of the lighting. We'll find other maps. Imagine them going to here, and I recall, like, Kana was actually like in a bad situation. She was abducted by like these bandits, and she was being like tortured, basically. And Bridget here, she sneaks in, she looks through the window, and then because of her lighting, she was able to see what's going on inside there. And she, using the marker tool on this game system, drew where enemies were, because you guys couldn't see what she could see. And so when you got in, you guys had like an initiative bonus, you guys knew what was happening. And of course, like you took out all these, it was cultists, there's all these cultists, and restored the town, and oh, it was crazy what happened with all of it.
I love cultists because it's such an easy enemy type to throw at players to just get them on board for fighting, even though they're just guys. Like, you throw cultists at people, people are just like, oh, they're cultists, we'll fight these. Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Exactly. And we've had a lot of campaigns. This was the one that we actually ended up finishing, called The Final Frontier.
Yes.
Looking over all the ones that was run, Distant Echoes is one of your oldest games.
That was my one, yeah. That was my first one, I think.
Yeah. Lords of Calamity was based off Tales of Berseria. Amazing Tales of game. This was my first one, Fight for Eternity. This one, I restored this not that long ago, so it only shows me as a player, but this is when we had like ourselves washed away onto like an ancient island that was frozen away from time. Wings of Destiny was one that you ran. We were like dragon slayers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Urban Arcana, which had a sequel.
We did it twice, yes. The first group kind of fell apart, as unfortunately is the case with D&D groups a lot of the time, but we liked the concept, well, I liked the concept so much, and you certainly enjoyed it so much that I'm like, no, I'm doing it again. It's so nice we did it twice.
Yeah! I think that was the one where I got to finally use Celeste as well.
Yes, it was, yes, because you ended up doubling up for that one.
Yeah. I think the first game we ever did, was Distant Echoes and Fight for Eternity. You want to dig into these?
Yeah, let's dig into Fight for Eternity, because you started DMing before I started DMing. Because I wasn't as good as DMing, frankly.
This is old. I wanted to show you guys what I'm capable of doing.
Though.
But this is what this is like. Yeah.
What the fuck?
So this was like 20, not 20, what am I saying? This is over 10 years ago. This was like my very first time playing, running a DM. In fact, the first map you ever saw, you ready for this? The first ever map I made, God have I grown.
Yeah, you have.
Lance's Bar. Which, I had
Same
this guy
Lance.
like...
Same Lance, but
Same Lance.
different game. He didn't die in this one, as far as I know. Wait, did he die?
He had his head cut off, but he got better.
He got better.
He got better. Here he is. So, oh, remember we used to have these as tokens?
So I did these.
I saw the old white backgrounds, and
So
then eventually I started doing this.
I love designing characters, and I wanted to put a bit of a personal touch for the game for the major NPCs. So I made like these chippies for the game, and you can tell how the old ones, because yeah, they still have white backgrounds, because I have no excuse in hindsight. I knew how to change the what's the word, the canvas to transparent back in the day. I just assumed that Roll20 wouldn't work with it for some reason. I don't know why. Look, I'm very dumb.
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, and then nowadays we have things where we have like tokens that have revolving stuff for people. It's crazy how much has happened with it.
Yeah, mate. Speaking of the resolving faces, we need to test it.
It's still broken. They never fixed it.
It's still broken. Okay, for context, for everyone, I need to share this context because this is one of the dumbest things. Roll20 has a function where you can make a token have multiple sides, which is useful for things such as, you know, if you want to have like a dice, but also for like different character expressions, or if a character transforms, it can be useful so you haven't got to keep swapping the token over. We use them a lot for doing, as you saw earlier, like expressions. But it seems like we give the follow. The thing is with this though is, by default, the window for viewing them is quite small, which is fine if you're doing, again, transformations. But if you're doing like something subtle like expressions or maybe changing a headgear or something, it can be quite hard to actually see. The thing is though, you used to be able to drag the window to make it larger, and it would make the icon larger accordingly. It still kind of works, but you know what? Yeah, maybe you could illustrate it for us, Yomi, because
I was gonna say I'll go back to this and show an example. So I'll use example grabbing Kana here. It's on our default expression. You can do multi-soda tokens, and it makes it very small, but you can see vaguely there's different tokens here. Like, okay, let me drag this.
Even on mod, it's very small.
Drag the window bigger, and now it does. This is what it does.
There's a scroll bar.
Whatever they did, they broke this, and now you either like slide, you can't see.
It's so annoying. The worst part of this is Yomi and I have both separately, independently, in the past, contacted Roll20 about this, that they are aware of this issue. That was, what, 2 years ago? 3 years ago?
At least like 2 or 3 years ago, yeah.
It's still not fixed. Unbelievable.
Nope.
Also, I want to give a small mention.
We were trying to single-handedly fix Roll20.
Because Mitsuki's here, I want to give a small shout out to something real quick, little personal project of mine. Hey, it works. I've been making me and my friends are working on a card game board games, cooperative one. So if you like that sort of thing, give it a check out on Tabletop Sim. Mitsuki here is actually one of the characters in it. We ported her straight across to be one of our healers, our little monkey girl. It's quite funny actually. A lot of people don't realise she is a monkey at first. So one of our players recently said, "I thought she just had big ears."
Oh man. So, dialing back a bit, this being the very first map I ever made, which I look at now and I'm like, damn.
I mean, it's still not bad. I've seen worse maps out of people that use this program before.
That's
and this was your first time.
I appreciate that. This was the very first one that I ran, and it started off where the entire group, you guys lived together. That map I showed before, it was the house. You guys lived together. Also, Celeste dug holes. I just remembered this.
Yeah, Celeste dug holes. That became her thing.
That was her stress relief. She dug holes. It started as like they were all living together. They all had their own rooms. So roommates, college roommates, and they also shared at the same job. They all worked at that bar. Fiona did the drinks, I recall.
That's right. Yeah, Fiona, my character, was the bartender. And she had a very unsubtle crush on her boss, Lance. Very unsubtle.
very unsubtle, and it actually bloomed.
It did. She got away with it.
I think one player was like the cook, and the other was like a waitress or like the bouncer or something like that. But the entirety of this campaign was we are normal people who have normal lives. Maybe we're a little exceptional at something to be at least interesting enough. And we discovered like magic was a thing. And it all discovered by, the campaign starting. Do you remember what it was?
Let me see. So we were, if I remember correctly, we were at our work at Lance's bar, and this big fat guy, Barry, if I remember correctly.
Barry!
That's it!
Barry!
Who had like a very, squeaky voice, nasally voice. I'm not sure what I'm looking for here is.
Okay. I remember now. Hey, Barry, what are you talking about? Come on, Lance, come on. Listen, Lance. I take good care of you, all right? Come on. When was the last time your boy Barry let you down? Yeah? All right, fuck up the bar. I ain't listening.
Yeah,
which that was kind of what happened, actually. He came in like, this is Fiona, by the way.
That was Fiona, my character. Also, for those of you that saw the art I made when I went to Japan, yes, it's not an accident that Fiona has the exact same clothes I do. Fiona's outfit was very much based on something I wear on a regular basis. She's not a self-insert, at all. Very different to me. But we have similar fashion choices.
I just found Gloria, too. This is when I started again, like, doing actual expressions.
Yeah. Yeah, so
he came in like fucking things up, and he had something missing, and he wanted like Lance to get it or something like that. Because Lance actually was a little bit going on with literally the mafia.
Yeah. Oops.
And it was when you guys went to like help Lance out. You got this is what again draws the characters from being heroes, and it's also important that DM makes sure you're willing to be heroes.
Yes.
Is rather than be like, oh, okay, yeah, well, okay, no, that sucks. No, the players, as kind of earlier agreed to get the adventure going, was like, hey, Lance, we'll help you out. And I was like, it's pretty dangerous, It's like, yeah, well, Fiona's actually kind of good with a gun, and another person's like a good fist fighter and stuff like that. So they went out and did it. And that's very, very important. I think we can't stress enough that session 0, like the DM and the players getting together, is so vital to make sure campaign 1 gets off the ground and gets going. Because I've been in ones where we start off and massive cataclysm happens and we're all miserable at the end of session 1. We're like, that's not what we signed up for.
Yeah.
Or a player is just like, yeah, I'm not really interested in doing that. It's like, that's the adventure the DM wrote today.
Yeah.
You kind of expected your character to at least have some drive. That was what was written. So please get with your players for session 0. Make sure everyone's like going to go along with that first session in ways, and make it a mini adventure too. Make them happy after session 1.
My big tip to players, to anyone who's, because here's the thing, I think it's very easy for people to look at tabletop RPGs as very much something that is the DM's responsibility. The DM makes the world, the DM makes the NPCs, arranges the encounter. So it's the DM's responsibility. The players are just there for a good time. And that's definitely not a correct way of looking at it, because as a player, you do have responsibilities. One of those responsibilities is to ensure that you are engaging with the campaign. There's an expression I like to use for this, which is getting on the boat.
Getting on the boat, yes.
Getting on the boat. Now, the reason for this, why it's called getting on the boat, is because every campaign, not every campaign, but a lot of campaigns will have a moment where the DM has been between sessions, he's been reading through the monster manual and he's going, gee, there sure are an awful lot of really cool, exciting aquatic monsters here. We've got like krakens, we've got sahagins, but I never get a chance to use them all. But what if we put the party members on a boat? So at that point, the meme becomes never get on the boat, because if you're getting on the boat, something bad is probably going to happen. But the fact of the matter is, you're there for the game. You're there for the adventure. You're there for the conflict. Yeah, you as a player might know it's going to happen. You as a character might even know it's going to happen. But at the end of the day, if you don't get on the boat, there's no quest. There's no adventure. At that point, make a new character who's willing to engage in a bit more risk, because this is the game we've signed up to play. If you don't want combat, that's fine, but you're going to need to play a different character.
You said it perfectly. It's... I like campaigns that are a little bit more railroaded, but the end of every session affects where the railroad goes. So
you were great at that, in that regard.
Oh, thank you. Like, when you guys do session one is written with a definitive, definitive direction. But at the end of session 1, if you guys did certain things that I catch interested in, session 2, I will then begin to write what session 2 is, but I will put in the factors and stuff that you guys do.
Can we drop
random example?
Can we drop the iconic example?
Vegas?
Vegas.
So I'm gonna bring that map up while we're talking about it. Random example is the blowouts. Oh yeah, we're here. The Breaking Bad scene of the bullet to the head right in front of their eyes. Seth was like a big friend of the group. And also Lance and Celeste. Yeah, that was the dad figure to Harley. And Celeste and Lance were like best friend and boss. Celeste was the NPC that I would use in the adventures.
This is old Celeste. You still got black hair there.
Old Celeste, yeah. All three of them were abducted. Seth, Lance, and Celeste. And they were out in the middle of the desert and had to do like some big secret meeting with like agents who knew about all the secret magic stuff. And literally in front of them, like Seth gets his brains blown out. It was like, whatever you do, Harley, just remember, I love you kind of thing. Like always have been, like a daughter. And then bam! Which I had sound effects too. I actually had like a gunshot sound effect.
Oh, Yomi, I will say, Yomi is underselling this scene. Like, obviously, we're not going to reenact the whole scene, but when Yomi does these set pieces, Yomi fucking sends them. You do! I'm honest, my only regret about any of these games is that we don't have recordings of them so I could rewatch some of those scenes.
I'm just, again, moving stuff around. These are not pre-built maps. I do, put stuff... And I'll, layer things to be in certain ways. Oh, yeah, here we go. I like to add texture and stuff. I do try to be very impactful with them. But the Vegas thing, the whole, I write one scene, or one campaign to go to the next. This was when the ball dropped. This is when you guys were like, we can't be here anymore. We have, not just Mafia, we now have secret agents who are trying to keep magic hidden, because the big thing was a group learning that magic and stuff were a thing. We have to leave.
Also the demons.
You found, the demons! That's the big thing. You guys are being hunted by demons.
I know for you, Yomi, demons aren't that big of a deal, but, that's not typically normal.
I mean, yeah. And so at the end of that campaign, which that campaign was written that way, Go ahead and say it, Helm. Go ahead with
So in character, we came up with this idea of, well, what if we fake our deaths? What if we fake our deaths and move somewhere where they won't find us? And this was what led to the famous moment where we as a party in character agreed to fake our deaths and move to Vegas. And Yomi was like, okay, sure. Yomi just rolled with it. The real punchline is, it didn't even work, they still found us. Because, of course they found us, the campaign has to carry on.
And this is what you do with a campaign, is, my next session, I made this big-ass casino map. You guys also, Helm, you, again, giving credit where your art is, Helm, read through the characters have secret identities.
Where the transparent button was at this point.
Yeah, we'll get to that part in a moment. But what ended up happening is okay, my next session was around the casino and introducing new characters, new faces, the apartments, which I had my maps were better by then because my apartments, I'll find that in a bit. So I guess what I'm trying to say is the games were not railroaded fully, but they were made so this is this session. Everything you did in this session will affect the next one. And then I write a chunk. It's like writing an episode per episode. What's in the episode is in the episode. Deal with it. But imagine at the end of every episode of a show, you said, I kind of want this to happen next, or we're going to go here next. So the producers are like, all right, let's make that episode now.
It's like on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. And you guys all, you guys change your identities completely. And here's the cool thing. This is back when I had a tokens map
Stash,
thing, or
yeah.
token scene.
Oh, hey, speaking of
And
League
so
of
you
Legends
can
again, I
actually
wonder what
see.
Kazuki was based off of.
It's true. So these were the 3 player characters, Anthem, Fiona, and Harley. But when they moved to Vegas, they had to change their identities. So these are the same characters, but they literally changed their names, dyed their hair, dressed in different ways. Same went for the NPCs. Celeste is now Maria, Lance is now Alex. Midori, which yes is absolutely Ibuki from Danganronpa. I turned into Jinx.
Yeah.
We also weren't afraid of. God.
I was going to say, there's a few faces here you might recognize, and that's because, at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with taking inspiration or face claims from somewhere, especially for NPCs. It's hard to come up with interesting character designs on the fly, and you're just going to have, NPCs. Yeah, something wrong with using ones from elsewhere. I stole plenty in my time.
Exactly. What I would end up doing is, Felix, this is literally Death the Kid.
Yeah.
And
Maria's actually like General Grievous can.
Yes, this is Grievous Girl. You'll notice she has 4 arms. This is literally a Grievous Girl. Which, she was a villain. She was actually hired by the demons to kill you guys.
Did she die? I don't remember what happened to her.
No, quite the opposite. She had one of the best redemption arcs. And I forgot her name was Chloe, and I had another character named Chloe.
Oh my god, you have 2 Chloes. You like that name, as I recall, actually.
I really do.
I think I remember using that character for that name for a hacker character in something once.
Oh, you're right. She was a redeemed character. I always give players the desire to do whatever they want with the NPCs. So, Anthem really loved Chloe. They had a one-on-one battle even to the death, but he spared her, and she was like, "Why?" and this and that, and But I was like, okay, I'm gonna start writing a background to her and stuff. And I started to realize, why would she be working for the demons if she is obviously she's demon tainted herself, which that was a whole thing. There was demon taint.
Except for Fiona.
I added except for Fiona, yeah. I added a little brother character that she had, who she was he was held hostage by the demons or something like that. That was a long time ago. But
yeah, this was our first game we did online, so it's been a while.
Yeah. And the whole point of this game was destroying the 4 demons. Oh god, Marcus!
Oh, Marcus! Oh gosh, Marcus.
Oh! That asshole! So this is his church. I just remember. Is that a motherfucking Temmie? That's a Temmie.
Right, because if you remember, we had the second group with the sister. Amelia was Fiona's sister, and she had a pet Temmie. It was a cat that was secretly a demon, and we decided it was just a Temmie. I completely forgot the second group. Oh my god.
Yeah, context with this game, Pig Monster, was that magic was not sure to be we live in the world we live in now. But there was this whole secret world of magic and demons, and the group was learning and discovering, and there was a whole bunch going on with it. And yeah, there was a lot of stuff where in plain sight there were demons there the whole time. Like you said, for Amelia, and which this was Fiona's sister in the second group, they had a pet cat. The cat was a Temmie the whole time.
And they had no idea.
They had no idea. And then one day, it was like, "Are you a demon?" It's like, "Temmie says hoy!" Oh my god, it's a demon. The apartments when you guys, which I started making the apartments a lot better.
Oh yeah, I think you started, I mean, don't let me put words in your mouth, but I think you kind of seem to enjoy doing the apartments quite a lot.
I do. I love one of the more recent games, some crazy ones of this.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, the Temmie's an entire species. We had this little familiar. Oh my god. Are there any parts with this series or a campaign you want to go on about?
Well, there is one thing I have to say, Yomi. Yeah. That one line that you dropped without any forethought or any plan that completely sent the campaign or his Fiona's subplot into a completely different angle than any of us expected.
You're like me.
You're like
Oh,
me.
fuck. All right. So when the party began to learn more about demons. Now this map isn't one that I made. This was like a pre-built one. You can see how blurry it is. But I was like, this is perfect for a laboratory. First off, yeah, they literally Dr. Stein.
And Emma before they gave
that
her
was
a dye job.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I like original Abba with the red hair more.
No, don't apologize. You're correct. Abba with red hair is superior.
Abba was a clone. She was basically a clone off of this entire operation. And Stein was like trying to, keep her humanized and like give her a good life. Abba tasted everyone's blood to tell them what kind of magic they had. Because she was like, connected to blood. It was pretty cool. Tasted Fiona, and this one line changed an entire campaign. You're like me. I can only imagine what was going through your head at that time.
Yeah, I had no idea. I was like, I'll be honest with you. In that moment, my reaction was basically Fiona's. Like, what do you mean I'm like you? I think like at the time, Fiona was trying to rationalize it because I think, if I remember correctly, I think she'd Abba had tasted Lance and Anthem's blood, so Fiona was trying to rationalize that because I'm a woman. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're trying to like rationalize. Oh
Yeah.
my god, I forgot I had a goblin. I had a goblin running around. Fizzlewicks. And with that, I'll be honest, as a DM, I did it to kind of just like sow a seed that I could use for anything later. As a DM, sow seeds that you might not always have an objective for. Just put it in your pocket. It could mean nothing. And it could be let the players overthink. But what this ended up turning into was finding out who the doctor was that cloned Abba, because they also cloned Fiona. Fiona learning she was actually a clone this whole time.
Yep.
And then me having this entire... Oh, here it comes.
Here it comes. Oh, this was like the centerpiece of the campaign from my memories. God, it's so big.
The entire...
I forgot it was this big.
Yeah, this was massive. This was a 3-session dungeon.
This chugged my computer back at the time, I remember.
Oh god, I can imagine. Hold on. To get there, you had to go through like a secret layer. The special layer. Oh, you're gonna love this. They had to go through the spider's den.
Oh god, I remember.
The spider's den.
Literally rough it. You know what? It's kind of funny because this does very much date exactly when this campaign was being ran, doesn't it?
Undertale was like really just this is right when Undertale came out, and in fact it was in everybody's lives. You couldn't breathe in a community space without it.
Yeah.
I found the funniest thing was that Cupcake ended up eating Sam, and Sam I explained to Sam like, there's no gastric juices, it's just muffin.
It's just cake.
And Sam's like, I bite, I eat my way out.
Remember this moment, it'll come up again later.
Yeah, it'll come up again later. So, we had entire... I did this a lot. I made homage to things. And I always had a lot of fun with that.
And we loved it. And the thing is, again, there's nothing wrong with doing references and putting things in there. Not like we were ever claiming anything was our own thing or anything like that.
Exactly. Here's the thing. If it's a group of players around a table, and it's just you guys, no, as long as it's used constructively, there's nothing wrong with using face claims or anything like that. Great example right here. I forgot you found a bunch of clones of yourself. Oh god.
Oh yeah, I 100% remember that.
Found 4 of them, right? Oh, I'm gonna move that over there.
This was like extra funny.
Great example.
I'll say funny. It was like extra great because I didn't know you were doing this. So when I saw the edits, I'm like, oh god, you've been doing things.
Yeah, I was doing a whole bunch of crazy edits and shit. Just like, yeah, random example, like Zombie. This is literally Zombina from Monster Musume.
Which again dates this game a little bit.
Yeah, people love seeing this kind of stuff. So if you want to use that, hell, Hexmaniac. There you go.
Yeah.
Named her Kagura. Use her as like a ghost. Oh, I found her ghost thing. Like, this isn't my art, but Google it, find it. It's used only for a campaign. Nobody else is going to see it but the campaign members, and I'm not claiming it as my own. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's just, people do that stuff all the time. I will even
Yeah.
say, I don't like to tackle the subject too much, but it's why I'm okay if people will use, like, maybe AI to generate something they already have an idea for. Like, oh, I
Hmm.
want a goblin, but I want him to be wearing, like, a red dragon
Celero,
suit for this
thank you for the
joke.
raid.
I
So
guess
it's
that'd
our
be
family,
okay.
Yomi. Welcome in,
Hi,
Raiders.
Celero!
Welcome. Hope you had a wonderful evening. We're going through some tabletop
Hello!
campaigns, and Yomi showing some of the maps from our very first campaign we ever did together.
Yeah, there's been a whole lot with this. Hi, Layton. Raiders, please make yourselves comfortable.
Yeah, if you need to go
So
and do post and aftercare, go ahead. But welcome in and hope you enjoy yourself while you're here.
Mm. This map was about halfway through the campaign, and it was to stop this evil doctor. And you can see I have these. This all had the lighting too, so I'll move Katie around.
I think this was like fairly early on when we started using the lighting, actually.
It was. So look, you can see as I move it. Keep in mind these black spaces, these gray spaces. These are completely black. For Helm-Chan.
Yeah.
Like
So I could
Helm-Chan
only
wouldn't
see,
be
like,
able to see.
yeah, barely round the corner, and even then, like limited visibility. Like we had torches or flashlights. I forgot you Americans call them that. And
I found it.
I found it. Let's go. Yeah,
I found it.
This is what it looked like to my perspective. Which
Yep. So
adds
you
to
can
that
imagine
feel.
as a player, if you saw like something in the fog of war here, or you come around, it's like, oh, it's clear. This
really
is what
adds
makes
to the immersion.
it's so exciting. Especially, yeah, like you come around here and like there's like a creature that like jumps you or something like that. Oh god, you know. It's not the hardest in the world to make.
It's just
But
time
I'll show
consuming more than
you guys
anything.
this. It's time consuming, yeah.
The thing I always think with this as well is there's another aspect that the dynamic lighting really helps with selling. And it's an aspect that I think often gets forgotten about in tabletop games. And it's light. And what I mean by that is not, can the players see where they're going, but the fact of if the players are walking through a dark environment and they've got a torch or a flashlight or the light spell going, well, that's a radius of light. They're not the only ones that can see that. So if there's an enemy around the corner, they see a light approaching, they're probably preparing for a fight. And I think I actually caught you and the others off guard once when some kobolds did that to you. You're like, how did they know you were coming? You guys have the light spell on. All right. Next guys, thank you for the follow.
So here you can see these yellow lines. These were lighting lines. So I would have to go around every wall and draw these lines.
I tell you how I can
And
tell
when
this
you
is
think
an
about
old
the
one.
size...
We learn after a while that you want to use thick lines for these so you can see them easier when you're editing them.
Yeah, they were very hard to select, too. So you had all that. And the cool thing is, I can hide notes. So I had this thing that says, like, notes 5. This was for me to look at my DM notes to explain whatever the hell was happening in here, which this is when you were first finding the clones and shit.
And this dungeon was so good. This was like the campaign was already great. I was already loving the campaign, but this was like the moment where I went from this is a really good campaign to this is something fucking special. This is a once in a lifetime kind of campaign. Unfortunately, it turned out I was wrong with that. It wasn't the campaign, it was you.
No, shut up!
No, you said that.
What I ended up doing with it, or what I do want to do is I want to do some D&D with some VTubers. Sometime next year, I'm gonna start becoming a bit more of a D&D tuber.
Let's go.
Not completely, but a little bit. And I'm going to be streaming some one-offs, and I'm going to be inviting VTubers in for one-offs, and then I'll also eventually make like a full campaign with a selected group.
Let's go.
Maybe even pluck the right people from the one-offs. Definitely have you in it too.
I like you.
Oh, here it is. So
That's
I
out.
put notes. Here it is. This was Fiona's. Yeah. So I put notes to each one of these. Oh god, I had like Metal Gears. I had the central AI, which you can see its face here.
Oh gosh, wow, yeah, I forgot that bit. I can't remember how we fought that. It's been so long.
It was like a mother brain kind of thing, like an evil AI. And
What I
then,
do
of
remember that was
course,
the end. Yeah.
Chairman.
The whole time we've been going through this dungeon, this laboratory, and Fiona was here for answers. She wanted to know, who was she? You know, what was she? She found the clones of herself on the way in, and she's like, what are these? You know? And eventually, when they got to the end of the dungeon, they found the chairman. And the whole time, like, Fiona had been kind of psyched herself up. She'd got it in her head that whoever did this had to be someone pretty monstrous, pretty irredeemably evil. And they'd already been, like, fighting plenty of things on the way through, so she was more than prepared to put a bullet in whoever's head was responsible for this. And then they got there. And it was just an old guy sitting in a chair, fully aware of how much bad he'd done. And man, guess what, Yomi?
What?
That was the first time you made me cry playing a tabletop game. Fiona got choked up and I was getting choked up as well. And in the end, they just left him. She just left. She stormed out of the room and just left him there, and let the others deal with him. And I believe they just left him there as well.
I remember too some of his lines when he was saying to you was like, "I bet what you came in, you brought all these people here with their weapons. You were ready to storm and defeat an evil power. Well, you brought your men, you brought your folks, you brought your power, and instead all you found was a man, withered, tired, accepting his fate. How does it make you feel?"
Yeah.
How does that kind of feel?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
And another thing, too, you'll notice, like, all these green stuff. Now, remember, lighting cut this off so it actually looked nicer than what you're seeing here. But the lab was slowly in more and more disrepair. So if we go to, like, the beginning here, you know, it looked pretty clean. They had to, like, do wire puzzles and do some fights. They even had, like, terrariums and stuff. But the further they got in, the more broken, the more of these experiments. Oh, this room! Oh, this room. Fiona was starting to get memories. She was starting to get weird. They were nightmares. They were nightmares you were getting.
The flashbacks.
But those nightmares actually were flashbacks. And the flashback was this table right here. These were her own footprints from years ago.
Yeah.
Hence why it goes under the FF, which was the Fiona one.
FF was Fiona Finley, that was her name.
Yep, subject FF. But it also, this was everyone else, like ABA, ABBA, you know, DEM. It was for somebody as well. Like, these
DEM was a reference to another one of my characters, Deix.
Yeah! Deix, that's right!
Deix, X-Max, yep.
And there was, and after this one, I have one more map I gotta show.
Sure. Well, you do. So there's a question here. How do you plan out a session to where it stays as a one-off?
Oh, that is a good one. So, having the idea of its closure. So if I wrote a one-off, I would tell myself what is the final encounter. How many encounters can I have? Usually we have 3 encounters if it was like a 4 or 5 hour campaign or session, which that was usually. We had a session for like 3 to 5 hours. The setup is kind of done very quickly with folks. They already have a bit of backstory. But there is, since I pre-make all of these stuff, so again, like you just go to each one of these. This was Stein's lab in Nevada now. This is more recent. Like this map is this map. So because I was very visual, if it was a one-off, I would make 3 maps. And so I wouldn't really have much more out to work. And the players knew like start, finish, and end, like here, here, and here. By doing that, this is the map I want to show.
Oh, yes.
You're making it linear. If it's a one-off, you can't really have it go off the cuff too much. That's just how that is. Because if they go off the cuff, you got to redo things. Or, you know, make new stuff. So yeah, that was...
Yeah.
That's my advice. What is yours?
I think just having, like, one very clear goal is the important thing. Like, bearing in mind, when you're doing a one-off, you're not going to be able to put out a lot of... what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, story beats that you'll be able to sew up. You know, you're not going to have a lot of intrigue that you can do in one tight session. So I think in that regard, having just, like, one single, quite clear objective that is... you know, very easy to understand, and also probably keep it quite, for lack of a better word, morally unambiguous. Like, you don't want your party to be sitting there questioning, do we want to fight this guy or not? Like, it should be like, no, fuck this guy in particular.
Yeah, you did one like that. It was called The End of the Line.
That's right, yeah. I ran this one for a few friends a while back. And, yeah, it was basically just a very, very simple kind of going down a railroad track and fighting.
Literally a railroad campaign.
Yeah, literally go down a railroad track, fight a wizard, and that was about it. My maps look garbage compared to Yomi's, but, you know, here they are.
No, yours is so cool, too, because you did yours in Photoshop and stuff. Or whatever your program was. But
yeah, so I made my maps in, well, it's kind of embarrassing to anyone that knows graphic design. I use Adobe Fireworks, which is a program you can't even get anymore because it's so old. But
gosh.
I know how it works, and I own it, so I haven't got to pay any more for it. So it's, you know, it's mine now. But yeah, I use that to make my maps.
I face-claimed Kino from Kino's Journey.
Gosh, yeah.
Yeah, like,
but this was like a good
have this be the
example of
centerpiece.
Yeah, a good example of like a one-shot again. Not too complicated, it was very much just, oh, there's a wizard that's interfered with the train. Go and deal with him, basically.
Exactly. I really want to show this one really quick.
Yes, this map was special.
So this is not a boss. This was the owner of basically the Great Library. This library, has anyone ever seen Avatar? Avatar: The Last Airbender. There was that owl who had that library that they closed off to everybody.
I've actually
it was
got a
inspired
confession
by
to
that.
make.
If you haven't watched Avatar, that's okay. We're gonna do that at some point.
I've never watched Avatar for the dumbest reason. When Avatar was airing, it was kind of around that same era, I remember, of kind of like Teen Titans and Puffy Amiyumi and all those shows. The shows that weren't anime, but were very much trying to style themselves like anime, right? And a lot of them were, like, not amazing. Some of them were okay, some of them were pretty good, but a lot of them were kind of bad. And I just saw that Avatar was on Nickelodeon and just assumed it was one of the bad ones with exactly no evidence or reason to think so. It wasn't until years later I found out that everyone said it was really good. I'm like, oh damn, I missed out.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I didn't watch Avatar till later on either. I feel that.
Yeah.
All right, so this library. First off, you had to sign your name here, and here was the funniest thing. I don't have the sheet anymore, but I had the whole you have to sign your name here, and it was all famous people. Like Abraham Lincoln had his signature here. I forget who else, but like
one name I remember appeared on there several times because, as I said, we're dating this campaign, was W.D. Gaster.
Yeah! W.D. Gaster appears in every one of my campaigns, and he literally is a link between all the campaigns. So Nabu is the one who's like, yo, you must come here, you can gain only so much knowledge, and then you must leave. But I warn you, there are some places that I have not upkept for a while. And so this was a massive, and it was meant to really scale, a massive library. And I remember having some funny stuff happen in this too. But to really put the scale, I love this part of the map.
Oh, like, yes.
The books just showing the depth like this.
Such a good effect. Because this wasn't part of, like, I know that part of these assets were like, some of these large assets were already made assets, but this you made yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like a single shadow piece. And then like a single bookshelf. Look how many bookshelves this. Oh, yeah.
No wonder this thing choked so much.
And how did you make this here?
Yeah.
I took a crypt piece to make that work.
So clever.
And these tiles did a lot of work. This is where I bought like, a pack. And let me go to the character tokens. You had your fights through certain places. There was even teleporters.
There's like a book chimera,
there were books
wasn't there?
everywhere. Yeah, there was a book chimera. I think the book chimera was here. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
So
again,
this is what I mean too.
But...
Like I found this. Yeah, I found this on Google, but this is what I mean. Find stuff on Google, use it. It's perfect. With Fear and Hunger, and make a joke about the book shield.
It's funny you mentioned Fear and Hunger. It's one of those games that I've got no interest in playing. I know it would not be my cup of tea, but I have spent an unreasonable amount of time watching videos about that game because I just find it really interesting.
Yes. God, like, yeah, this is what I meant. I think Negima also inspired a little bit with this.
Oh, absolutely. Library Island. I remember you
Library
saying,
Island,
in fact, later on in this map, there was a part which I think was directly from Library Island.
I think there. Oh, yeah, we'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah.
It's the ocean. Yes.
Yeah.
Here it is. It was the Forgotten Knowledge section. In order to get there, you had to take this. Imagine as the player me moving them along. And again, they can't see this black spot. They suddenly take a train. It's going over all these books. And it goes down and down. And I'm narrating it, and suddenly, like, right here, I say, and suddenly, it goes at full speed. Somebody stop this thing. And you see at the end, you fall down.
See, the moments like this is part of why I love and treasure these campaigns so much, because you do did things with the medium that you elevate it above what you could do at a table side. That's what I really part of what I really enjoy with it. Like moments like that, you can do that at the table for sure. Like you can narrate the minecart accelerating rapidly, veering out of control, books flying everywhere, hurtling down to a dark pit. But it's very different when you're hearing that narration and you're also seeing it. You know, it's not necessarily better or worse. It's a completely different experience that you cannot get around the table, and that's damn it's special to me.
That's why I love Roll20 so much. As a VTuber now, though, I just don't have the time as much. This is where you guys landed too. So you had to like book bridges to get to places.
Scotty, thank you for the follow.
And to get back up. And then there was these two
guys. So like, this bit here, I think, was pretty much directly from Megama, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, one guard was really chill, which was Vauban. He was a bit of an idiot. And then Oberon, which you guys made fun of them. You call it like, your name's Boban, your name's Jeff. Like, no, it's Oberon. No, you're Oberon the Jeff. So I would like change their names as jokes.
I completely. Also, do you remember where you stole these names from? Because I remember where you took these names from.
Yeah, it was Warframe. Absolutely.
Warframe, yeah.
And you guys would get back up there. And also, this was where you fought one of the demons.
Oh gosh, yeah, this fight, yeah.
One of the 4 demons. To get there, you guys, like, eventually got to here. And I took you into this. This is the final part of this battle. But I want you to remember, like, this had multiple... Basically, I was, like, constantly cracking this skull more and more with, like, art. Like, this was wild. It turned into, like, a dodging dots kind of thing.
I remember as well, this guy, you had a mechanic where he would make, like, tarot cards appear, and there would be various debuffs, and we had to choose which ones we wanted to have happen. That's
right. His name was Abolesco the Dealer, one of the 4 main demons.
So the whole thing was basically like a choose your painful choice kind of boss fight.
I don't know where those cards are anymore, but yes,
that is what I don't think the cards themselves were necessarily like anything special. I think you just written them on some tarot cards.
Yeah. I just remember everything with this campaign now. This is over 10 years ago.
Yeah. This was one of the longest running ones as well. Like it was our first one we did online, and it went for quite a long while. I remember this bit. So after we...
Alright, near the... Go ahead.
So after we dealt with the library dungeon, we showed briefly the second group. The second group, which consisted of my character's sister and 2 other characters, were back home still. They didn't fake their deaths and move to Vegas, only Fiona did that. So the second group involved them, and the long and short of it was demonic invasion happened. Like, the town was getting proper overrun by demons and devils. The military was called in to try and deal with it. I don't remember how we got access to the stealth jet. That I don't remember, but basically we had to get back in there because, you know, we are the... I forget exactly what it was, but we were basically the only ones that could reasonably have stopped it. And as we came back, we were flying in the stealth bomber. Before we go down, we put on was it Queen's Don't Stop Me Now as the hype music to parachute into the city too.
You did.
That was great.
You know what? Actually, here it is. Here's the stealth bomber crashed. You guys get into the town. You realize how much of a wreck it is. You guys... Oh my god! You guys built your base in the arcade.
That's right.
And here's the freaky part too. Like, they were finding NPCs that were normal humans, and they were transformed into demons, so that, like, you know, we're trying to restore them and stuff. So let's start the fucking turn. Like, I'm gonna be here now. This is my fun.
It It's funny as well, because this was around this time in the campaign was when I kind of had the realization that that Fiona had grown an awful lot as a character. At the start of the campaign, Fiona was very mild-mannered, bartender. She had a gun, but, she didn't ever expect to have to use it. In the very first fight against the Mafia guys, I was explicitly taking penalties to my attack rolls because she was aiming for, legs or hands or, places you could more likely survive a bullet wound to, Here it
is!
By this
There
point in the campaign, we came into a museum, and again, there's all demons everywhere, so we're obviously on high alert. There was someone in a chair. I think they were asleep at the desk or something. Fiona,
it was one of these desks here, and they were over monitoring things.
Fiona looks towards the rest of the group, motions for them to shush, walks in, kicks the chair out from underneath them, points her shotgun in their face, and says, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" And it was at that exact moment I'm like, yeah, my girl's had some growth.
Yeah, just come a little bit.
It's kind of nice though when you can identify that though, I think, when you can see the moment in the campaign where you, maybe not the moment in the campaign where the change happens, but when you can identify, my character would not have done this 10 sessions ago.
Yes, character growth is huge to me like that. And it's happened to a lot of our characters too. I always try to, I even redesign some of mine as I go, and you did too.
It's something I'm a big fan of. I'm a big fan of changing a character's design as an indication of them changing as a character, as
they should.
Even if it's just something like a different outfit or, something minor, just that visual change I'm a big fan of.
I'm trying to think of what character of mine had that the most happen to.
I know which character.
I think Fiona was your biggest one.
I know which character of yours had the biggest. That would be if you would like to open up Urban Arcana Reloaded.
Oh, well, right.
Yes. I don't think there's any room for debate on that one.
So I'll bring up the sheet of this character.
I'm gonna go in too, so I can change the page.
Oh, sure. So I had my character Elise, who was basically, Toko Fukawa, in a way, and she was these are our sheets, by the way, and we loved going ham on this. She was a insurance salesman who hated her life, was away from her parents who were abusive, was taking care of her younger sister, and just an absolute misfortunate, depressed, just the sad sack of the group, absolutely. But as we go here, a couple levels in, she started to dress more freely. She quit her job and started to work. I think she was working she was working for the group that we were in. She did management and stuff. And she also then became a VTuber, which is hilarious to me.
Wow, I mean, you playing a VTuber, that doesn't make any sense to me. I can't see how it would ever happen.
Yeah, she became a VTuber, and then near the end of the game,
I still
look how
like
much
this
of a
design.
glow up she had.
Still like this design.
This one actually has grown on me quite a bit.
You're just gonna stand a little bit. You're a little bit blocking it.
I can't. 1 second.
Yeah, you got this. I feel it.
Yeah, the character growth that happened here was insane. Comparing that to this.
Yeah,
that's a great example of it.
Yeah, so this was the game that. Do you mind if I take over for a little bit, Yomi?
Please do. If you don't mind, I gotta use the bathroom super quick.
Sure, why don't you go park yourself on the other side then?
Alright, I'll be right back, everybody. I'm gonna go to another room. I'll home to start this off. I'll be right back.
Hang on, Dan. What's your best D's nuts joke? It would be. It's very strange you asked that because I actually have a very specific one for this. There is a Yu-Gi-Oh card whose name is spelt like this. I'm gonna write it because I think it's spelled like this. There we go. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be pronounced Invoke Orgoides or something, or Orgoids. But I always say Invoke Orgoides nuts. So there you go. So yeah, while Yomi's gone, let me tell you guys about Urban Arcana here. This is the game that I ran that went for the longest time. We actually did finish this game, though I will admit I did somewhat rush to the finale of this game a little bit. I was suffering a lot of burnout at the time and I just couldn't keep up with it. But I did get an ending. We didn't just cut it off. We did see an ending. And in fact, this artwork here in the background here, this actually was done by the same artist that does Yomi's chibis. Yomi's done it for a long time, and yeah, they did this art for us. So, Urban Arcana was kind of my take on sort of a similar concept to the last game. I'm a very big fan of sort of urban fantasy settings that have firearms and phones and the internet, but also, you know, magic and demons and things like that. In this game, we had 5 player characters, which was, so we had Yomi's character here, Elise, with the twin tails. We had Zoe, who was our cleric, who was played by Maple. We had Katarina, or Kat as we called her, who was a brawler. We had Dallas here, who was a gunslinging catboy. And finally, we have a very familiar face for Yomi's guests, I'm sure. We have Celeste here, who got a redesign not that long ago, but this was her design at the time. And essentially, the entire setup for this was...
I'll be like 1 more minute. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take your time. Yeah, so the concept behind this campaign was that the party were... In fact, let me dig it out. Unfortunately, unlike Yomi, however, I am far less organized with some of my things, so bear with me a second, because this may take me a while to find the map I am looking for. Where is this map? Where is this map? Right? Is it here? Hold on. This one? No, that wasn't the one. I have named my maps, so you'd think I'd know. Here it is, here it is. Okay, yeah, here we go, found it. It's not a very exciting map, I'll warn you, but the premise was... Oh no, Yomi's over there. Hold on, I can do this. Give me a second here. So the premise was, if I do this button, I think it works. Aha, success! So there are a few other characters here because some of the party members left at some point, so there's some characters here that don't appear later on. This was the very first map. But essentially the promise was that these individuals, apart from this one was an Eidolon, a summon, they were on a train. Just a regular train, doing their daily business. And then demons happen, and the train starts accelerating out of control. I'm realizing as I'm saying this that I did kind of steal a little bit from the first full moon boss from Persona 3. That wasn't actually intentional, but there is certainly a similarity there to be had. But yeah, so they were there with this character Matilda, who was one of my... Oh, welcome back. I was just showing them the train where it all started.
Oh, yeah. We had a bit of a different part. I remember now we had a bit of a different party.
Yeah, because Celeste wasn't originally part of the party, and you replaced one of the characters because we needed to... Yeah, we needed a few more members to fill it out, but... Same reason why Maple was doubling it. Yeah, so they were on this train, and yeah, the idea was that Matilda here, who's one of my characters, is a half-Minotaur in disguise at this point. She works for an organization called November Sky, who basically are kind of Men in Black, but for fantasy creatures and magic and things. So, after they all get saved from all this, they're then taken back to this music store. Because this music store... Oh, right, the lines are on. Oh gosh, I haven't used tools in a while.
No, I mean, neither. That's what I was juggling with.
Here we go. Yeah,
this was at nighttime. Oh god, I feel things seeing all these characters.
Let me turn on daylight mode. That will help, I think.
Sure, take your time. I'm feeling they see this while
daylight mode is on. Never mind. But yeah, so they got taken back to this music store, which was a big front. The whole thing was a front for their like MIB organization. Can you not see Yomi? It says it should be daylight mode on. Must be bugging.
Well, mine's kind of like in a grayer sort of scale.
Oh, weird. That is very strange. Hold on. Let's try this.
That is.
Let's try this.
That's all right. Well, that's being said. There we go.
I need to turn on legacy lighting. That's what I need to do for it.
Sorry, I'm just remembering all these expressions.
Oh, yeah.
Again, you can make expressions. I'm just like...
Well, I remember one thing that Celeste had. Can I find this?
Celeste would be looking at Elise and Sylvia like, girl kisser. Because they they became an item, and these two were so cute. NPC love. Yeah, you find the NPCs you love. Anyway, carry on with what you're saying.
So I was trying to find things, but I can't find it. But yeah, so this music store, if you come inside, was basically a front. And this was the regular kind of front for the operation. But when you go through the back and you go down in the secret elevator in the back here, this is where all the real magic happens, literally.
Secret tunnel.
Because then we had the base, which, admittedly, the lighting is again balking here because again it's legacy lighting.
Yeah, they updated things.
Yeah.
The base. I'll be real. Campaigns are all for me. When campaigns have bases, there's something really fun about that. So this is like our second. There's Sylvia in her real look, because the one we saw before was her out in public disguise. Which, by the way, I showed Sylvia on my stream literally the other day.
Oh, did you? Oh, nice. I must miss it.
Yeah.
So Sylvia's another one of those characters in the category of characters I make thinking they'll be quite nice to have, and then Yomi falls in love with them, and now they're just here forever.
You're mine now.
Sylvia was literally designed to be an anime girl version of Ripperoo from Crash Bandicoot. That was literally the design statement behind Sylvia. And Yomi's like, oh no, I love her.
She's a gremlin, but she's also got a good heart. And she's very silly, but she's kind of hot. But she's also really dumb, but very endearing. Oh no, she's perfect.
Sylvia's big thing was she loved to chew things, because Sylvia was a quarter lycanthrope, so quarter werewolf.
Quarter lichen, yeah. We started realizing quarter is fun.
Yeah, on her dad's side. And so she has some very peculiar behaviors. The biggest one is like licking people and chewing hair. The very first thing she did when she met Elise was licked her and declared, "You taste like popcorn." And from that moment on, and evermore, Elise would be known as Popcorn Lady.
Good lady!
She also loved coffee.
I love stuff like that.
Sylvia loved coffee, but she didn't drink it.
I was gonna say, the way she loved it was, crunch.
Yes. Sylvia would come out of the kitchen with a mug of coffee, look you in the eyes, lift it to her mouth, and you just hear crunch, crunch, crunch. MHN, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so Sylvia was wonderful. We loved Doggo Girls. And
they all were really good characters here. Zoe was our healer. She was a tiefling, but she had, again, we had to wear people who were not human. We had to hide these things. They had to wear disguises. So Zoe would disguise herself in a very like mommy hippie-esque vibe that I freaking loved, by the way. And she's our cleric.
I'm just trying to find a few of the big set pieces. So go on.
No, sure. Celeste, because again, I doubled up. She was a hidden race. She actually had a little bit like the thing we did with Fiona, where she wasn't aware of her actual history. And she was an android. She was built, but she didn't know that. So, like, her whole youth was a lie. And for folks who don't know, like, Celeste is one of my longer running characters. But she got quite a large change, because the Celeste you're seeing now is this one. And you can see just kind of like the digital construction and stuff like that. A lot of fun, like little art. Here's the
that was the one. I actually did this art for Celeste specifically for this game. This was like what gave her the first that design in the first place.
Yeah, but now, I haven't colored this yet. But now she has a proper like new version.
I love this design.
I am so fucking happy with this.
This one's really good. The one of her sitting down in particular. That might be my favorite one of her.
This. Oh, I love this one. But yeah, you did the whole thing where you design them and bring them off to people. She's popular enough. She already has hentai. That's
how you know you've made it.
Yeah. But I'm sorry, I can gush on my characters this whole time.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I was just looking around for a few set pieces, and I found a few interesting ones to share.
As we're doing that too, once again, I do like making expressions, and I would make these for every one of the characters.
Yes. It was actually kind of a thing whenever... Yes, I got that one.
They all get these. Oh, speaking of crazy. Right!
Oh, yeah! Elise had a crazy moment at the end. Right, she took levels of Blood Rager.
Yay!
Which worked out because she was all charisma based, so... In fact, she was all charisma based. She was a charisma for attack rolls, charisma for damage rolls, charisma to saving throws, I think.
Bard Archaeologist. For some reason, it's stupidly fun, and it doesn't do Bard things at all.
That's honestly, that's one of my favorite things about Pathfinder archetypes, and it's part of why Pathfinder is kind of my forever system. You can find something in Pathfinder that will do what you want it to do. Whenever, I mean, I haven't played in a while, admittedly, but whenever I'm getting someone into Pathfinder, I'll always say to them, tell me what you want to do, I will find you a way to do it. Might take a few levels, but we will get you there.
Yeah! There's so much, it's a chunky system, but people always need to remember, a chunky system does not mean it's only combat or mechanics. I'm gonna rant for a second.
Right.
I got I'm pounding my chair, so sick and tired. People are like, well, Pathfinder's so bloated with like numbers that you can't roleplay. I'm sorry, that's a skill issue on you.
Absolutely.
If you think that a number, too many mechanics in a game means you can't do the roleplay, In fact, I think those mechanics actually empower you to do even more with stories. It's why I'm gonna be strong here. This is a D&D discussion, but none of these campaigns are actually D&D. These were Pathfinder, 3.5 D&D actually, so like where Pathfinder is. D&D 5th edition, I'm sorry, it's not, I find it very boring.
I will be diplomatic.
I said it.
It's a fine gateway to the hobby.
Yes.
If you've never played it before, 5th edition is a fine way to learn the hobby, to see whether it's your cup of tea, to see if you enjoy it or not. And honestly, for some people, you might play it, you might enjoy it, and you might think this is what I want out of a system. Personally, for me, I like systems to be a bit more mechanically dense, that allow you to really express system mastery. I always liken Pathfinder to be, act surprised, everyone. Helm is about to compare something to Yu-Gi-Oh! That literally never happens. I liken Pathfinder to Yu-Gi-Oh! In the sense that when you first learn Yu-Gi-Oh!, when you're first reading Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, they seem absolutely impenetrable. They've got loads of text, there's loads of very specific words that mean specific things, and you need to learn how they work. But once you understand the syntax, once you understand the rules, it's very satisfying to be able to leverage those cards and those rules to do what you want to do with them. And that is the same way I feel about Pathfinder. Pathfinder, specifically 1st edition, I've actually not played 2nd edition, I'll be honest. I look at it in that same way where it's like, Pathfinder is a game that will definitely punish you if you don't know the system and you build poorly. But I enjoy that because once you do learn how the system works, it's very satisfying to come up with these weird, wacky builds that do crazy things, like dual-wield sledgehammers that do 5d6 damage each. Actually, I'm lying. It's actually 8d6 damage each.
Jesus.
Yes. And that's legal. That's all completely rules legal. That's the cool things you can do with it. In the same way with Yu-Gi-Oh! If you're getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! And you don't, really get into Yu-Gi-Oh! Hard, you're going to be like, I'll summon a monster and pass my turn. Whereas once you get into Yu-Gi-Oh! Seriously, you can do full Snake Eye combos and basically perform Cold Fusion if you open the right hand.
Oh, jeez.
Yu-Gi-Oh! style, exactly painful.
And I do think a very important thing though is, yes, we may not be folks who enjoy like 5th edition or play it, but I respect the fuck out of it. Because just like you said, it's the best gateway game. And it's helped D&D become more mainstream, for better, and for some ways places worse. But generally, it has helped against the stigma. It has helped it become something that a lot of people can really enjoy. And it's funny, 9 times out of 10, I'm not even exaggerating the number, like almost every time I tell somebody, like I play tabletop, they're like, what's that? And I say, think like D&D and this and that. And then I tell them, but it's not D&D, there's other systems. Then what do you mean other systems? D&D is D&D, I don't get it. And then I explain to them, D&D is like one of 100, if not thousands of systems out there. And they're like, what? What do you mean by that? So it goes nuts really fast.
Absolutely. At the end of the day though, when it comes to like systems, the golden rule is as long as everyone at the table is having fun, doesn't matter what system you're using. You could be using D&D, you could be using Pathfinder, you could be playing Made RPG because you're based as hell. You know, as long as everyone's enjoying themselves, that's the important thing. And that's actually like one thing I think is understated about tabletop games. I think that a lot of people know the meme of rule 1 of D&D is the DM is always right. Rule 2 being if the DM is wrong, refer to rule 1. My personal take is rule 1, everyone should be having fun at all times. Or at least as much as possible. Like, sure, maybe if the party splits a bit, you can't always all be having fun, but as much as you can ensure it.
Exactly. There might be moments not everybody's on board with things, but absolutely. Yeah, let's get back to the campaign a little bit.
So I just had a few set pieces to show off. This is it's quite empty now because this was them visiting after the fact. This was Club Optic, which is a nightclub.
I love this place because the eye in the center for the optic is just like so.
I'm very subtle and clever.
Why do they call it optic?
Yes, the whole premise of the club was it was a club explicitly for Cyclops or one-eyed people. Hence why they've got eye. They actually have this Susie here is a half orc. She actually has 2 eyes, but she's allowed to work there because she wears an eye patch.
I remember we had to first sneak in here. We all had to like pretend we only had 1 eye some way.
Yeah, I don't seem to have it here, unfortunately. But there was the first time the party came here was for basically an orc's birthday party, and they ended up having to fight a bunch of the orcs to the point where it turned out one of the orcs was being basically mind controlled by a genie. And that orc just happened to be an orc idol.
An orc idol! Gorica!
Also...
Look at this fucking box! And these are like Warhammer-style orcs that like didn't have the quite same noses and stuff.
It's funny, I don't like Warhammer as a general rule, but I will make an exception for exactly the Warhammer 40k style of orcs. I love them. They are just wonderful. I cannot get enough of them. And,
oh my god, I'm just looking at the end. Oh shit, this is what I had a brief time playing Raylan.
Right, yeah. Remember Raylan, she'll come up again later.
Yes.
And I was about to say, Flyboy Wizducker, so one of those cross-campaign memes that just never disappeared is over here.
Flyboy Wizducker, right?
Flyboy Wizducker was a orc that appeared in my very first game, which I might show you guys that in a little bit. He was basically just like the leader of a group of orcs that strapped a rocket to his back so he could fly. And I just came up with the name because I thought it was a funny sounding name. And then one of the players said, you know, Flyboy Wizducker sounds like the coolest rapper name. He's about to drop the sickest beats you've ever heard. And I'm like, you know what? I'm rolling with this. So in this game, he literally is here as a rapper. That's why he's involved in the campaign. Also, his real name is Keith. There was a moment where, like, so he was working with Gorica here, who was, again, like, mind-controlled by a genie or something. And as, like, they were fighting, she was kind of, like, rapidly losing her persona, if you like, kind of quickly going away from, like, the cutesy idol kind of orc, just getting down to more typical orc things. And the moment they pushed her too far, and Flyboy was like, not sure if he was going to go along with her, she turned around and shouted, "Oh, shut up, Keith!" And that was the moment that managed to get him to defect and help the party out, because you do not call him Keith.
You do not. Man, you do not call Eminem Marshall Matters.
Exactly.
Holy shit. I forgot about, I think here, if you're wondering, this was a finale mosh pit when we did complete our mission. But originally, this was a battleground where the genie like summoned its thing. Oh, there it is. Yes.
It's very small. Hold on.
I believe it was Nah, that's okay. You grab the corner.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
it was a literal. Yeah, that was the thing we fought.
So this guy was
what a way to finish this by having us. Well. He did. What a way to finish though, when the battle's over and instead of just like, ugh, that was exhausting. Nah, you have a mosh pit and everybody like cheering and singing for you, and then the concert continues. Fucking Weiss here actually getting mosh pitted, like riding the wave.
I was just dragging these orcs onto the map as we were talking. Just put them all on there.
Yeah.
And in fact, that's
I
why some
love
of them are
that
wearing
kind of
pink.
stuff.
That's why some of them are wearing pink. They are specifically Gorica's fans.
Wear their idol's colors.
Yeah, in fact, this one's even got a hat on. Look.
The
Got a hat with a little heart on it.
This honestly, this is my dream. This is my dream. Like, as I get, I do this full time, but like, wanted to get to a start as where I do 3D concerts of like blue, like you know those glow sticks that they wave and stuff like that, and people make sure. This is my dream. This guy right here.
This guy here, specifically him.
Yeah, specifically him. It's got to be an orc. Sorry, you need green skin to be at my concerts.
Wow.
I
Can't believe it, Yomi. Time to cancel Yomi, everyone.
I'm sorry. Unless you have green skin. This bit could be taken out of context, but you guys know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I just realized too, Weiss.
There we go.
kinda
You
has
can be green for a little bit.
Yay! Yippee! I just realized Weiss kind of has a me vibe. I love her.
Yeah. The other ones we've got here. This wasn't necessarily that big of a set piece, but I want to show it anyway. Which
Sure. I'm just like enjoying looking at this all again.
Here we go.
More to think of the next campaign to show off. Oh, this actually really hurts after I see something now.
Oh, damn,
crabs.
yeah.
Crabs.
Yeah.
The crabs!
So this was just a regular mission. They were just going down the beach because there's an abnormal amount of crabs. That's it. Not every, and genuinely good advice, not every arc, not every mission has to involve a world-ending, universe-ending threat. Sometimes it's nice to just have, there's a bunch of crabs at the beach. We should go and investigate that.
Yeah, because our goal, we weren't like world saviors. We were in a organization that was meant to look at anomalies. I don't know if you said this while I was using
Anomalies not. Sorry, it's a reflex. I'm sorry. Oh, come on, don't act surprised now. You've known me this long.
Jack, we got an 07. Damn. God damn. I know! Listen, I don't know why I put up with you.
I don't know why you put up with me.
But yeah, it's like a big part of this kind of game was having an organization kind of thing, where we were just meant to discover anomalies. Not everything has to be world breaking. Just, hey, there's a weird flux of mana here, or this unusual amount of crabs. Like, this wasn't just, oh, like there's a lot. It's like, no, this is like a wave of them at times. Like, this is really fucked. This has to be supernatural kind of thing, yeah.
Also, as part of my commitment, so as you can probably tell, I make all these maps from scratch. It's part of why
you're so cool.
It's part of why I burnt out, if I'm entirely honest, because I was making everything from scratch. Because I had a very specific vision that I wanted to try and capture, and I didn't want to compromise on it. So I would make everything from scratch, from the maps to the characters, etc., etc. I get hung up on weirdly specific details, which is why you might notice, because you're at the beach, here, and here, and here, what do you always see at the beach?
Garbage?
Bird poop.
Not at my beach. But
you're lucky.
You're right.
The seagulls over here are very impolite. They make a mess everywhere.
Oh no. Yeah, the little details are so good like this.
Also twins.
Yes. Also, yeah, the another thing here is you can draw stuff.
Whisper.
Also, like, I was gonna say, with Whisper there, a really, really cool thing that we as DMs love to do is, just like with Flybo Wizdaka, reuse stuff. It's not reusing just to like save time, but also, hey, Whisper, you were the player character in our medieval fantasy game. Yeah, well, here's a modern version of them. Not related, obviously, but literally just like we brought them into this world as a separate character.
It's
Players love that stuff. I'm sure like all of our audiences like who know our characters and stuff like that. Like if you had a Helm-Chan as a completely different character like appear in one of your games as an NPC, people would eat that up. Or if I brought in like, or you know, Joker, good example. I brought like Celeste, like other people, you know, things that people know from my stuff. And they're homages. People love homages. So, yeah.
So after investigating.
Speaking of.
Yes, speaking of. This character over here. This is why you were saying it's a bit sad now because you look vaguely familiar.
Do you want to bring in GG?
Let's go somewhere else first because you guys have to investigate.
Okay.
And you guys have to investigate.
People are gonna lose their mind at this.
So this was like the first part of the group's investigation, and
I don't have any lighting in this one.
Oh, silly.
Actually, I don't have a token here.
You should. There's a Celeste right here. Hold on. I think I know why.
That's okay.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, we're relearning something we haven't touched in years.
You should be able to see it here. That's a weird thing.
No, I don't see anything.
Sometimes I feel alone. That's okay. This map doesn't have much on it anyway. It's this map that's got the real things on.
Oh, okay.
You still can't see that one? Let me see if I can fix that for you.
Yeah, I still can't see anything. Give it a moment. We're working with a system we haven't touched in a couple of years, and Roll20's had a lot of updates. So some of the stuff that we look through. You can just turn the lighting off.
You know what? That's absolutely true. This map 100% does not need lighting. Let me just disable that.
Yeah, that'll make it easier.
Okay, can you see now? What the heck?
No, I don't see anything.
I don't understand. There's no lighting on the map anymore. You should be able to see.
Let me refresh. Could be that.
I am so confused. Why is it not showing it?
I don't have a token here to touch. Or I don't have, because I can't highlight my token, it means I don't have player access of that token.
It says you should be controlled. I'm so confused because it says it's controlled by you. Let me just reallocate that, if that changes anything. Because
I'm the tokens from the past map and bring it over.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't know why that one's working and this one isn't. That's the weird thing, because it should be the same thing. But let me just grab this Celeste. Oh! No, I know why. Because I'm dumb. I didn't change the map. That would do it!
Oh! That'll do it.
I didn't actually change the map. I just moved myself to the map. I'm dumb. So, yeah, we had a Gura appearance. And this, of course, meant, because of it, it turned out that the crabs were being called because there was underground Gura concerts going on. And not only that, but these three guys in the middle here, they're shrimping. They are here to shrimp. I had to Google what a shrimp looks like to draw that. We had to wear shrimp.
We had to wear shrimps.
They weren't even hard. They were very weak enemies by the design, but yeah. Also,
this
bathtub pizza.
Bathtub pizza. I forgot about that. Cause we were really like we're always been fan of Hollow Live, but like
this was like right after Gura and then not like debuted, I think.
Yeah, this is when the whole COVID and 2020 and 2021 was like really a big VTuber time, and this whole investigation we had to find like crab balls of pain, and they had to like these wear shrimps and stuff. Keep in mind, Elise was a VTuber at that point. So, like, this weirdly funny thing happened where Elise asked her if she could go on.
Yeah!
Just realizing how fucking literal that is for me now.
Life imitating art, imitating life, or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. So we had an underground concert. Like, this is what I mean, too. Like, sometimes it's really cool to finish a part of a campaign off with just, like, a... hurrah, let's have fun. We fucking did it, let's celebrate.
Yeah.
So you voiced Gerda very well in it. It was really funny.
So, this was like my attempt at doing a big set piece one here, I think. Let me move this here. And I'll put
and people don't know that other shadowed figure. That was Ame.
It was Ame. I don't think you ever actually spoke with Ame. I kind of deliberately kept you guys away from her, but yeah. She was there kind of insofar as if you guys were paying attention, you got a hint. Yeah. So, this was like my attempt at doing one of my attempts at doing a big set piece. I'm not as good at it as Yomi, but I certainly tried. So this was for something that in-game was called Plane Jam. And essentially the idea was that you've heard of Game Jam. Well, this was a thing where wizards would make kind of demi-planes to kind of show off their cool wizarding powers. One of the NPCs used one to look into the mind of another NPC and try to kind of make a sort of almost like a living experience of her life. So like as it goes
I just
through,
realized you made a wizard convention.
Yes. So as they went through, there'd be like this character Catherine, who was like their boss. She'd appear there and be like narrating things. And unfortunately, because of how I did this, because I'm a dum-dum, you know what, I'm just going to turn off the lighting actually, it'll be easier. Because of how I did this, I did delete a lot of these tokens as we were going, unfortunately.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But here's what you can see though is these these boxes and stuff. These are meant to cut off into separate sections.
Yes.
So again, we could only see like if I went in here, or I go into the next room, I can't move it. If you can move it.
Oh, hold on. I know how to fix that. Yeah. So as
that
they were going,
would be all I could see.
Yeah, as they were going, they would be what's the word? You should have to move through now. They'd be going. They'd get to that season like snippets of this character's life. So like this was like when she was a child, and they saw her being separated from her sister by a mother and father that very clearly weren't, you know, very loving, shall we say? Not necessarily abusive, just. Okay, I'll tell you the full things. I don't think you've actually got to find it out. The long and short of it was that their parents basically married because they were both two very good bloodlines, with the agreement they both got to keep one kid and train him up. So it was very much kind of
right, because they were literally making like assassins and stuff. Like,
yeah. So it was very much like marriage of kind of power, if you like. And then as the party went along, there's see like, you know, at school down here getting bullied and such.
Oh yeah, that's what I did have. Now. And we had a fight here.
There were a few fights, yeah. The fights were all very abstract by default. It was a bit persona-y, you know. It was very much kind of supposed to be, you know.
Yeah, the blank fit.
Yes.
Yes.
And then
I remember now, and also I remember being like, I want to see this character more. I'm interested. DM be like, oh no, what have I done?
And the next step was then like, you know, seeing these two characters training up together. And they actually get to see the face and
it was here that we started being like, oh shit, this is Catherine's we began to realize, put the pieces together, like, oh, this is making more sense.
And then when they got to this part, things started to go a bit fucky. I don't remember exactly what I did with the effects here, but I know...
Oh god, yeah, you did really fucking glitchy shit. Doki Doki style. Oh no! Oh no! I forgot you did. Yeah, the glitch effects.
Yeah. So basically, the idea was, as about halfway through, it turned out that Catherine wasn't very thrilled about this character, kind of looking into her memories and kind of, you know, using them for her own means. So halfway through, Catherine, because Catherine's got some magic powers of her own, basically she started fucking with them.
She made her own history.
And there was a lot of glitchiness, and I even went full meta at one point with this, because at one point I would start to slip into Catherine's voice, and I changed my profile picture and my name on Discord to Catherine. And it's a bit cheesy, I'll admit, but I went full meta.
No, it was so cool!
Because it was just Catherine. Just Catherine.
Change the title screen! You know, you mentioned earlier with the photo with Fiona, like, this was the moment for me where I was like, see, you always doubt yourself, Helm, as a DM. But right now, I feel like the one who is undeserving and getting, like, spoiled out the wazoo. Like, I feel so... I can't even get the right word, but I was spoiled. I was giddy and kicking my feet. This one was so good.
Yes! I had someone draw this for me specifically for this.
It's Catherine.
Just Catherine.
Just Catherine.
Just Catherine. I
I make a will save.
Yeah! 16. Okay, take 16 points of Catherine. Make a Catherine
No,
save.
23. Damn it!
That was another thing as well. There was like a big
reroll.
fight
Oh
where
my
they
God.
fought like 4 different versions of Catherine, and over time the fight just devolved into nonsense. Where I'd be saying things like, make a Catherine save, and like, what's a Catherine save? And it's like, a Catherine save, make a Catherine save. It's not that complicated. You roll 1d20 and add your Catherine modifier.
So we love to fuck with our players in ways like this. We love it. It's good to have a great adventure, have a good story, and all, but when you get meta sometimes, like, it can be really, really good. And you nailed it with this one.
I had a lot of fun with this, and I do think everyone involved did as well. But I will say this with regards to
I didn't
this
sleep
idea.
that night.
Good. But with this kind of thing, though, I will say this as kind of my warning, is this is something that you should definitely not overuse. I actually said to you guys out of character, like, DM to players, I promise you I will not do this again. The reason being, not because I'm like, oh, I'm not scared of the players or anything. The reason being because if the players can't be sure of what's reality, that really ruins the game a lot of the time because, well, if you just assume, oh, it's probably another fuckery thing, then you're just going to goof around, You need to be able to be immersed and take it seriously, There's actually a monster in Pathfinder that is literally this as a boss. It's like a giant fungus, and when you get close to it, you fall asleep. You then believe you are living out the rest of your life while you are asleep. But you live it out like hyper quickly. You live out your entire life in your mind while you're asleep, and the plant's just like eating you because, ravenous fungus. But like in the bestiary, it will say like, oh, sometimes people that have been saved from this wake up and they struggle to deal with the fact that their wife and kids that they think they've known for 20 plus years never existed in the first place. And it's like, on the one hand, that's great horror. Like, I'm not going to pretend. That is a really cool horror device. But if you overuse it, it will lose its edge, and it just becomes kind of like, okay, I mean, is this real now? I guess, sure, like...
Yeah, you don't exhaust the players on
Yes.
that.
Another one like that.
Important advice for players. I mean, for DMs especially.
Yes. Another similar thing with that, stealing from the party. That is my DM's secret trick that I tell to all DMs. If you need the party to go anywhere, to fight anyone, steal from them. It doesn't have to be something expensive. It doesn't have to be something even necessarily valuable. But nothing pisses players off more than stealing from them.
They will get when we get it back.
Exactly. One more set piece here. Actually, no, I've got 2 more.
Yeah.
I lied.
No, go ahead. That also lines up with one more, which is party betrayal. Like, if they have a very important NPC in the party, you really don't want to have everybody under the sun betray them. Do it once,
you have no tokens on this one. Hold on. You paste a character here. You should have a Celeste here.
Yeah.
No, you don't have a Celeste here now. Why do you not have a Celeste here now?
Here's a Celeste. You live here now.
It should be a Celeste. You know what? We'll just turn this light off.
That's fine.
If I was a good VTuber, I would have tested this ahead of time. Haha. Got him. There we go. I know why you can't see that Celeste, because it's a GM layer.
Oh man, this place.
Yep. So it's abandoned now because they killed everything in here, but this was a hospital dungeon. Yay! Extra player hospital dungeon.
This was the coffin. Like, this was good horror. This one fucked with me.
There was an
also, I believe Dead by Daylight was a big thing that influenced around this time.
Yes, absolutely. I was getting into DBD around that time. Actually, there's a fun thing here, actually. Do you remember this room, Yomi? I guess shift click doesn't ping you anymore? Over here. You not see that? Am I on the DM layer again?
Could be.
I am on the DM layer, that would explain it. Okay, over here, this room.
Yeah, the coffins.
So, the party were teleported to this place. I actually don't remember what happened before you got here. But
I don't remember either how we got here, but I remember this.
There was a bit of fun foreshadowing I had here because there were 4 party members at the time, 5 party members including Celeste. 4 of the party members woke up in these coffins. Celeste woke up in a box. And that
I'm
was
the
the
small
first,
one.
and that was the first piece of foreshadowing for something later.
Oh my god, wait, I only just thought of that.
Yeah,
Wait, because she's an android.
Yeah.
And you don't put machines in a...
Yeah.
Oh my god, you son of a bitch. I didn't think about that.
So
See,
Celeste,
because she was freaked out. Ah.
Celeste was an android, and out of character. Well, I don't know if everyone knew it, but obviously me and Yomi knew it. We planned around it. In character.
No, nobody knew. I kept it a full secret.
I couldn't remember if you had or not. So
Yeah,
in
it was a full
character,
secret.
Celeste had no idea she was an android. She was a robot the whole time, and she had no idea. And this was my very first subtle hint at that. Because, yeah, of course, robots don't go in coffins when we shut down. You put us in a box. Which, it kind of worked as well.
You son of a bitch.
Because Celeste being, like, very small, she's, like, the one that could fit the most in a box anyway.
Yeah, and it freaked out even more because Celeste was the... she was a gremlin. She was a very positive, very silly, but also, you know, she was a little shit. She was the funny one. And she was a mischief maker, the gremlin. So seeing her upset was near impossible. Like, it was very hard to make her upset. One of her fears is being alone. And when this happened and she walked into this room, she fucking bawled. Like, she hugged, like, the first one that I remember, like, punching on the boxes trying to get people out. She you destroyed her with this moment. And I didn't even realize the second part. God damn. Also, when she was put in the box, she actually just thought I was like, oh, it's because I'm short. I get it. Fine. Fuck.
So, there was actually 2 maps for this. They're not, the second one isn't anything too special, it was just kind of more of the same. But the third one was kind of the real meat and potatoes of it all. Because, hold on, let me paste this here.
Sure, while you're grabbing that, I am finding some of the artwork that you did as well for this. You drew some chibis.
Oh yeah! This is when I was kind of starting to get into using alcohol markers a little bit. I was trying to get better at doing art with those.
I loved those! I love those.
I do like how these turned out. The chibis, I really like the chibis actually. The other one, like, I like the art okay, but I was using very cheap markers at the time, but the chibis look really good.
Actually, I just found this too.
Yes! Gobos! Gobamos.
Gubbas.
It's funny, you draw Celeste as a goblin, she barely changes. She's just green.
I know, right? Oh, God.
So this was what it turned out. I don't remember the full plot here. But I remember that basically this was Baphomet. And he had gotten fucked up by something. And...
Yeah, this is when our characters really realized how much we got in over our heads on some stuff. Because, like, we just fought like crabs and met a VTuber last week, huh?
Suddenly Baphomet!
Yeah! Oh, hi!
And, yeah, he had gotten royally fucked up by something. I don't remember, it's been a while. But, he ended up, he summoned them to... I don't remember what he was doing with them, what he asked you to do, actually. He asked you to do something, but I don't remember exactly what.
It was a long time ago,
Yeah. But, anyway, this was where you found him in his...
But yeah.
Yeah, he was being, like, operated on, was the idea. I'm gonna find another...
Oh, this scared
We never even fought him, actually.
No, good. You think we were gonna fight him?
Yeah.
That was the thing. We're like, we know working with him is evil, but it's either that or we die. Yeah, that was huge.
I found this map real quick. This is not what I was looking for, but this map. This was where you fought all the Catherines. Oh, again, lighting. Derp. This place is less than.
No worries. Oh, and it had like this was the glitched.
Yeah, so it's just everything. Nothing makes sense. Like, you've got a pool table just here, like the tree's upside down, like just trying to deliberately make it look messed up. I don't know why there's so many chips packets everywhere. I'm not quite sure why that was, but there we go.
When you tilt the Nintendo 64 cartridge.
Basically. Okay, so this all came to an end. The final part of the campaign happened when the party went to a robotics factory, and while they were there, they got attacked by demons.
Oh.
Which led them all into basically the final dungeon, which I'm just gonna plonk you down, and I'll do the thing again where I just remove the lighting so you can move. Actually, I need the lighting on. I can just decide over the borders. There we go.
Yeah, bring us over to that map.
So this
Out of the
should
glitch
work.
room, into the next one.
So this was our final dungeon. You guys started here, if I recall correctly.
I think this was where we started, yeah.
Why is the pig not
These
working?
were androids, and we didn't...
There we go.
Oh, there it is.
That's where you
there we
started.
go.
Yeah,
Oh,
so-
man.
So this was like this underground science facility. Or actually, extraplanar science facility, I should say.
Just say the way you drew like the chains and stuff was fucking sick. Yeah.
I need to look up an asset here. I need to do the final boss for this area because I don't remember what they were called, and I've deleted them off the map.
You're
clearly.
good.
So bear with
It's
me
one of
one
those cool
second.
things again where like as a player, we don't zip our tokens around the way you see me doing. You had to move it like one at a time, obviously.
Yeah.
Because if you just suddenly did this, it's like, well, hold on, like I had something for step 2. You can't like hop over things.
Yeah, if you've only
But,
had the
exploring
DMs
this.
probably waiting on you to step on a certain tile so they can say, hold on a
Yeah,
minute.
hiding traps is a huge thing you could do in this too. Traps, ambushes, there could be, again, a monster, like, right here, and I take one step. It's like, oh, roll for initiative. This creature's right here. It's like, oh. I should have rolled that perception check. Oops.
Oh, I know why I can't find it. I'm in the wrong search bar. Jeez, but some stuff I've used, I've forgotten what interface is what.
Oh, yes. Oh my god, I forgot Celeste had swirling glasses. Of course I had
Of
swirling
course she has
glasses.
swirly glasses. It's you.
It's me.
There we go.
Well,
Okay,
computer nerd.
I found it. But yeah, so as they were going through here, like they were dropping hints and things. My favourite moment was when if you go through the doors, you've got no wall collision. There you go.
Oh, gotcha.
So I had an order for them to go through, and when you went through the workshop, this is when I kind of dumped the very important lore bits. You guys got attacked by these like robot things, these like skeleton guys.
Yeah.
He just wants to give you a hand.
Just gonna give me a hand.
And I remember part of this was one of them summoned like a swarm of nanobots, and it kind of washed over the whole party. And I said, everyone make a reflex save. People rolled their reflex saves. I rolled damage for everyone. So I'm saying like, okay, at least you take 12 damage. Zoe, you take 6. Celeste, you heal 8 HP.
Right.
And that was the moment where it's like, here's your big hit.
Right. Oh, DMs messing with players like that and fucking with your history. It's so much fun.
And for the record, like, Yomi had given me full permission to do this. There's a difference between DM messing with your history to be a dick, and DM messing with your history to make it more interesting and to give the player a more fun experience.
Yeah, it's very important. Oh my god, the gun room. It's very important, and I really do want to stress this because you and I, we actually did have a moment in the past before, if you don't mind me bringing up, about the were-rat.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, it's very important for players and the DM to be comfortable with any dramatic changes of the player's character. That's their baby. That is their once-a-week escape from the real world to actually be someone they're very happy. So if you make a character and you want the player to be able to do something to them, it's always important to have that discussed early on. There was a moment where I had the idea of something happening to Whisper, one of your other characters. It involved losing an arm.
Yeah!
But we talked about that. And I told you, like, this is a thing that's going to happen. I can't tell you all the details, but I promise it's not going to affect your stats. It's going to be for more story. And you were okay with that. If you weren't okay with it, I don't want to do that to your character. So Celeste, I as a person knew that Celeste was an android. I had that stats. I had that racial type. But the players didn't know. I didn't know. And I wanted it to be, like, fucked with in ways that Helm could just do whatever. So they had full permission. I think the only time, like, I was bothered, and this was just because we were so strict to the rules for this campaign, because this campaign was the first time you did a pre-written, like, thing. It was Curse of the Crimson Throne.
Yes.
Was
Not a module I would recommend.
Yeah, it
was
wasn't
like
a fun module.
It was really weirdly balanced, where encounters were either absolutely trivial or like bull-bustingly impossible. There was no middle ground.
There was some good story bits, though. I admit there was some parts of the story
There
I really liked.
was. Some of the story bits were neat. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a character who was very important to me. I mean, of course, your characters are, and I had a big history for. And I got bit by a were-rat, and apparently, like, I actually didn't know this. Like, when you get bit by a lycanthrope, you have to roll a fortitude, and if you fail it, you now are affected by lycanthropy. And to be told, and again, this isn't your fault, because you were following the campaign's notes, but to be told, your character is now going to transform into a rat every so often, I'm like, fuck, kill this character. I don't want to play it anymore. Like, this, I absolutely hate this. If folks don't know, I actually, like, lycanthropy actually makes me genuinely uncomfortable. Not as a concept, but, like, it's a gut reaction, like a visceral reaction I have. And they didn't understand at first, but it's an important thing where, yeah, if a player, their character is very important to them. So make sure the DM and the player are both comfortable if they're going to put them through some fucked up shit or going to make some genuine changes. And that's a learning experience. I had to learn that too. I used to make that mistake early on in my first D&D games as well. I did something to that. Hell, technically the "you're like me" was unwarranted, but I then talked to you later about like, if you were okay with me doing stuff with her history.
Exactly. I think that it's a fairly common new beginner DM mistake to make. To feel like you I was gonna say like you can. I mean, of course you can, but to feel like you should do those sort of things. I remember when I mean, because, you know, going back some years now, when I first started DMing, I remember feeling like, well, if the players get out of a fight and they haven't lost anything apart from some spells per day, well, the fight's not left a mark on them. What's the point of it? That's how I used to think of it when I first started DMing. But then I'm like, oh no, the whole point of it is fighting monsters is fun. It doesn't have to. Not every fight has to be like a huge life-changing event for the characters involved. Like sometimes you just want to bonk some skeletons on their head.
Sometimes you want to fight crabs. Crabs. Sometimes you want to fight androids. Yeah. And that's part of our experience as we're talking today is like we want to go off about a little bit of generally good lessons for players and stuff to do.
Oh, I remember now. Sorry.
Go ahead.
This was related to a divine spark. That was it.
Yeah.
Celeste was referred to as the divine spark, or either the divine spark or having the divine spark, basically as being an android that was aware. Because the guy that had made Celeste made quite a few failed Celestes, shall we say.
I'll go to them. Yay! Oh my god, I forgot about this.
This was our final boss.
Oh!
So, like, full disclosure, obviously, I traced significant amounts of this, but I wanted to make sure the final boss was something that was memorable.
Oh! Right!
Yep.
Ha ha. Ha. I'm in danger.
You're in danger.
Oh my god.
Robot Diamond, yep. It was I don't know what I set this as. It was obviously not quite as powerful, but the file I have for this is referred to as Mechanized Trask.
Yeah, this guy created all sorts of... you guys can see the concept now. This giant place of...
And that's a beam saber on
all sorts of machines. Yes! And you can... I'm actually like tilting a little bit here. You can... The hair color is different. Like, you can see, like, those were failed versions of her.
You actually got art of Celeste in their outfit.
I do! Which I did bring up because I eventually was like, you know what? The leotard lab coat? That's fucking great. So I eventually... The end of this all, Celeste actually took this lab over and occasionally, like, instead of being at the main base of November Sky, she's like, I'm here today. I'm working on these projects. I'm making more of me. And Celeste got really silly about it. Like, yeah, you know, self-cess is probably a good thing now. She is that much of a girl. Like, she took it very seriously, obviously, but she knew how to always crack a joke.
I mean, when you're a robot, like, self-cess isn't really a big deal, to be honest.
You know, when it comes to making babies, but you are a robot, it's really just following the instruction manual.
It's really not as exciting as people think it is, I'll just say that.
Exactly.
Also, I finally remembered where this was on the interface. I can find this.
Also, folks, let us know if there's anything that happens audio-wise. I know Discord for the last couple of weeks has been a little fucky, where after an hour or two in Discord calls, the audio gets bad. So please let us know if one of our quality starts buzzing a bit.
Thankfully, on minor things you sound alright, so it should be okay. But yeah, do let us know if anything goes weird. I can't this now, and I'm really annoyed because I know we had this one asset for Celeste.
I have Final Frontier ready as well.
Well, here we go. This will work.
It was. I would love to do more with this. Oh my god! Oh. Okay. So there's a spell called. The spell is called Mad Monkeys, and what it does is it literally summons a 20 by 20 foot square of monkeys.
Yep.
And monkeys would disarm and trip. They'd cause all sorts of chaos. But for Celeste, she was a caster, obviously. I wanted all of her abilities to fit her theming. And this is something I really, really love, which is don't just I cast Fireball, a Fireball comes out. So, well, no, I cast Fireball, but it's like it's blue and explodes in glitter because that fits the character or so. So for Celeste, when she did say Burning Hands, she summoned a digital shotgun and blew them up with a shotgun. Or if she did Fireball, it was a giant FU napalm bomb that dropped. Or my favorite was Create Pit. It was like digital 1s and 0s that appear under the enemy, and they like glitch through the world. So of course, Mad Monkeys was a bunch of derpy Celestes just mocking you, pantsing you, doing all sorts of dumb shit, and like stealing weapons and putting it down with cleavage, like just absolute gremlin behavior. I love this kind
That
of
was
shit.
great. That was wonderful. It's something that I think that,
Players.
again, more games should encourage to do. Like,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, players, please customize your stuff. Don't just say I swing. If your character is meaty, mention how hard they hit. If your character is finesse-like, but they're still wielding a sword, explain a little bit about the finesse of it. If you're a caster, maybe even if they use haste, that's to speed them up. Make it cool. When Celeste hasted them, everyone got an energy drink. Like a digital energy
drinks.
Yeah, go make it fun. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Like, I'm super passionate
No, it's fun. No, I agree with you. I was about to say, it's quite funny, really, because I actually can't think of... Well, okay, I can think of a few systems that do encourage you to do that, but it's quite funny that what I would consider to be the big two systems, Pathfinder and D&D, are actually quite negative on that. Like, a lot of D&D spells, a lot of Pathfinder spells are actually very, prescriptive about how the effects look. Like, you cast Mage Hand, it describes it as a spectral floating blue hand. Well, that kind of kills any sort of originality that you could do with that. Obviously you can homebrew this, but as it rules as written, that's what you've got to deal with. If I can do a bit of unpaid shilling, not sponsored, hashtag not sponsored, hashtag could be sponsored, call me. One system that I've fallen in love with recently is a system called Fabula Ultima. And one of the things that system does that I adore is it actively encourages you to reskin things. Literally, they have a section of like example character builds. One of the example character builds is a gambler type character. And the weapon they give them is throwing knives. And then immediately after, in brackets, it says reskinned as playing cards. Instant flavor.
Yes.
Way nicer, way better.
Flavor things. Exactly.
Exactly.
God, I love that kind of stuff so much. Like, I had my character, Ellie Lane, and she's that very same thing. She is a tarot card reader. She's
more Ellie
elf
now,
mommy, a bit
Lars.
mischievous. I really need to bring her back. Maybe... I need something to spur her in my brain again. That's the thing with Mosies. Right now, it's really about... Kana, Joka, and Cynthia. And obviously, myself as Yomi are like my big ones. And Celeste is really getting up there too. I need to like,
Good.
You know me. I go in
Yeah.
phases with my OCs, and there's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And I haven't even been able to play most of them in tabletop. That's a sad thing. Like I mentioned, both Kana and Cynthia. I never got to play them as anything more than NPCs.
Yeah, unfortunately, you were kind of our forever DM.
I was. There were a couple mini games that would go on, but
Yeah.
and of course, obviously the ones that you got a chance to run.
Yeah. Speaking of games you DM though, I'm pretty much done with Urban Arcana. I think that's about everything. Unless there's anything you think for me you'd like to see?
At Urban Arcana.
Anything you can remember that you'd like to see before we go off to a different one?
I want to be in one of your games again.
I wish I had the time to.
Yeah. I can't think of anything off the top of my head here. Other than
that's
just
fine,
I love
yeah.
the thing you do the best is, for me, is you make some of the best character designs and really know how to build these characters up. Like Catherine, that thing earlier, the whole thing about her history and the background and how deep it went, that's incredible. And not only is she like a great character and a great design, but you know how to really build up off of it. And I mean, hell, my character Celeste, like her 2.0, look, you designed this. All of these designs. You do an amazing job at creating characters or turning them into husbandos and waifus or just likable. Fuck, Joka is someone you made. She is now not only like a big part of my streams, there's gonna be merch of her next year.
This is true.
So that says a lot. So give yourself that kind of credit, absolutely.
I appreciate it. No, I always enjoy people just enjoying my characters and the things I do with them.
Yeah. Unless you do like role plays and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We can always get back to.
Yeah, in that case, then we can move away from Urban Arcana and maybe look at what one do we look at next?
I was thinking Final Frontier, because
Let's
these
go.
were more modern than the ones we were doing.
Yeah, let's go.
I was thinking we can talk about a more classic medieval, I would say medieval fantasy, but like a high fantasy classic D&D campaign.
Actually, a great segue actually as we go to Final Frontier real quick, because you mentioned earlier about how some people seem to have the opinion that in a game like Pathfinder that is very much rewarding of optimization, that you can't roleplay in it. I'm going to add on to that. I know a lot of people that will hear the words human fighter and they will roll their eyes and they'll go, oh wow, human fighter, wow. What's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Vanilla? Well, what do you like to drink? Water without any ice? And it really annoys me because my human fighter from this campaign, Whisper, was one of the most fun characters I've ever roleplayed in my entire life. She was a gigantic ham. She ate up every moment of it. She chewed the scenery whenever she could, and I adored her. I think a genuine big mistake that a lot of people that are new to role-playing games, and even just role-playing in general, you tend to see this with like text role-playing as well, like forum role-playing and the like. I think inexperienced role-players and occasionally more experienced role-players that are perhaps not so, what's the word I'm looking for here? Good. Occasionally mistake the idea for what their character is, making them interesting as opposed to who their character is. Whisper is a human fighter. That is in itself not terribly exciting, but I have not got the time to sit here and explain to you everything about Whisper's personality. We would be here a very long time. Suffice it to say, she was anything but boring. By comparison...
Look, literally the stars in her eyes.
Stars in the... Oh my god, I forgot that actually. Because you shaded this. I forgot that you put the stars there.
Yes, I think where you give the flats and I do the shading.
Yeah.
If you guys don't know, Helm does this, I do this. It's an amazing thing because I love her designs. I am very bad at cooking with the beginning stuff. And so Helm puts together all these unique concepts and designs and then, hands it to me and I do the render and shading and we just really make things pop. And I fucking love how this works out.
It turned out so good. I will confess again, I did trace the sword. I can't make weapons that good, but I
don't blame you.
I needed something very... Of all my characters, Whisper needed a flashy sword. She needed a flashy sword because she's a very flashy character. My point being,
Which
Whisper...
was originally... Anyway.
Yes! So Whisper was originally a guy. And in fact, the character of Whisper inspired another one of the characters in our board game, Artorias. And basically, Whisper was a hero. Big, grand hero. Whisper speaks in a third person. Whisper poses dramatically. Whisper loves his fans. Whisper loves thwarting evil. But most of all, Whisper loves Whisper. I love Whisper. He/she, depending on what part of the campaign we're talking about, was a joy to play. And essentially the idea was, at the start of the campaign, they were in like a hero academy. Whisper was a teacher at the academy, but we now need to try and find an explanation for why Whisper, who is, a higher level hero, would be on par with the low level students. Well, the TLDR is, shenanigandery happened, Whisper got turned into small woman, and suddenly, haha, what's muscle memory?
Yeah, it wasn't about gender making her depowered. It was about like losing 2 feet of like
Yes.
height and not knowing how to balance yourself off and like how to fight that way. But that's why leveling up was less of growing stronger and more of regaining the past memory of like how to fight and stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, she lost about like 1.5 feet, lost about 100 pounds, and lost about 15 years.
I am more than happy to open this one up. Can we take a brief break though? My coffee ran right.
Oh, of course,
Yes,
yeah,
I'm
no
having
problem. We'll
coffee
take,
at
we'll take a little bit
almost
of brief break then, yeah.
9.
We'll be back in
Yeah.
a few, everyone. See you guys very, very shortly.
Yes, you're gonna see one more amazing. Well, who knows how many more campaigns? I'll be right back. Trying to catch me right at my
And
here.
we're back.
Welcome back.
There we go. We're all good. We're back.
I wouldn't blame you.
And the lights are out again. Whoops.
Should really fix that. Is it
I mean,
Joker?
I haven't seen Joker. She's not normally around here, to be honest.
That's true. That's true. Maybe she'll visit sometime this week.
Hold on a sec, Yomi. Hold on a sec. Could you just hold still a second, could you? Just hold still. I just need to check something. I think you're radioactive.
Huh?
distracted from him there.
I mean,
you're blowing an awful lot. I'm just saying.
listen, I've been trying out a couple of new potions recently. The last one did turn me into a turkey. So there might be some strange after effects.
I'm sorry, they turned you into a what?
A turkey. Gobble gobble.
A what?
A turkey?
Turkeys nuts! Got him!
Oh, I just blew my mouse up.
Wait, what did you do?
That's fine. I broke my I hit my mouse and I think I just broke the shell off of my mouse.
Oh no!
This is fine. This is great.
Oh no!
Hey guys, I gotta put a new mouse on my throne soon. Whoopsie. I may have broken something on stream as a joke.
How did you manage that? What did you even do? What did you even do to do that?
I hit it at a funny angle with my hand to make a sound, but the case. Oh my god, no! I think I broke it off. Well, this is fine. Look, I am the dumb one. We all know this. Rip Yomi's mouse. Fuck!
No! Oh, I feel responsible now!
No! The dad joke destroyed her dad joke destroyed it! Yeah!
Have I become too powerful?
Yes. Yes.
I guess I'll just have to ban myself then. Good luck,
Yeah,
Yomi.
ban yourself. Everybody ban Helm.
Now. Goodbye!
That Helm's a real piece of work, huh? I mean, technically, I may have to work on her sometimes. That's why I have Helm-Chan.
Hello, yes, it is I, Frog the Jam. How are you doing today, Yomi? This is how Frog the Jams speak. Would you like to engage in some level rank Link 2 plays?
I cast Gun.
Understandable. Have they?
Have they. Good. That's what I thought. I have to put up with you sometimes. You see why we don't stream together all the time? Or it's a little too powerful if we were together all the time, so...
Yeah, honestly is. To think a decent monster could put Yomi's mouse in. Honestly, yeah. That's gonna be...
Somebody blue screen her.
Yomi, that does not, oh god, no, that does not mean what you think it means, Yomi.
What do you mean?
That does not mean what you think it means. Yomi, what do you think that means?
It means giving you a soft reboot?
We're going to have a talk later about robot terminology.
Okay.
If
we do, then I'm going to respond to you by having a conversation about the refractory period of tieflings.
Is that about like how they refract light?
Seems we're both going to have a talk.
I guess we're going to learn a few things today.
Yeah, we're going to learn a few things. See, but Nathos gets it. Vaughn gets it.
Anyway, before we have to mark this stream as an 18+ one.
Ooh, pink. So this campaign has a rarity. It's a campaign that actually met its proper finale.
Mm-hmm.
Some campaigns die off. Many actually do. Some campaigns, the DM wants to end early, so they come up with a shorter planned finale. But rarely does one get planned out and actually finishes. And there's nothing wrong with any of those other things said. Now, the game starts, I always have these world maps, so the players can update their tokens, the players know where they're at. They had a caravan, so I had the interior of the caravan right here, which I would update, which I found hilarious that Whisper had a Whisper bobblehead and a Whisper poster.
Oh, absolutely.
At her spot.
Whisper was ahead of the game. Like, if Whisper was in a modern game, Whisper would be VTubing as Whisper.
This entire game, its premise was starting off at they started the academy. Like you said, Whisper was one of the teachers there.
God, this
But the
map,
other
I
player
forgot, this map was huge.
Yeah.
My computer struggled with this map, actually.
Oh, did it? So I
Yeah.
actually want to go back to it briefly, too. We had Whisper, Bridget, Ilaria, and Mitsuki. Mitsuki had Hero, which was their familiar. So we had the fighter, the rogue, the wizard, and the healer, the cleric. Those aren't the
Actually,
exact classes.
Whisper was a fighter, Mitsuki was a shaman, which is a very fun class, but it's a lot of bookkeeping. Would not recommend it if you're trying to play 2 characters at once, I'll just say that.
Yeah. And Ilaria technically was an arcanist, but to simplify, just saying like wizard, rogue, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We had archetypes, like Bridget was like a knife particular like styled rogue, with like a bit of ninjutsu later, and like all sorts of crazy stuff. Which actually, that's the flavoring thing too. We flavored stuff as ninja. Oh god, you want some nostalgia?
Go on. Oh, yes!
The chibi art when we finished the game.
This was the same artist that did your chibis as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the one that does all of my
Yeah.
all of my.
I was saying when you stepped away at the start of Urban Arcana that the one for the end screen for that one as well.
That's true. Yeah, it's Bunsel. I work with him for a lot of things. Now, the whole it chugged computers thing. It's like before here. All of these were tiles. Everything was a piece. I actually, if I had to roughly guess, like each of these rooms had well over like 100 pieces. So there probably easily was like 1,000 pieces per.
And the funny thing is, like, I remember at one point saying to you, Yomi, you've got
Astaria.
Photoshop, or we had something that you used for like graphic writing. Why don't you make your maps in that? And I remember you saying, I could do that, but I don't, because this way, if you guys are like having a fight and you want to break down a door or a pillar or something, I can just remove it. And I'm like, you know what? That's a level of dedication I cannot hope to match.
Allow me to give a great example. This is the first floor of the academy. That's right, first floor. The academy almost got destroyed.
Oh gosh, yes. Wow, I forgot about this.
So, when it almost got destroyed... let me remove the lighting here, actually.
Yeah. The lighting's great when you're playing the game, but not the best for showing it off, unfortunately, sometimes.
Yeah, so I'm just going to remove that. Yeah, the academy had... why is a ship here, Yomi? Portals. So this is why I built my maps on Roll20. Why is this portals? They basically opened a time dimension, and everything started coming out of portals. Everything started coming out of portals. It was fucking great.
That was wonderful.
And the cool thing was, like, you guys are big bad heroes.
As I recall, Whisper spent that entire, this part of this, like, set piece, without any armor, because it was the middle of the night when it all kicked off. So Whisper was running through the academy wearing nothing but his helmet and his heartfelt boxers.
Yeah, that's right! So, let me backtrack a bit here. So this whole academy, I just want to show this off again, floor by floor, with all the stuff here. Like, here is, like, in order, like, yeah, there's stuff in the GM layers. Each of these were different floors. The people are coming on in.
Yeah, lots of new faces there. Hope you guys enjoy yourselves here tonight. Having a good old chat about all our games of the past.
And I'd put stuff in the GM layers. These ones that are semi-transparent. These are things you could see through. Okay, let me bring some familiar faces in.
Oh man, this room, I remember this room because Whisper had a very particular routine whenever this room was involved. So Whisper had this very particular vocal quirk where she would always speak in the third person.
Or Draven.
And Draven. And whenever she entered this room in particular, she would throw the doors open and announce, "Whisper enters dramatically!" And when everyone sits down at the tables, Whisper would go over to a seat, look at it for a moment, and then put one foot on the seat so she can pose and look thoughtful while the meeting's going on.
Yes, I remember now. Oh god. So, yeah, this was the meeting room for any big missions. The academy itself. Like, what did I say before? It's always cool to have a mission room, a home base. This was a school. You can see it says classrooms. Let me like move Whisper around. Like classroom 2, 3. These were all classrooms. I actually did a. This was actually inspired by Little Witch Academia. I even used Little Witch Academia. It means like auditorium where Whisper had all of their memories. Like this was the faculty office. This is where like Miles' thing was. This was just again one of the many floors. And so if we go to like floor 3, as this loads in, and I'm gonna paste Whisper in. Yeah, we had like storage, supply rooms, more classrooms. The Academy store. Yeah, you could buy swords at the Academy store. Why not?
That is a hero academy. Yeah, I need those sort of things.
Oh, here's what I mean. Who was at the Academy blacksmith?
Orn.
My name's Orn. I don't like it that much. Give me a medal, I'll give you a hammer. It's fun doing that. It's fun to just like grab characters like that. Which this had faculty rooms. I didn't actually make all the faculty rooms except for like obviously Whisper had Whispers. The Academy lounge, like they were all here. This was a 4-floor academy, which also had damaged variations. We haven't even started talking about the whole campaign.
I think...
I'm just kind of showing this place off.
I don't want to put words in your mouth here, but I always got the impression that if there was one thing you enjoyed more than making these maps, it was fucking them up after you made them.
You are very correct. You are very, very correct. These are the students' rooms, and this is where the campaign started, was the students shared rooms together. And I would customize them too. So like they all had this like similar layout here. But this one, obviously, some important characters lived in. So I put like, I think this was Lucas's. Lucas was a mechanic. And, oh, because Bridget was with Lucas, right? Here's Bridget's stuff. This was Lucas and Bridget's room. Had the fun of building a Jenga tower, watching it inevitably collapse? Yeah.
Yes.
Also, they had constructs to guard things. Corky! Corky's here! Hello! Did you bring me food? I also just like being an absolute shit. And also, off-map, you would always have stuff here. So, like, I actually populated with all the students. And trust me, like, when I say students, the students could be any age. Some of them were, like, in their 30s, you know? Some of them were, like, in their 20s. Because it wasn't a place for like, kids. It was a place for heroes. And so, speaking of heroes, Nisa, literal just hyper-dimension Neptunia, Nisa, why not? Oh my god, Ziku, hold on.
I remember early on, so Draven and Whisper had like this weird kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, Whisper and Draven had this weird kind of like one-way rivalry where Draven hated Whisper and Whisper was too stupid to realize Draven hated Whisper. Like Draven could literally say something like I'm going to actually kill you in your sleep, and Whisper would be like, oh Draven, you and your wacky sense of humor.
God.
And I remember early on they had like a sparring match and they and Draven lost and as punishment had to wear a maid outfit.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that. Holy shit. Also, if you want to move to the like over towards me for a second.
Sure. Let me just scoot over.
This is a really cool thing. I started using this more. There was a journal, and in the journal, let's just go to White Phoenix Academy. Let me just open the students. I mentioned Corky. Hey, anyone ever want to see Corky's full image? It's right here. Anyone ever want to see Adele? Which Adele became a very important character.
Too bad she didn't get to be an important character in the game she's from.
Honkai, fuck you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
No, you're allowed. So I actually would have like all of the character stuff like here. So if you ever just wanted to see like, hey, what was the name of that person that in Glyph? Like, oh yeah, Mary, of course.
Oh man, I miss Mary.
Mary was a gem. She is a character that had huge growth too. She had a, and honestly, she's kind of like me in a lot of ways. More I think about it.
Yeah, I could definitely see a parallel universe where you know, if you weren't Yomi, you were more like Mary. I'm gonna scoot back over.
It could be. You're right. Yeah, you can get back now.
Yeah.
So the academy, the whole premise of this game started off as you're at an academy, we're training heroes, So we're going to send you on these missions to take care of like smaller things. Makes sense, like, oh, this town is having some sort of like issue around like their well and Vistra was like one of your first places. And this, because you can see it's sort of like regular Whisper. Also, we had Gal as well. Great player. They had to quit because life got in the way. But it was like an investigation, and you guys eventually found you had to go like in the well and stuff. And this as well was like your very first. This was the very first dungeon you guys ever had. Yeah, they climbed the rope down here, and it was a very small dungeon because literally the players were level 1.
That's another thing I think is quite easy for people to forget. Like, I've heard stories of people that get new into something like D&D, and they'll write out this really elaborate backstory for their characters, and it's like you realize you are literally like a level 1 character, right? Like, you've done nothing. Like, you've maybe had a few fights that you got out of without dying. Like, that's about the most you can hope to achieve at level 1 realistically.
Yeah. That's
See,
exactly.
I like that. Okay, I need to hijack for a moment. I hijack for a moment for the CR 1/3 dog story.
You're allowed.
So, we mentioned earlier that we played, I briefly DM'd a pre-written module called The Curse of the Crimson Throne. As I said a little bit ago, it's very badly balanced. Some fights are complete cakewalks for the party, some fights are brutally difficult. The very first fight, I think it has to be the first fight, I don't think there's any way of avoiding it, potentially, is against 3 guys and their dog. Again, you're level 1 characters, you're not meant to be badasses, you're just, beating up some thugs, basically. Party fights these guys, take out the 3 guys with no problem. The dog is still attacking. Now, the thing about Pathfinder's rules is small creatures are very hard to hit because they're small. Have you ever tried to swat a flyer with a pencil? Not easy. And,
yeah.
And unfortunately, because no one in the party was like a druid or had good animal handling skills, they weren't able to talk the dog out of, the fight. So the fight's just going on. But the thing is, dogs aren't very strong. They're not very good at hitting people. So the dog is trying and failing to hit the players. The players keep trying and failing to hit the dog. This goes on for several turns. Eventually, we're laughing about it after a point, it's so ridiculous, this one tiny dog is causing trouble, and they finally beat it. This dog is what is referred to as challenge rating 1/3. On average, a challenge rating indicates the average party level that one of these creatures is acceptable for. So a 1/3 creature, 3 of those are a challenge for one level 1 character, basically.
Yep.
And so from then on, whenever we had a fight where the party just kept rolling badly and they couldn't hit anything, at the end of the fight would be, okay, let's take off your mask and see who you really are. See our 1/3 dog!
God, that was a nightmare in its own sense.
Yeah, it was so dumb. It's one of those things where it's you gotta laugh at the absurdity of it, though.
Yeah. I'm just seeing all these familiar faces as well. Like Majolica was actually a big villain, but you guys converted her. Or Dr. West, who was a part of the science part of the theme. Or Synthra, which was Bridget's first crush. Or actually her sister, Akumi.
It's kind of a great problem to have when your players keep trying to befriend all the villains.
Yeah! I'm a sucker for that. So in this game, the big kicker after they got sent on 1 or 2 missions to help the heroes, the students gain the hero experience, was the academy itself had mysterious things happening. And there were some spirits, and there were glitches. There were time glitches. There were some real fucked up things happening. And you guys did some exploring. And this is, again, why I love these kind of maps. Eventually, going into these chambers, you guys did some exploring, following here, and you kept hearing noise coming from here. Now, you could explain this, but you could also see, what does this look like? There are these scratches.
It's one of those...
the players... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, with the scratches and specifically, it's one of those things that, again, the format adds to it. If you're sitting in a room, if you're sitting around the table playing D&D, if you're describing this exact scene, there's one of 2 things that either happen now. Either you go into the scene, you describe all the tables, all the potions, you describe the dresser, and you make a point of describing the scratch marks on the floor, at which point the players are going to go, gee, I wonder if the scratch marks on the floor are relevant. Or you don't describe the scratch marks on the floor, and hope the players decide to make a perception check at some point to find them. And if they don't, you weep into your cereal because now the players have just missed the plot clue.
Yep.
But this
That's
way, you
exactly
can
it.
put it there. You haven't got to directly draw attention to it, but the players feel like, oh, wait a second, there's something over there. They discover it themselves.
I do cheat one little thing as well, though. You know, well, we both do this. We always have like an NPC companion.
Oh, yeah.
And if things are really missed, I can have that chip in. But yeah, you're absolutely right. So with this piece, I'm going to slide this.
Secret
Trapped
passage.
raccoon. Secret passage. This secret passage fucked with your heads because it did two things. The first, oh, hold on. Here we go. The first is that when you guys went down here, Whisper's a faculty member. They didn't even know about this. There's this entire underground thing, and it got really complex right away. It was like, there's time and weird dates. Like, there's cogs turning underneath these magical devices. There's, like, it basically was an underground laboratory. And they had some fights here they did. Oh, I forget the name of this creature. It eats garbage.
Oh, it's like an Otiug, I think.
Otiug, that was it. There was a chute down here that, like, garbage would go into. But the funny thing was, like, it started spawning weird shit. There was, like, clocks in the floor. Basically, there was time shenanigans happening that was fluxing into the academy. This door here, beyond this door, which you guys opened briefly, and you saw, like, something more here. You didn't know what it was. But that was when Niles and, like, Dr. WD, totally wasn't gassed or honest, like, no, it's nothing. Like, we'll talk a bit about it, but seriously, it's all on the up and up. You guys believed it. Like, there was a good conversation. But in reality, deeper in, you can see, like, this weird-ass stairs and, like, this literally time, like, warped in all these weird ways. And I remember when one of you guys touched the waters, you saw another version of Whisper. Another version of Bridget. All the characters you saw like an evil, I remember, you saw an evil Whisper. And Whisper like, haha, this is funny, that could never happen, even in a million lifetimes.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Whisper was like, yeah. Whisper is very much full of themselves. I remember, actually, to say how full of themselves Whisper was. I still tell this story to this day, it's one of my favorite moments. There's a spell in Pathfinder called Unnatural Lust. It's actually like
I love that spell.
It's a legitimately useful spell because you can use it, obviously, to, like, kind of start a fight, to make someone grab someone else, and basically, if they fail to save, they have to spend their next round running towards another target you designate and spend their turn kissing them or caressing them or something of that nature. So you can use it out of combat to start fights. You can also use it in the middle of battle to make an enemy waste their turn. There was an encounter, the last part of it, I should say, if the target being designated would not normally have lustful feelings, they get a +4 bonus on the saving throw. So if you was to get, like, a town guard to lust after the mayor and he's not into the mayor, he gets a +4 bonus.
Yeah.
There was a moment when someone cast a spell on Whisper and tried to make her go after one of the other party members. And I said to you, I'm pretty sure Whisper gets the +4 bonus here because that party member is not Whisper's type. And Yomi said, okay, what is Whisper's type? And I barely even needed to think of this when I just said, Whisper.
Whisper loves Whisper.
Whisper's love of Whisper is so powerful, they get the saving throw bonus on Unnatural Lust.
Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Oh, yeah. Those were good times. Also, I just remembered. Doing the lighting for these pain in the ass.
Yeah, doing lighting on anything that isn't exactly a straight line on a right angle is a pain in the ass.
So,
Whisper exactly, Nathas. Whisper ships it.
It was around here you guys realized, like, the academy, even after what you guys were told, has more going on because, like, there was floating objects, floating corpses, floating gems, floating furniture, floating pages. Again, lighting made this look like it was such a room. And yeah, it looked really fucked the more they went in. But eventually it was a portal. They go in the portal. And this was the time dungeon. And the coolest, oh my god, I forgot, it's big! It's very big!
Of course it's big, Yomi, you made it.
Of course it is. Oh! Oh god, I forgot how much pain in the ass this asset was to make. I made this getting a bunch of clock pieces. There were clock puzzles, there were creatures from other dimensions. Obviously now it's like, oh, our academy is doing really fucked up things. What's happening? And this led into, like, we're trying to buy more time. We're trying to stop time because an inevitable creature is coming. And that was
Am I remembering correctly? Or did you do something in this where you moved the walls?
I did. I also changed the... Here, it was right around here.
Okay.
I changed the walls and the gears. And also there were, like, vines and stuff. Somewhere around here, there was, like, a big overgrowth of vines. When you turned back time, they became seeds.
I remember at one point just getting really lost because, like, a wall was there that wasn't there before.
Yep. Because I was also aging the dungeon. and stuff like that. So, this whole place I had so much fun with. It was a bitch to, like, maneuver everything. But when you guys went to the end of it, when you guys got to the end, let me... Oh, I don't even know where that one's gonna be. Oh, here it is. Gaster's Basement Alley.
Oh gosh, I forgot you had the moving gears.
Yes.
I think this was like when we discovered that Roll20 doesn't mind animation.
Yeah! The heart. And basically you guys had to fight Gaster and kill him off, and here it was, he got like turned into like, or he got like forwardly aged by like hundreds of years. There were like mind flayers that I nerfed obviously to fit the level, and oh, this place. Yeah, I don't have too much more to say other than just, I brought time shenanigans in. Be very careful with time shenanigans.
Yes, very much so.
The whole campaign turned into needing to find the 5 dragons. So this was, again, they realized like what the Academy was trying to do. And the first dragon was at the Academy. Because
our boss.
Yeah, it was your boss. It was the principal, basically. I don't know how else to put it. Let me find the top of the Academy floor, because he actually was a dragon, which wasn't a big deal at the time, because you weren't alert about dragons. They weren't a big deal. But
also, I think he was in disguise as like a goodly dragon.
Yeah, he's disguised as a gold dragon. And after learning that, like, all the... There's a lot... Oh, here it is.
Oh, thanks for the raid! Welcome!
Bottom of the top of it. Oh, Frith, hello! Welcome! And you can see I took a screenshot of the Academy itself from below.
And glad you thank you for the raid. The follow rather, sorry. Welcome in everyone, we're just going over our old tabletop games. Yomi made these maps. Look at how impressive these all are.
Oh, this was when I started to do like battle damage. Okay, there's an acid puddle here, so I like put a bunch of puddles here. Oh, it does damage and like puts a crater here that makes difficult terrain. I would put that there. Oh, there's an acid field here. I'd put that there. I would go out of my way and like try to cover areas. And there's of course his remains. You guys defeated your first dragon with power beam struggles and like learning how to avoid dots. It was a good tutorial battle too, because you guys like, it was really about avoiding, not standing your ground on certain areas and learning to maneuver and learning to go where you need to go.
Yeah, you did such a great job of like putting all these effects on the battlefield as we were playing it.
Thank you. Here it was his normal form. It was Dorig was, yeah, imagine like, you know, this was the principal of the place. A good golden mustache dragon guy, Doris. Oh, he sounds lovely. No, he actually was like a green dragon and turbo evil, and you know, it's running the Academy's like, evil experiments. I was
lurking on your streams the other day, and you said something that makes me look at Dorig a little bit differently.
Oh?
Pretty sure I caught you saying you were scaly.
I am. Not my type, though. I like snitty. I mean...
Okay. 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 I'm not disputing anything. I'm not saying anything. I said okay. Unless, of course, you're actually hiding
Depends.
something.
No. You know, I just realized I'm not going to be fighting the whole likes to blow places up. Let me go to this. By the way, the Bridge of
yes.
Progress you guys see in Arcane and
Oh
stuff.
my gosh, Nene, thank you for the raid!
I made one of these first. Hi, Nene!
Welcome in, welcome.
Welcome.
Some really lovely faces tonight.
Garlic. Hello. It's so good to see you. Love you, Nene.
We're just going through some of our old games. This is one that Yomi was DMing. She made this map herself from scratch.
That's gonna be so. And then I made it from scratch, and then I blew it the fuck up. Let me find it. Glyph battle damaged. Glyph bridge. Here it is. Glyph bridge destroyed.
Destroyed.
And then I blew it the fuck up. Whoopsie.
You definitely have way too much fun blowing up your bridges.
You're right.
But then again, I
You are
remember,
absolutely
Yomi.
right.
Would you like to share with our guests the advice you gave me about getting stuck when you write yourself into a corner?
Blow it the fuck up! If you write yourself into a wall, blow up that wall.
Exactly.
Go to Vegas.
Go to Vegas.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, that happened with this campaign. We had a difficult time when some players, when a player left. It was like in the middle of something, so I like had to scrap and decide, you know what? This person died, and you guys had to like leave, and you all fell unconscious, and you woke up at the academy, and the missions failed, and hey, Glyph is now overrun by the underground virus.
It was like extra hard for you as well because I remember that part of the plot. The character that left, or the player that left, their character was very involved in that part of the plot.
It was literally their arc.
Yeah, it was one of those things where you can't really continue that arc without them. So it's like, you know what? Explosion! Anyway, you wake up a week later.
Yeah. So I made this place called Glyph, and it was very inspired by Piltover. I want to remind you, this was before Arcane. So I was only having available to me the stuff of regular League of Legends.
We were
So I had
hipsters.
these,
We
like-
liked it before it was cool.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, sorry, NPC that I really loved.
Oh, yeah.
Rebecca, aka, basically, I think her name was like Twitch from Shantae. Also, Magnus! Oh, man.
Oh, you know what, Yomi? This map reminds me of something as well. It was not this campaign. It was a campaign that you ran that was set in the same world because you used this map. And I've just been
Yeah.
reminded of something, which was the assassin.
Jin!
Yep. Literally Jin.
Oh. I brought in Jin as well. So, Glyph was my favorite place. To this day, it's still one of my all-time favorite places. This is probably my favorite map. Let me bring us
Yes,
in.
this map. I
This
think
is the
you've used
Glyph
that about 3
Laboratories.
different games, but I never complained
have.
about seeing it.
So these are where like the main scientists are. You have like the toxicology one, you have the like dark magic one, you have the like pure chemistry one, you have the golem maker one, and then you have like the technical one. This was Mary's!
Mary!
Mary was one of the main NPCs, and she also was a vampire, so I had like
Was she a vampire? I thought she was a Dampire.
Dampire. She was a Dampire. Yeah,
Dampire.
her dad is a full-blooded vampire who
We
was important in the
killed him.
story. You killed him, yes.
To be fair, he deserved
She
it.
He did. He absolutely did. But this whole campaign for this point, we had the whole glyph thing, which it was basically like a steampunk town, and there was word that the second dragon was here somewhere. So, you know, they negotiate, and oh, there was the
The
ball!
ball! Whisper had a special dress just for this occasion.
She did.
Also, Matilda's there. Matilda who...
Literally have Whisper's dress right here for us.
Yeah!
This was gorgeous. Showing her
Whisper scrubs up
femininity as well. Yeah. Gods.
Also, you got Matilda there, because Matilda was... In another game, I had played Matilda in Glyph. So she was kind of there as a little Easter egg.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Matilda appeared in Urban Arcana as an NPC later.
Mm-hmm. I love when we get a chance to do all that stuff. Now, the big thing that happened, though, is Glyph had an underground city called Vyra. Again, kind of going off the whole Piltover thing. And Oh, I had fun making the underground. This was beneath the rich city of Glyph. Again, all of this was before Arcane. Before when I only had Zon and Piltover from the video game.
Damn, I can't believe it, Yomi. First From Software rips you off for The Witch, and now Riot is ripping you off for their anime series. We should start suing.
Shit, you're right. Oh, the mines. Yeah. They had to carry like a bunch of missions here and like gather things to, because they fell into this Undercity area.
In this Undercity area, I just want to mention in another game, that the game where I was playing Matilda, I was playing another character called Faith, who was a geisha type. And they also went to the underground city part, and they end up finding someone. Again, we're aging this game when we start making these references, but a character from Pokemon of all things.
Guzma!
We had Guzma in it! And not only was Guzma in it, he was possessed. He was possessed, and Faith beat him in a rap battle so hard he got unpossessed. Which is extra funny when you consider that Faith is actually, like, in human terms, like, in her mid-40s, she's very insecure about it, never say it to her face. So imagine, like, Guzma gets schooled by somebody's mum in a rap battle.
Because I had, like, thugs. I made Zyra very, like, in that campaign, I made Zyra very, like, fun. Whereas this one, you literally had bodies floating down the river.
Yeah.
I got a little more grim with this one. Because this one, you guys, when you're like, working your way back. I seem to remember
there was something in this area. I don't remember what it was, but that map there was some enemy here that was one of those cases of, this enemy is far tougher than the stat block suggests.
I think it was a flail snail somewhere? No, I don't remember.
Yeah, I forget what it was, but it's kind of funny how that happens occasionally, where you'll be looking through the book and it says, oh, this enemy is like challenge rating 2, it should be quite easy. And then you miss the part where it's got like one part of the stat block that makes it unreasonably challenging. I think my favorite example for that is like the Alep, which is like a CR 2 or 3 creature, but it can do permanent wisdom damage way earlier than any other creature can. Like, it's very unreasonable to actually use that.
Oh shit, you're right. Oh, this is where you guys had the crystal heist. So, the story with this part of the campaign was there was a city of Glyph. They had a lot of good amicable stuff going on. They knew the dragon was somewhere. They're trying to find it. They get launched to this second town of Zyra beneath. And then, like, they lost the big battle. There's also when a player left, so I had to, like, fix things. And they had to return back to the city, but vision showed that the city was completely overtaken by the underground. And so they had to do, like, guerrilla warfare operations. And there was... Hold on, I have it here. Glyph battle damage, Glyph bridge destroyed. The Glyph rebels. You guys made your own rebellion.
Oh, God, I forgot about this.
Yeah, you guys reformed the labs and turned it into, like, a rebellion squad. And I remember the hardest part was 2 NPCs you guys really liked. Because, of course, if you have NPCs you really like, I have to make them suffer, too. It was Magnus and Adele. And Magnus has his own story. So, he was a gladiator. He was a star gladiator. Great PS1 game, by the way. Of this place that all of you guys thought he was, like, evil. He was in on the corrupt owner of the gladiator's place, thinking like he was a part of the whole thing. No, he wasn't. As soon as you guys revealed to the owner of the gladiator stadium, the Colosseum, that Magnus, they're actually like forcing you to fight people who are like against their will, and this guy is running as actually like an evil vampire. Magnus turned and looked at the group and was like, all right, I'm with you on this. And he like raged, like fought with you guys instead. The whole time you guys built him as a boss.
Whisper loved Magnus. If it wasn't for the fact that Whisper got turned into a young woman, they would totally have had the greatest bromance. I mean, you could argue they still had the greatest bromance, it's just that Whisper was the girliest bro.
They did! And Adele was a very long evolved character where she was, you could see as a change of token, she was the bully. Because remember, this took place in an academy originally. She was the academy's big bully. And as punishment, because like you have potential, but you need to learn, she got sent on the missions with them. But on these missions, it became life or death over time. And so she realized, like, I am learning to like these people. Like, they're the people I need to fight for and stuff. Also, when she raged, she summoned change. It was part kite. And so she softened. She grew to like love the group, and actually then did fall in love with Bridget. The two became an item. And I think like with Magnus and Adele, like I love the growth of characters like that. I'm such a slut for that stuff. Excuse me. So, but of course, I had to put them through some trauma and stuff like that. These two, when you guys returned to Vyra, oh, let me find this. It was a glyph. Actually, I guess mild trigger warning-ish, because in these prisons there was, like, I say torture, but you know, we're talking like medieval fantasy, like dungeons. Yeah, I brought Ergot into this. Yeah.
You made shotgun knees a mechanic.
Yeah, I did! I had a 4-way directional shotgun knee. I had, it's far away now, it's blurred now, but like I had Magnus and Adele like completely, like they were prisoners.
Yeah.
And they had to save them. And you could see from this area, like this place was nasty. I had a lot of fun making this.
Unfortunately for Ergot, this was the point at which Whisper had an adamantine sword, and once you have an adamantine sword, everything looks very sliceable. Because it is.
Yes, it gets very destructible. Is there any parts about this campaign you want me to like really highlight? Because I can go over so much more.
Gosh, I mean, there's so many bits to it. I'm trying to think of anything particular I want to pull out.
Did just find one.
Oh, you mentioned the
third dragon. On the third dragon.
Yeah.
The third dragon was so big. You guys had to fight on its back. Let me zoom out. It's a little grayed, but this is just a tiny portion of the dragon's back that they had to fight on. Yeah. I basically built Dragon Ball Z's Snake Way.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you've got it separately, but did you have the arena with all like the traps and such set up?
I do. What was the name of that city? Oh, here we go, Colosseum.
Because we had like 3 different fights here where you put different traps down.
Yep. So they actually were imprisoned for a short while, and they had to fight their way out of a Colosseum. So like round 1, the Colosseum looked like this, and with all of its proper traps, and very nicely aligned to the grids. And then like round 2, you could see there were different traps and shredders and like a center pit now, and these guards, all these like different things here. Also, one of the players had a temporary character they wanted to use for it. And then the third one, which is like real big battlefield that they had to go through. So yeah, it changed every time. And this is when, to help you guys escape, one of the students, which is with you guys, Lucas, he used an invisibility cloak to get into the prison. And made a plan with you guys. And they set up a whole group to like drop smoke bombs in for you guys to escape. So the whole place got smoke bombed.
That was so good.
It's okay. You guys managed to eventually... Oh, here's the Colosseum prison.
That's right. Yeah, because we got put in the prison for a while. And this blooming gnome kept being a dick to us.
Janice the gnome! He was a jerk.
Right, I'm pretty sure he got killed by something. I forget what.
He was
Might have been us, to be honest.
It was. He was... When you fought Barrack, he was one of the people to fight as well.
That's right, yeah.
Oh! The battle in the Opera House.
Oh, wow, I completely forgot about this.
This was where you fought the blue dragon. This was the second dragon to kill.
Right.
And you guys almost died. I littered it with, like, you know, the cogs of Final Battle and Glyph. Oh, yeah! I wrote a dungeon that did the same thing as you, where it was, like...
Oh, yeah.
Different sections. This was a Halloween one. So for Halloween, of course, I had you guys fight candy stuff, and I took existing characters and turned them in, like Yomi, I turned her into, what's the centipede in like Alice in Wonderland?
The caterpillar.
The caterpillar, yeah. Or the Headless Horseman was another one of them. Like, this is just one of the sections, but I had a lot of fun with this kind of stuff. I'm trying to think of another really cool. Oh! It's time to go to our inevitable 1800s Japanese style map.
It's time
Which
for the
was,
Wii
like, the
back,
next part of-
everybody!
Yeah!
I remember one of the things Whisper specifically did was buy a katana. She used it like maybe twice because her sword was just way better than it. But she's like, it's cool, it's a sword, but it's like curved.
It was. This was Mitsuki's place too.
Mitsuki!
Playing a character like her, you need to establish that there was, a place that was very connected to like a Japanese style, culture.
Hmm. Yeah,
I remember
Mitsuki's a
Bridget
sweetheart.
loved this place too. She learned her ninjutsu from this.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot that Bridget turned into a ninja by the end of it.
Yeah, she also got boobs.
I mean, true.
And one of the people you met, Ashada, was actually a completely different person. They were actually like the prince of this place. They were just wearing a disguise so they don't get like too much people around them. Alright, his name was Tatsumi actually. And Whisper immediately was like, was she like fangirling or something? Because like, she's always a knight for kings.
No, wasn't it because he was like, what's the word? He was like due to marry the princess, right, of Whisper's kingdom?
Yeah! There was an arranged marriage, but it was a pleasant one. They actually, Tatsumi here, actually did have a good relationship with Princess Allison, which is a very cute thing, calling back both of our OCs, because Allison and Tatsumi were like two of our OCs, and they did fall in love in like another campaign.
Well, Allison didn't look like us at the start of the campaign. This campaign.
Yeah, in fact, she started off looking like a goblin because of the curse!
Yeah, she was cursed into a goblin. Which of course means bigger booba, because that's how that works.
Always. All your goblins are bigger boobas. And there was like the marriage outfit, and she was happy about it. I love looking at this.
Allison is like my oldest OC I've ever had. So I always kind of look for an excuse to insert her into places.
She's one of my favorites too. Like, there's so many iterations of her as well. Going through it all. Oh man. I'll say this. There's nothing ever wrong with making the weeb area. If you do it right, it can be a lot of fun.
I will say this for the weeb area, on my personal just take on it, is it can be a lot of fun, but I think it's important to what's the word I'm looking for here? It's important to kind of put out feelers with your group into how heavy they want to go into that. Because I've been in like other games where they'll have like the weeb area, and your character like steps into the house. You don't mention that your character takes their shoes off, and suddenly now there's a fight to the death over it. And it's like, okay, like I get it. Like people were big on the whole, honor and whatnot back then and such. It's really not very fun though. Like you're just putting gotchas on the players for no reason. Like I'm not the biggest fan of like the ye olde Japan aesthetic as a general rule. I enjoy it fine, but when you start kind of enforcing like, I hope you know how to do this tea ceremony, otherwise the party's gonna be in some deep shit. Like, come on, guys, that's not fun.
No, I actually do agree with that too. Like, it's fun to try to bring the culture in, but don't let the culture of a place obliterate the fun that everybody's having. Absolutely.
I guess that kind of, in a way, actually, that kind of goes into the same rule of if you're running a game in an established setting as well. Like, if say you're running a game of, I don't know, pick any franchise with a setting.
Borderlands was the first thing that came to my mind.
I mean, sure, okay, that's fine, yeah. Say you want to run a game in Borderlands setting. Well, if a character then starts, like, acting in a way or talking about things that aren't in Borderlands setting because they don't know the setting very well, don't then start actuallying them, because that's not going to make them interested in the setting. That's going to make them go, oh, okay, I mean, yeah, I guess I didn't realize we have to all, be encyclopedias on Borderlands, and that's going to push them away from the setting rather than pull them in. And also, if you're playing a game in a setting, it's only the setting, like, you can still change it. You ain't got to abide by the rules perfectly.
Exactly. Like, and when it came to this place, I kept it very laid back, and for the characters who didn't know as much better, they never, like, got punished for not knowing things. so much as it was more of a chuckle. And it also helped that Mitsuki was there, who could, like, correct on things, and I could even, as a DM, be like, ooh, they might not... Mitsuki, you might want to jump in and say something or so. But that never really happened was the nice thing. In fact, you guys are really interested. Like, Whisper was interested and wanted to learn more about it all. Mitsuki could help out with it. Bridget was obsessed with it all. And Ilaria had really good, like, knowledges on history and stuff.
Because Mitsuki had a heart of gold, but because she was from this place, she wasn't necessarily, like... She was pretty clueless about the outside world for the most part. So, a lot of times she was very confused and the rest of it was like, I don't really know what we're meant to be doing here, but I'm gonna go along with it anyway and say yes. But
she was very dumb at times, and I loved it.
She was, but she was adorable. I actually genuinely think, as a general rule, I think monkey girls are underrated.
I agree. Oh god, I just found this place.
What is this place? Oh, is this one of the Halloween maps?
No, this is the final duel of King Sullivan. And this is where you had the actual Excalibur.
Right.
And you created a crater.
This was when Whisper cut off someone's hand, wasn't it? Or was that the penultimate duel with King Sullivan? I forget.
Yeah, Whisper lost her own arm.
Oh, that's right. She got off her own arm, right.
Yeah. So... The fourth dragon was locked inside of King Sullivan, who was like the ruler of the plane of shadows and shit. And you guys had to go. I'm just going through all these old maps.
Yeah, that's for you.
Oh, the plane of shadows, like it's all dark red, but you can still make it look desolate and so cool. I loved this. And let me go to the third one. Here's where it all happened.
This was the one.
Yeah, so King Sullivan, you had... No! Adele died during that fight. Yeah,
right,
by Whisper.
That's how it went.
So King Sullivan was here, and I am happy to say, there's a ritual. They brought him back. Yeah, I absolutely used Mordekaiser. Okay. He's so fucking perfect for
Can I just really quickly?
Please.
Mordekaiser, cool as hell. Would. But also, I just want to say, I quit playing League of Legends around the time they brought in, I don't remember his name, the Ruined King. I forget his actual name now, that's how little I care about him. I honestly thought Mordekaiser was the Ruined King, and I think he should have been the Ruined King. He is far cooler than that twink.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, nah, I mean, I'm back and I even play him a little bit. This whole thing was cultists were trying to bring back... The cultists of Tiamat were now on the offense. They were like, oh god, 3 of the 5 dragons are dead. King Sullivan is connected to the 4th. They had to bring him back. When they brought him back, Whisper had a connection to them. And this moment, I'm gonna zoom in a bit, and I'm gonna add a special token. I talked to you beforehand. Because again, messing with a player's character in a very like intrusive way, you want to make sure the character's comfortable with, the player's comfortable with. And I asked you, hey, are you okay with me cutting your arm off? You'll get it back. It won't affect you mechanically. And you said yes. So
yeah. You can make it
when arriving to Sullivan,
make it a bit big so I can see on the screen a bit more.
Yeah,
there we go.
I edited this to be like the corruption started to come in, and then it really started to overtake to the point that you were losing control. And this part here, this wasn't your blood. This was Adele's blood.
That's when I stabbed Adele.
Yep, your whole left arm got controlled. You stabbed literally everyone's favorite best girl, which also had, I think that was like the romance was happening too. This is when Whisper became even more amazing. She cut off her own fucking arm to stop the spread.
Yep.
And afterwards, we stop the bleeding, we heal it, you know, but...
Again, when you've got an adamantine sword, everything is very sliceable.
Yeah. It got better. Also, there's the stub. Yeah, there's the stub.
But by this point in the game, we were high enough level that we had access to, like, regeneration magic fairly consistently, so it wasn't a huge deal. Which kind of does come into a problem with higher level D&D and Pathfinder. Once you get...
I did make it rare. I did make it so, like, it was very, very rare, so there was still a massive impact. Like, no one ever got resurrected before until this moment. And
Well, that's what I was going to say, actually, with it.
Yeah.
Because with D&D and Pathfinder, they're kind of designed around the idea that once you sort of get to sort of level 12-ish or so, it kind of is assumed that one or more characters are going to die over the course of the adventure, but it's okay because you can bring them back. I actually really dislike this because at that point, it kind of feels like it cheapens death significantly, because at that point, it's not, oh no, my best friend has died. It's, they died again. That's another 5,000 gold. All right, well, I guess I'll pay it, I guess.
Exactly. That's, you couldn't have said, I couldn't have said it better myself. I always try to make that stuff very impactful and very difficult to reverse. So, like with this one, I forget where the room was, but there was a room where like you guys all woke up. Oh, actually, it was right around here, I think. Second. Yeah, so you had your arm back. Adele got a whole new getup as well. She had glasses too.
You know who else had glasses?
Ah, I remember. This was when scrying was becoming more of a thing, to find the last dragons.
That's right. Let's get to the scrying thing. Also,
So
you know who else had
became really
glasses?
fun. Bridget?
Yeah.
Oh, Angie Bridget! I'm sorry. I love... Bridget got boobs at that point. Bridget got boobs.
I actually forget exactly how that happened, but I just know that there was a boob potion involved.
I think it was because of Mary. And... No, I remember. You guys had a beach episode. And
that's right.
Bridget was very, like, sad about, like, you know, I'm kind of flat. Like, everyone else here is kind of, I don't know, I want to do something. And Mary's like, I got something for you. Creates a boob potion. Bridget's like, over time, like, is there a way I can make this permanent? I kind of really like this. And it was adorable. Like, it was a good character growth, too, because there was other things that happened for the characters.
Also, good character growth. I see what you did there.
Listen! Listen! She had the ninja mask, too. Bridget. Maple, you were the one who played Bridget. Just gonna say it. Smash. Loved your character design. Smash. That was your sister, by the way.
I was gonna say, though, the other character that had glasses was Hero.
Wait, Hero?
Yeah. I hope we've still got it. I swear we had it on there. One of his multi-sided tokens.
Oh, wait. You're right.
Please tell me we still have it. We do have it!
Yeah! Da. Yes!
I think
yes, good. I did my job right. Yes!
I think that was also the beach episode. He had sunglasses. Mitsuki didn't have anything for the beach, but he had sunglasses.
That's right. I think I still have the beach. I don't think I named it. Oh, I did! The beach of Calendra East. Where you fought giant enemy crabs!
It's always crabs!
It's always crabs. So I had a bunch of just like NPC. It was the beach episode. It was really fun. There they are.
Oh, we did have a swimsuit for Mitsuki.
You did! Whisper. Oh, Whisper was really cute with it too. I know you had to put the armor on.
Yeah, the problem of playing a fight, so whenever a fight breaks out, give me a second, guys, just gotta get the armor on.
Yomi, Bridget, yeah. Oh my god, Jossum. I forgot. Oh, that's right. You guys fought the street sharks.
Street sharks.
I had 4 were sharks. It was the street sharks.
Yeah, you know what's really funny? Right. We've had like a couple of encounters in our campaigns with like, you know, were sharks, were shrimp. It's funny, I don't think we've ever actually had a werewolf. We've had like a lot of different wares, but never a wolf.
You're kind of right. I mean, the closest is Sylvia, but she's sort of like him.
The only cool werewolf.
Oh god, Shonk. Oh my god. I'm trying to think of anything else. Well, the finale for this campaign. Yeah. So this whole campaign was about stopping Tiamat, and it was they had to take on the 5 dragons, which they did. Oh, this was really cool because it was like one of the last battles, and it broke the whole place. And you saw the 5 colored eyes beneath.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I think I made this in Photoshop. I made this one in Photoshop because originally it looked like this.
Ah.
And as I'm narrating, I'm like
suddenly
different
stages of it.
The floor begins to crack. And then, the center, as the hole opens, you guys are like backing away, and I'm narrating. I'm giving you time to. And the eyes appear, and then finally it gives off its energy in all directions. Also, you notice I returned the time portals things here. This is because Darko was still alive. This is when I could literally reveal Gaster. And yeah, you had the main reason. Okay. Let me summarize this whole plot in a couple sentences. All of them at the academy were training to be heroes. Eventually, the whole hero thing became this realization of 5 dragons were awakening to bring back Tiamat. And a cult did this. It actually was a campaign to take down a cult. Why they had to take down a cult, though, was because this cult was bringing back Tiamat because Tiamat was the only deity that could fight an even greater god.
Oh my gosh, Bells!
That.
Sorry,
Bells, hello, sweetie!
Welcome in! Welcome!
Welcome! Hello! Kronos, that was the name of the god. I just found it.
It is going through our games. This is the end of one of Yomi's biggest campaigns we ever did.
I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you.
Lovely to have you, boss.
I hope you had a good time. Yeah, I don't think I have the image of the god itself anywhere, but it was, you guys like are scaling along the arm and everything of it and like fought it from the ship. But the battle with Tiamat, which was probably, I would say, a little more special. Yeah, here it is. So Tiamat, again, the Tiamat itself, we're seeing more of the aftermath, so it's hard for me to like.
Yeah, because usually you like to delete monsters as you're going along, you know.
Yeah, but it was 4 sections here where all the gods were, or all the dragon heads were, and.
Also, this is something I just want to point out on this map. Something that we started doing near the end. You can see there's like some squares here that are like highlighted in yellow. That was something that we started doing because we're like, we want to make maps that look nice, but we also want them to be playable gameplay-wise. So we would start outlining certain mechanics occasionally to say like, okay, this is where you will, the last tile you can step on before you'll fall down a hole, or this is where the edge of the fire is, or something,
Yeah. It was very helpful to do that.
Let's switch to learning quick.
Here it is.
Of course, Bolts. Yeah, have a wonderful evening. Take care of yourself. Lovely to see you.
Yes, please take care. So here it is. I had the center of it here, and I made the wings transparent. So I had like one head peering here, and then like over here, I had the green head, like appearing from this side, and so on. So, the white head, as you can already see the frost puddles, like was over here. And the final battle, keep in mind, they were like level 15 or something. They were the end of the game.
They had to go 12, to each one of these. I don't think we were quite that high.
I don't quite remember either.
I can check. I'm curious now.
That's all right. Also, since I scrolled to find them, the finale against Kronos, I did just find his image, and so it was originally just that same thing. You see these, the portal opens, and you see these like this set of eyes beneath. It's like, oh, that's kind of scary, and it's a little hard for me to manage all this. So I'm trying my best. Hello, game. I gotta zoom in more. That's not letting me do anything. Hold on. Ah, here we go.
There we go.
There was then the head that appeared. Now, I will say, this isn't my art. This is somebody else's. But more and more of it came out until finally, the way this battle took place. Oh my god, grab the corner, please. This was Kronos. This is what they saw. Hello! And he had his... gentleman. It was a very large lad.
As I looked up, we actually did end that campaign at level 11.
Jeez.
Yeah, but we were very powerful. You did give us like some extra bonus upgrades near the end that weren't levels because you gave us like extra a lot more gold than we should have had for our level. That's how Whisper had like a crazy AC by the end of it.
That's right. I wanted to make sure you guys were powerful because you were fighting gods at that point, but
Yeah.
I didn't want to just like give you like 3 free levels. Yeah, so I built like the arms that were grabbing onto the ship. And I drew these dots so you guys can like know what, because the graphic couldn't quite tell you. And they would go over and like, they learned how to kill a god after killing another god.
You know what, Yummy? It's a good thing that you didn't put those arms in a box.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Where am I
Shut
going?
up!
Where am I going with this, Yomi? Where am I going with this?
Retrieve arms.
Retrieve arms from chest.
Fuck! Fuck! This is fine.
I don't know why you're getting mad, though. You're the one that used to be into it.
Homestuck, my god. Yeah, there is just so much with this campaign. But it was, the breakdown was finding the 5 gods, the 5 dragons. Still had to fight Tiamat at the end.
And we beat him.
And then taking on you beat him, like actually. This was the last one was here too, if you remember, the duality of Sigurd.
That's right, I
Had
remember
like
now.
2 sides. He was the
Which
leader of the cultists.
I remember near the end of it as well, it kind of, again, just to kind of exemplify how high-level D&D and Pathfinder fall apart a bit. I remember near the end of it, we got a flying carpet, which helped tremendously with overground travel. In terms of, like, in-game speed. Like, oh, we need to be somewhere. We'll ride the flying carpet. It's way quicker. We can avoid, any intersections or whatever. The downside is, of course, it does mean that travel gets completely trivialized, and now only the destination ever matters from that point. You can't have just random encounters in the air very well.
That's right. I remember now. Also, I remember I actually used the plus as an appearance because they had dragons, but the dragons had human form, so they had like several of these dragons. And I'm just like revealing. Yeah, you can see it's the more evil version of Sigurd there, and he was a sort of locust actually. He was able, like a worm that walks. He could actually dematerialize himself into swarms, and he would just like move through your squares and shit.
Well,
it was very normal about Saphira. I remember that. You wanted the mommy.
Well, at least it was locusts and it wasn't cockroaches, because we don't like Maxie in this house.
Really, you don't like cockroach milk? That's unfair. That's unpleasant. This was interesting though because Lazarus was the leader of this cult, bringing all the dragons back, and you didn't kill him.
Wouldn't
you guys
if I
won.
remember correctly, wouldn't it kill the other one if we killed him, if I remember correctly?
Yes, because the other one, it was a duality of light and dark. Lazarus and Sigurd were like one and the same, and you guys learned this over time. And it was crazy because like Silent Gospel was like basically the same kind of thing of an academy for heroes, but on the other side of the world. So it was like a sister nation, if you will. And Sigurd was great. You guys loved him. He was baby. In fact, if he ever wanted to, he could just make himself actually chibi-sized. He was very cute. You guys actually, funny enough, were very suspicious of him, but like, no, he actually was a good guy. I forget exactly what you did, but you definitely like dethroned some things too, because these hands of like, I had intentions for you guys to fight here. You could tell with these like ominous golem guards. Everything is fine here, and I intended for you guys to fight like all of Silent Gospel's heroes. Ah, Cynthia! Yeah, she didn't get much of a part in this one, but yeah, they were like you guys in prison. Oh my god, Kimura was very normal about her.
I don't think I ever went to the prison, actually. I don't think
No, I don't think you guys went here, no.
Yeah. Unless maybe other characters in there wasn't there, I don't know. I don't think Whisk Womitski ever did that.
No. Ah, Caitlin! There's a lot of characters here. I try to think how to wrap this campaign up, but
I mean,
just looking back at it all.
The best part was we got to finish it, and everyone got to have their epilogue.
Epilogues, yeah! I made this, which they could only see one of these at a time. And the epilogue allowed them to have this moment of back at the academy, big damn heroes. seeing all of the faces from like all of the nations, even evil people who like they convert into being good guys, you know. Oh, there
Everyone's
they are.
here.
Yeah, the married couples, the queen and the king. Oh my god, I forgot King Charles, the biggest, the second biggest ham.
I forgot Tatsumi's dad. We brought him back as an orc or half orc.
That's right. You had to kill this guy.
And then,
because he got like possessed.
And then Mitsuki felt so bad, she cast the reincarnate spell on him and brought him back as a half orc. But he was okay
the reincarnate, you had to roll what their race was gonna be, and he came back as a half orc.
And he was actually fine with it because he got to be younger. Because when you reincarnate, you come back as like a young adult, regardless of your age.
Yeah, you turn it from like a 50-year-old guy to like a 20-year-old, and he was like, you know what, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
It was all because Tatsumi was like, I'm older than my dad now.
You know what? That just sounds like the new light novel title. Oh my gosh!
It does.
Cheshire, thank you for the gift subs! Thank you so much!
Oh, sweetie!
Oh, thank you ever so much, Cheshire. Always lovely to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight.
Hype train!
One man hype train up in here. Let's go!
That's lovely. Oh my god, I forgot. Oh, like, why is Bridget angled? Oh yeah, Adele was like a strength build. She just bridal carried Bridget. There was a lot of couples that came out of this. Ah, Guan! He was so cool! I just remember all these characters. Again, bringing people too, Lei Shinyan. So, Bruce. Big bad Bruce, the Cyclops. You guys had your send-off. You had the Academy as big heroes. You had your, the time at one of our Silent Gospel, like you guys having your send-off there. I remember Ilaria, her settled down when she bought a home and like got to have a bunch of friends, and she basically had a harem, let's be honest. The peace treaty that happened in Glyph. This moment was magical. Do you remember what Mitsuki
I remember
this.
This was the very last scene. This was the last epilogue we had. And it was Mitsuki and Kana decided that they wanted to both go out and see more of the world. And they were walking along and they got to this point in the road and Kana's like, well, where do we go now? And Mitsuki closed her eyes, put her finger out, spun around several times and went that way. And that was it. Ocarina, thank you for the raid!
Ocarina, sweetie!
Of course, Cheshire, thank you again for the gift subs! And welcome in Ocarina and all the raiders!
It's good to
see you! Of course!
Thank you, everybody!
Thank you!
We're so happy to have you all here! Whoa. Oh, here was another one. Bridget created her own like spy syndicate, but they were all it was a very good one. It was one that was meant to make sure that cults never came up again like that. So she had this big feast with her friends, even like past enemies and stuff. Even like royalty were here. Like this was supported by big powers. Like they thought this was a really good idea. It was a peaceful syndicate to overkeep. Adele finally accepted that she's a good singer. She babied.
Oh yeah, there was like a subplot of Adele having like an idol persona.
Yeah. DM's gonna have a lot of fun too if you let us like enjoy ourselves for an NPC too.
Absolutely.
It was a big feast of that, and I really liked that. That was a very sweet way to build this up. Oh, and of course,
and Whisper.
There was talks of the nations. Whisper opened her own academy, and was training, sword training, like all these people. Which, by the way, like, these were all unique folks too. Like, this was the next villain. This was the next villain. This was someone who actually wanted to literally be Whisper. This was a person who's starting to feel their age but wanted to warm up. This was Whisper's lover over time. And like this, I love seeing all this. It was such a send-off.
The whole idea of the academy for Whisper as well was Whisper wanted to make an academy to train Whispers. She didn't want Whisper to just be a name. She wanted it to be like a title. It's not so the people that she was training. It wasn't about you want to be you want to be famous. You want to have fortune. It was about doing what's right. Because by the end of it, like, yeah, Whisper was still a little bit full of herself, but she had definitely kind of come more around to the justice is more important then who is doing it? So obviously it was on epilogue stuff, but in her academy, everyone that came out of it would be called Whisper and would wear a helmet to cover their face, so that again, it's not about who's doing the good, it's about that the good gets done.
Yes, everyone became such, like, it was just an absolute amazing way for all the heroes to wrap their journeys up, settling down, spreading their hope to other people, to run like heroic groups like that, and literally killed 2 gods. What's some kind of creative fantasy? Mandalorians.
Yes!
Oh shit, I didn't think about that. I think they all like ended up with people. Oh, and I forgot like the way I did it. Like, here it is, the book title. I ended it, then I dropped the book, and then I dropped the art. And this was the longest running campaign I did. It lasted for 2.5 years. We had to cycle through a few players, and the story properly finished. It wasn't ending early. It wasn't we had to wrap this up here. It was a lot of memories. And Maple, you were a part of that too. And
yeah, Maple was there for the whole thing.
It was a lot. I know I don't exactly get to be in contact as much as I used to be and stuff. I mean, most of us are here right now. It's just a person for Ilaria. But this kept me through a lot of difficult times. It's always been very difficult for me. I mean, I don't need to talk about that really, but doing this kind of stuff means the world to me. I want to do more of this kind of stuff again. I don't know when I'll be able to, but I do want to run campaigns again at some point. It's just, you've seen how much work goes into building these maps.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think I could go back. I don't think I could I could probably reuse a lot of these things. I do want to say, I could probably reuse some stuff. I've done that before. But I don't know. Yeah, like you see each one of these assets loading, like these were all individual pieces.
Yeah, I remember how much time it took you to do it back in the day because you did it this way. And don't get me wrong, the results show.
Yeah. But VTube is like a full-time kind of thing right now. It's like, it's... Whew. How did I make this work? Hold on, I just want to see another miscellaneous piece. Like, yeah, so you can see like layer by layer each one of these things. Yeah. It's
quite fun watching you dismantle this piece by piece because it's like, I was recently going through some code I was writing, and I'm like, how the hell does any of this work? You know, we'll just tear it all up and start again. I don't remember what I was doing with this.
Yeah. Even as simple as this, like you see these stairs. So, you know, I have the tiles here, but then these stairs is these 2 shadow pieces twice.
Oh wow.
And then like an incline shadow to make that work.
Yeah, makes sense. And that way you can change the width of them.
Exactly, to make more of an incline over there. And fortunately, I buy a lot of packs that give me assets. Like this little, all these buildings right here, this comes from a pack that I bought. And it lets me like, or these banners. So yeah, I like buy this little pack that gave me these little banners. It became a lot of like money investment over time too. If I didn't do, you know, my own Photoshop stuff. Like,
yeah.
I think these pink ones are ones I made a while ago for the hell of it.
Prepare yourself.
Oh. A lot of work, but I loved every bit.
A lot of work, but it all definitely pays off.
If I could do it all over again, I definitely would. I'd do some things different, for sure. But I think, if you don't mind me getting sentimental, VTubing has really let me make the friends I've always been, like, lacking, I think. Like you, Maple, Melon, and Melvin, which Mel actually rated me like last week. I still feel very close with. But in all the other games, we've had a lot of other players that like dropped or left out, and I'm just gonna say it because I learned like, wow, this person is actually just anti-trans of this, or this person literally said to my face the only thing they care about is like the role play and not me as a person. Like I'm not actually their friend. Or this person is actually going through a lot of drama of this kind of shit, and is also a cheater, and is a drama baiter. Like, I hate throwing these words around, but
it's really weird that you say that, because I've had an experience with that sort of individual as well, where you say, I'm just in it for the role play. That to me is really strange, just because I couldn't imagine investing so much time into a hobby like tabletop games with people that you can't stand to be with. Like, you're like, I couldn't treat it as a job.
yeah, it's just oh, I just saw the wedding. Oh, I just saw the wedding. Sorry. Mary, why are you in a bunny suit? You know what, Mary? We love you. You can wear whatever the fuck you want. I'm happy I still have some of those people, but because of VTubing, I've been able to make a lot of genuine friends now. I want to give them all this kind of experience.
And lots of lovely folks here tonight.
Exactly.
You know what could be quite a fun game to run? Maybe it's something that is deliberately low prep.
Yeah, I think I want to run something, but I would have to like reuse a lot of this stuff.
Well, I was going to say, maybe instead of Pathfinder, the ultimate game for low prep?
Fabula Ultima?
Actually, no, that one requires an okay amount of prep. Less than this, though, but...
What is it?
Made RPG.
See... I have to refuse. Not because I don't like it.
Fine. I'm goofing nicely.
Made is hilarious, and I like it, but I like being a player in it. I don't. Yeah. I'm actually not that good at coming up with a bunch of goofy scenarios and rolling with it.
Yeah,
that's actually one of my flaws.
For the unfamiliar, Made RPG is a system where you play as maids. It's not very deep. It's actually very not deep. It's a rare instance where I actually like it despite it not being rules deep, because it's dumb. It's explicitly meant to be goofy. The rulebook is full of like memes and things and like references. Like there's an item in the game called the Desu Note. Not the Death Note.
The Desu Note!
The Desu Note. If you write someone's name in the Desu Note, they gain the quality, quote, annoying Japanophile. It literally just curses them with weed. But it's very low prep because it's literally designed for like rolling up characters and just goofing off. I like to think of it as kind of like a very party game style RPG. It's not for like serious long-term storytelling, but it's fun to just break out and have a one-off goofy dice rolling sesh.
Oh, I just found this too. At the end of every... So we had 5 arcs. At the end of every arc, I made this, where I got every token related to that part of the game, or that section, and put it all together. Oh, here was the Halloween stuff, where they were all dressed
Ellie got turned into a goblin as well.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, Ellie got turned into a goblin. The Mad Hatter for oh shit. Okay. Niles became his true inspiration, Mummy Mon.
Oh, that's why she's in the bunny suit. She was the March Hare.
That's right. But when you guys told her that story, she's like, you know what? I'm gonna wear that.
Yeah.
There we go.
Like, yeah, bet.
I think what I would like to do is I'd probably reuse a lot of things, turn it into a different story, but reuse some of the old maps. And I could make the icons. I could do it quickly enough. Another thing, this actually held me back before, was I was never sure about the music. Remember, I'm big on music.
Oh yeah, you did loads of music. We get loads of tracks for it.
Yeah,
that was one thing I struggled with.
Aw, sweetie, it still came out really nicely, all that you did. Shut up.
I think the only thing that I did with the music that I remember feeling proud of myself back in Urban Arcana was I used the opening theme for Bloody Roar Primal Fury. And I would play that at the end of every session as kind of like the credits music for the session, because it was the kind of music that kind of was like hyping up a bit, and I was like, end on an ultimate energy, you know?
It was perfect. I love that.
Nah, now I'm sad, because now I remember, talking about Bloody Roar makes me remember that Bloody Roar is dead, and now I'm sad.
Maybe we'll get a spiritual successor?
Maybe. Technically, Konami owns it these days, so they could put it in Yu-Gi-Oh! I doubt they will, but they could.
They could put it in Yu-Gi-Oh!
They could.
Shit.
I would play a playset of Bloody Roar Stun.
You know what? Same. Ah, there's Jim. I I think what I'll do is I will run something because the music hang up I had was because I thought any music that I use, 'cause I really thought about the music, would get my streams like bumped off and no good. Now that I know Twitch, I know all the stuff I was using is more than fine.
Yeah, you know all the tricks
That
there.
actually wouldn't be an issue. Maybe I'll do something in the future.
Yeah, I don't want
I'm
to
not
pressure
in
you,
a
of course.
rush.
I don't
I'll
wanna
bring
pressure
you
you,
on
of course,
board, of
but-
course.
But when you do it, you know I will be there.
Oh wait, what? Hold on! I forgot that there was a Tom Kench Cheshire concept, and I used him as a
Oh my
character.
gosh, yes, that's great. Also, above it, the Cyclops. This was the two-eyed Cyclops.
The two-eyed Cyclops.
And so Whisper had a series of like ridiculous stories she would tell about things she had fought, such as the two-eyed Cyclops and the miniature Gigantode. And then we actually found a real two-eyed Cyclops.
Who was married to a gigantic.
Yeah. And which was like, I told you.
Oh, man. These were great. Yeah, I did chapter summaries. I made these images for chapter. There it is. The main enemy was the main gimmick villain.
Oh my god, it was fucking Seraphine! Because it was right after
she was
Seraphine came out and everyone hated her.
Yeah, then it turned into this demon and then the dragon and... Oh my god, I'm just looking at this all.
I don't even remember what's happening on with that crazy Whisper there. The bloody one.
This one here?
Yeah, I don't remember what's going on with that one.
You guys, in order for... So you guys got cursed by Barrick. He was the vampire.
Oh, that's right.
In order to get the blood drained, she held a ritual. It was like a blood ritual to get the blood out, but you had to fight like golems of yourselves made out of blood. Mary was a big player and all. Oh, I forgot. Bridget also had a really fucking cute steampunk outfit. I forgot about that. Also, Adele dressed up really nicely too. Yeah, you guys had like the blood. That was yeah. Man, I'm just looking through it all. This was a good. This was probably my favorite chapter. I just love Glyph. I will
the aesthetic is just
forever
very
reuse
good.
this place. House, prisons. What else was there? The spa. There's not a spa there. Anyway, I think I could wrap this campaign up. There's more we could talk about, but it's already been over 4 hours.
Zenny, thanks for the raid! Sorry, did you say that?
Zenny!
Welcome in!
Hello! Welcome in, sweetie.
Hope you're doing well, love to see you. I will say, Yomi, it is getting a little late, but if you don't mind, I'd like to do just a much less deep dive at just one more thing that you've done. Could you just show us a little bit?
Oh?
I'm gonna go too deep, but can you just show us a little bit of Phantom Chasers?
Oh, the last campaign I ran.
Yeah.
Oh. So this is gonna bring us back to a modern fantasy. Well,
Which
let me
again, I love.
grab that one.
Modern fantasy is my thing. I eat that up.
Yes. Thank you
Are you-
again, Zenny.
Thank you always, Zenny. Love to see you again. Yeah, when it comes to the modern fantasy stuff, you could put any amount of it in front of me and I'd just be like, ooh, yum yum, waiter, more please.
So first off, this campaign this is my latest campaign. Oh, I forgot, whenever you guys leveled up, I would put on the like token layer, like a level up kind of thing. This was following SCP kind of stuff, urban legends, cryptids, and more. The main hub menu was the player characters on the front, and they could actually change their text
Yes.
to be whatever it was about.
It was like we had our own Discord status for our characters. In fact, it literally was the in-game Discord.
It was an in-game Discord. They could type here anything they wanted. It also like load in. It says in the end of the day, I host a 4th session of a campaign. And I'm mods me and my friends.
Awesome.
So first thing I always have to do is, as a group of players, they need to live together. So this was an apartment. They were all young adults. They all had jobs, and their landlord was Chloe. She was a snake girl bimbo. Don't judge me. She was
you
very
got the
hot.
full out of Chloe in the thing in general.
Oh yeah. Let me go to...
I designed clothes for
I had
Yomi,
a
and funnily
really-
enough, she went through like 2 designs. She was originally a goo girl.
She was. Oh, I forgot about that. All right, it's a little off.
A bit
but-
pixely. That's all good.
Well, I do. Oh, I forgot I had that
Ayumi!
art of her.
Oh my god, I love
Hold on,
Ayumi.
I
Ayumi
have
takes
better
things.
art. Ayumi takes things. You give me a second. I actually have this.
Yeah, go ahead.
To my...
While you're getting it, I'll just explain Ayumi real quick. Ayumi was a character that arrived near the end of the campaign. It's at the end of the campaign, yeah, when we stopped playing. And the group was looking for a new roommate, and they interviewed this dog girl, Ayumi. And they were like, okay, well, is there anything we need to know about you that might make you a little bit of a problem or anything? And they said, Ayumi takes things. And they're like, takes things? And like, yeah, just things. And they're just thinking like, okay, maybe she just like, has a bit of a pickpocketing habit or whatever. But she seems harmless enough. They come in one day, find her on the floor, out of her absolute mind. And they're like, Ayumi, what happened? Ayumi takes things.
There's a vein in the ceiling and it's leaking on me, and I can breathe water. She actually, she originally had a very different, her design was always very similar, like the colors, like the stripes and stuff, but it wasn't originally a dog girl. But I really, really like what she became, and I kind of want to, I want to use her! Look at this gremlin! Look at the tail! Look at the tail!
I feel like you kind of fell in love with dog girls a little bit after Sylvia happened.
I did. Between Sylvia, that you have, Jackal, and Nikke, like that really, really did a lot. Oh man, this campaign, the group did discover stuff over time. The way they discovered it was the roller rink. I need to go to this map. This was a nighttime raid that the group ended up doing. And first off, like again, these are all lines I drew. These are all assets I drew. These are all light. You can see how even this is my most recent campaign. So all of this really want him. I'm just gonna move one piece. Like yeah, there's a telephone booth beneath that. There's the trees beneath that. Every single one. These are all parking lines. Yeah. The handicap are all. The group goes in here because they're like looking for something. It was something from their friend Abby. Oh, I loved Abby. Let me zoom in. One NPC was a
actual goblin for once.
Actual goblin, and she was actually the nerd of the group.
She literally played Yu-Gi-Oh, and got mad at people playing Runic. Based.
Yeah.
This was actually the game where I was playing Allison as well, my character Allison that we saw earlier. This was my chance that you get to play as her.
Yes. Let me reveal this place.
Yeah.
So I'm going to turn off the lighting. I'm just trying to daylight mode. Kadoosh. And this is a roller rink. So it had all the stuff. It had the machines. It had, your restrooms. I don't think you guys explored much of this area. We had the arcade machines.
Yeah, I think we were a bit scared to go anywhere else.
Because when you guys got here, now, this is the aftermath, but they found cages. And in these cages, there was a fairy. There was a Tsuchinoko. There was a carbuncle. There was a, what do they call it? Kappa. Which you guys named Gurgle. That's his name. Deal with it. A Kappa. And there were like 3 thugs around these things with weird, fiery-looking dogs. You guys had never seen dogs like this before. They're called Hades and Heaven. It's like, what are those dogs? Like these are, and they were. That was when you guys learned that there was more supernatural shit happening. They were dealing and selling mythical creatures. These punks here, Oliver, Ray, and Ruby. Which the little X means knocked unconscious, not killed. Because Ruby kept appearing, actually. I believe Axel actually had a bit of a weird thing for her, which was fun. Let's face it, Axel had a weird thing for everybody. I liked that. And you guys saved them. The lights all go off, and then like suddenly these 2 piercing red eyes appear, like so, like this. And then when it arrived, it spoke a bit like, I can't remember his name all of a sudden from the hell of a boss.
I haven't seen
Hold
it in
on,
ages.
I can't remember his name. So with an L though.
I can't help you. I haven't seen it in ages, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I can't remember either, but Stolas! Why did I say L? Stolas. Spoke a bit like Stolas, actually. Revealed to you guys, like, oh, thank you for saving my friends. You guys like, you're not gonna eat us, are you? Oh, heavens no. If anything, I'm very thankful that you said... He was a very polite Mothman. Literally Mothman.
Literal Mothman.
Literal Mothman. And it opened things up for the group, realizing the world... Yeah, he was so floofy. Opened up this world of, like, really out-of-the-box kind of things. And just as, like, some examples, in the Japanese museum...
Oh, yes!
The one of the arcs was masks. Remember the masks?
Yeah!
There were these haunted masks. And anyone who wore these masks, again, this is the aftermath, it made them kind of follow this cult-like mentality. Turns out these masks all belong to a single Oni, that this place was like ancient burial grounds.
A certain Oni that we have to fight in a graveyard with several generators.
Anyone ever play DBD?
That's alright, I'll just loop in for 5 gens, guys, no worries. Just make sure you're ready to teabag when we leave.
God damn it! Trying to see if I can find the actual Oni
since
that I
when we
had.
were scoring here, Yomi, I saw a character. Did you? There was a character on this map, like I think she was like a little bunny girl gnome. Did you? I remember after the fact you were trying to remember who she was. Did you ever find out where she was from?
This one! Yeah,
This one, yeah.
This was again just like...
You
This
gotta
is
move
thing
up
which
just
I
a little
love
bit.
that you guys do. You guys find, like, just characters, like, I know this is just a basic random enemy, but I love it. It's like, okay, fuck it, she's back. Now that you fixed her, she's still wearing the mask though, but she likes it. She actually was a comedian. She was a gnome comedian.
Did you ever find where she was from? Because I remember at one point you were trying to find her artwork again and you couldn't remember where she was from.
I did. It was a magical Motica,
Ah,
which
okay.
explains a lot why I adored the design.
Hmm.
Oh god, I forgot Zarbon was in this.
I forgot Zarbon was in this as well.
Ah, yeah, this is
And of course,
yes.
speaking of dog girls, Holly from Nikkei. Oh god, we
Yeah.
had literally Krillin, right, because
You
we
guys
did the
had
Sentai
Krillin.
auditions. We
Yeah, the
literally did
Sentai
Sentai
auditions, yeah.
auditions and we had Krillin as one of the guys on the panel.
So, all you have to do is recite the line. I'm not paid enough for this, but I really just hope we can get this over with, because if I don't, I'm really gonna have to deal with that Nappa guy again, and he scares the hell out of me. Look out, Krillin! Quack!
Your Krillin is so good.
I have to talk to Takahata later in that voice. Fuck it.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, that's crazy, because I can just, like, talk to him now. Oh god, I just remembered Penny. Oh, the end there. We'll get to her later. Yeah, so all of these were, like, interesting lore, not lore, but mysteries. The mystery here was the masks. Oh, the bowling alley. Again, I'm super proud of this map. I'm super proud of this map.
I mean, all these maps you
This
did
was
for
so
this
many
campaign were great.
pieces. Tell me this is not a bowling room or arcade floor. This is exactly it.
I can smell that floor just from looking at it.
Yeah.
I know exactly what that floor's texture is like just from that image.
By the way, all of
Every
these
bowling ball,
balls were individual. Yep, every bowling ball.
all the pins.
So I actually had a back area for this,
It's
and
one
the
of
whole
those
thing was really unique with it. Go ahead.
I was like, it's one of those things where you don't think about. There's quite a lot of resources for doing maps like this for, fantasy settings. There's not anywhere near as many for doing, like, contemporary modern settings.
Yeah, you're right. Also, this was when I started to grab, like, just a bunch of, like, transparent character images and shade their face to just pollute the world with, like, populate, I should say, with just, people. It's very helpful.
One thing you did with this at one point, I remember, and it's a great idea, because you had all these, like, faceless generic NPCs, kind of giving them the hentai protagonist face, one thing that you did a couple times, I remember, you would do that to an important NPC and then change it to display their face so that you don't have that moment of you walk into a room, nobody has a face apart from that character. Gee, I wonder which of these NPCs will be talking to us in a minute.
You're right.
And it's another
That
one
happened
that's
in some ways.
ways you're
Or
gonna
if
do
they had
that.
a mask.
Yeah.
If they had a mask, like that already did it for me, which I love this character. She's more of. You're right, I didn't think about that. Oh, man. I'm just, again, looking at all these. I think this was the last map we had where... Yeah, it was here.
Oh, gosh, yeah,
Here's a familiar face to some people who are in my streams. Fucking love her with Smooch. This place was haunted by a ghost, and it had like a whole evil ghost haunting this place, and you guys had like interviews, and we were doing your kind of stuff, and then there was a villain group, like an actual Team Rocket villain group, and they all dressed in like ostentatious, like villainous looks. And she was part of one of them, and like she hacked the place and everything like that. But that happened also at where is the other museum? Not the Japanese museum. There's an art museum, right?
Oh, the art museum, right.
I'll make video game. Wait, before we go to the wait. Alright, Yu-Gi-Oh fans.
Yeah.
Let me get someone lighting in here.
Yu-Gi-Oh fans? I'm not sure if we have any of those around here.
Sure. There you do. Here we go. So, the players, like, they can't actually see it here, but I was gonna build, like, if they needed more, I could. But I would just say, like, here's a strip mall. There's a Chinese food place. There's a cell phone sales place. But there also was the Red Liberty Pawn Shop, which they could buy stuff in, which was owned by, like, a half-cyborg guy. His name was just Jeff. Inside joke. And then there was the card shop, the Hobby Heaven. And this is where their friend Abby worked at. And Carly actually became an important character. That made me so fucking happy. Yeah!
Hold up. I'm looking at the case. I think that's an IP Masquerena. That definitely looks like IP to me.
I don't remember. Did I actually go out about... Hold on. Let me see. Did I actually... Wait, why is the whole layer moving? Hold on. Oh, I'm using the graphic tool. Hold on. Did I actually get individual cards? It's the keyboard. There we go. Oh, it was a set.
Okay, so hold on. Let me see. So up front, I'm going to say that it was... Alright. So we got Crystal Hauke Fibrax, you. Dark Templar Ignista. I actually don't recognize the top right one. IP. I can't quite make out the middle one either. And of course, Verte, another one of the U cards of all time.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Maple's a hacker versus hacker battle which was so cool. I actually had ideas for that in the future. I do want to do this campaign again. This was probably my most polished and well done, but by this point, I was doing this full time. And that was, oh my god, the Whisper poster in the background! Homage. But I learned a lot of techniques. I was like, look, I could just make this look like by just drawing colored boxes.
Yeah.
Or, what was the technique I did where this was just 2 black pieces, and these were actually food products. But if I did just have this, they could be anything. You don't know this is food boxes.
Yeah, it could be
books,
anything.
DVDs, CDs. I got so hung up on making the details so particular. I remember one player, the one I didn't really mention in many of these games, was like getting so hung up on these and nitpicky that it really was driving me mad. Also, I made sure every place had handicap spots. There was always handicap spots.
That's kind of like one of in Urban Arcana. I had the same thing. Every building I designed, I always put a bathroom in it. I think it only ever came up exactly one time when I had an enemy ambush you from the bathroom. But besides that, I still put them in every time after that, just to keep you on your toes.
Oh, you're right. Well, speaking of that, oh my god, I forgot I was making I forgot we had a Hooters in this place. It was called Knockers. I never finished making it. Wait, let me. Oh, you never got to see this place either, but I did have I did have someone who's gonna be a weapons dealer.
Oh.
Oh yeah, and if you ever brought weapons for her to appraise, she would. Oh yeah. Yeah, you guys never went here, and I bet you regret it now. And also, if you guys ever want to go pretty evil, there was a butcher shop. Except the butcher shop does other stuff in the back too.
Oh.
I think I even gave this guy like. Yeah, I gave him like these red eyes too, if needed.
Oh.
Yeah, I had stuff prepped in this campaign way ahead. Oh, our big joke. Where's the gun shop? It's over right next to the McDonald's. Cause America!
America! Fuck yeah!
Yeah, you can get a Big Mac and a Glock. Man, this is actually really cool too, because like there was a character that was Allison's rival for a while, but you ended up like befriending pretty well. Did someone throw a trap? You guys had a whole fight in the McDonald's. This is where you guys started learning about.
Because there was like a
Venom.
drug, wasn't there? Yeah, Venom.
Yeah. So you guys, I think it was this guy. Yeah, so they had their real names, and then they had like their Black Gale names, which had a lot of fun characters. Godhead, he was so much fun. Godhead was so much fun because he was super over the top. Like, my right arm, it burns with a passion. I have to, and they just like knock him out. Like he wasn't evil so much as goofy evil. There was a couple characters like that. He was obviously Gloria was Gloria was evil as she was at the beginning. As soon as one of your characters, it was Mel's character. As soon as Mel's character actually was having like cardiac arrest.
Oh yeah.
She was like, I'm sorry, hold on. And then there was a ghost. There was a ghost that arrived, and she actually like clung to one of you guys. I was like, okay, she's actually.
Because his character had like an actual underlying heart condition, right?
Yeah.
And
then,
here's your
course,
waifu.
Yeah. This, I want a VTuber outfit like this.
You know, they have Metabot VTubers. Maybe we can talk them into making her a VTuber. Actually, maybe we shouldn't do that. I'm not sure if your wallet would survive.
It wouldn't. I would so hard. But I had her regular, like, civilian appearance too. And at the apartments, when you guys are hiring a new roommate, which is when you got a Yumi, you had 5 people apply, and I was testing you guys, and she was one of them. And as soon as Kayla sees you 4, she freezes up. I was like, she fought you guys before as Whiplash, and you got her arrested, but she escaped.
This is another one of those moments I want to say, actually, a great moment of player communication as well for some things. Because there was a subplot where, like, Allison did not realize. Allison's not very bright. That's an understatement. Allison's fucking dumb.
Yeah,
and Allison
we love her. She's dumb as shit, but we love her.
Yes, she cannot locate Europe on a map. But she did. I forgot that one.
Yeah.
But there was a subplot where she didn't realize that Kayla was this villain Whiplash, and it's one of those things where I wanted to keep that going as long as possible because I found it really funny, honestly. And it's like, I know out of character. But in character, you know what? I want to keep Allison oblivious because it'll be really funny when, like, months later it gets revealed and she's going to be like, she's who? That was
like,
her?
Allison, you didn't know?
Exactly. Like the worst kept secret that somehow only Allison didn't understand.
Yes. This is where you fought leprechauns in the junkyard, by the way. Again, just Tuesday.
Just Tuesday.
There's one map I was super proud of I want to show. And that... Oh, here's the art exhibit. It was the art exhibit and the mall.
Ooh.
Alright, so the art exhibit, this is where... Here it is. So, you can see the three villains, Whiplash, Moonblade, and Godhand, the Black Gale villains. They blew in through the roofs and literally tried to rob an art museum. Great. It was great.
Because
the players,
nothing is
stood up
easier
as
to
big
sell
heroes.
than one-of-a-kind pieces of art.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't think this through. It was really good. I got to put all this here. You guys had your big fight, became big heroes, and then afterwards, the police came and Grammary, the one who ran the establishment, gave you guys front page or whatever. It was really, really fun. This I don't know how much more there is to tell about this place, and you have something to say, but
No, honestly, just seeing all this is just lovely to see and brings back a lot of memories.
yeah. Also, this was like the company logo because I was really pushing that there were like multiple companies.
Was that
Kind of like
Cinetech?
I think it was Cindertech, yeah. And then finally, at the police station, the junkyard, Honeybone Comedy, casino, which we didn't get to use yet. Oh, it should be A abandoned mall, right? No, mall abandoned. Here it is. Oh man. So,
Oh, this map. Yes.
how many people have been to a mall? That's the first question. And the second question is, most malls these days are actually becoming abandoned.
Yeah.
So, I made this whole mall map. And yes, when I say made, I'll say it again. This was piece by piece.
This was actually from a different game originally, as I recall, right?
Yeah, and I rebuilt it. It was actually for a one-on-one we did.
Yeah.
You guys had to like, basically you guys were doing like a drug bust, if you will. It was really interesting. I forget the whole thing because you guys were really getting into the Venom thing.
If I remember correctly.
Coins in the empty fountain. If you remember correctly, good.
If I remember correctly, wasn't there like a Oh, you know what? I might be getting mixed up with the other time I was on this map. No, I think I am. Never mind.
That's okay. Oh, I forgot about the delivery girl.
See, this is the other great part about being DM. You can just put all your favorite waifus in the game.
Exactly. Like
Just populate the game with best
I
girls.
put Carly in there.
Exactly.
I love the
Let's go.
shit out of her. So she's an NPC. Why not? And possibly an NPC that could become something greater. Exactly. Oh shit! I put in the police officers as well.
Ollie.
Yeah,
Dog.
and while there was a villain organization, I also made wannabe heroes. So I
that's
had
right.
like,
Okay, I recognize that one.
oh, what do you know? So I started building that. There were the companies. Hey, Oscar. All right. Anyway, the abandoned mall. These were like gated off, but I would still like put stuff in here. And the way you guys were able to get in here was because Clover, the delivery girl, she said like, I actually do go in here sometimes. I sneak in, I pick the locks, and I use the abandoned arcade just for fun. It's innocent, honest. And you guys actually formed a good connection to the delivery girl, so you're like, okay, we trust you. And yeah, here's where it was. This was in the food court area. Oop. It wasn't food, it was drugs!
Yay! Wait, no.
You could see like suitcases and money. Like this was a proper arrangement of the McDonald's and all these signs. Like a drug bust. Here is one of the criminals. So you guys got them all arrested, so I don't have them sitting in here. But look at this, like the Starbucks, let me zoom out a bit. It's a proper abandoned mall.
Yeah?
And you guys
Right.
have multiple ways you can go in here too.
That's the other thing that I think is quite nice about having the maps so clearly like this. It makes it a lot easier to kind of formulate a plan around things. Because sometimes I've had this experience at a tabletop, like, you know, a actual table game before, where you'll be talking about a plan and the players and the DM, or sometimes even different players, have different ideas in their mind for how the scene looks. So you might be describing, okay, yeah, we'll do this. And they'll go, well, no, we can't do that. This is in the way. And you're like, that wasn't said, or whatever, you know. And having just the maps makes it so much more easy to plan around, I think.
Yes, I have that.
Hey,
issue all the
Ivy!
time,
That's Alison's
right?
toxic girlfriend.
Yeah. Toxic girlfriend, yippee!
I said this the other day, actually, in one of my streams. I know.
Rival that you actually became friends with.
Yeah, I know it's a bad trait in real life. I know it's genuinely not a good thing in people. I can't help it. I have a real weakness when it comes to fictional characters, the kind that are very sweet on the outside, but absolutely gigantic toxic bitches on the inside. I know, they're not good for you. I know, but I like things that aren't good for me.
I was gonna say, I remember the Pokemon trainer from Sword
Clara.
and Shield, probably.
Clara, yeah.
the only good
Yeah.
thing to come of that game, Clara.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh man. I know we keep saying one more thing with this, but
One more thing!
there was
Jackie!
One more thing. There was the auditions. This is where you guys were auditioning. And this is where we had Zarbon and Krillin and Ivy and stuff.
Because Ivy was one of the producers, so Allison got in through power of nepotism.
No, you're not wrong.
I mean, it definitely was.
You guys ended up... there wasn't too many maps here, because again, this was actually pretty early in it. There was... Here it is, the movie studio. The movie studio was haunted by ghosts.
It was like a banshee or something, wasn't it?
It was a banshee, exactly. And I'm just going to the right layer now here.
Oh god, all the little goblin gremlin guys, whatever they were.
Yeah. You guys became Sentai Rangers. That's the best way I could say it. You guys literally...
That's what happened. That's literally what happened.
Yeah. And this was a movie studio, so I had talk scenes, so I was making it easier for myself, but not making maps for every little thing. Why would I make a map for this whole studio when we're only here for 5 seconds? But I did make your trailers. Yes. They had movie trailers. And also...
The Sentai outfits!
They got Sentai outfits! I loved this!
It was great. One of Allison's actual goals in life was to become the Yellow Ranger. So this was literally dream come true for her.
Was. And you helped me with editing some of these too. You drew like Abby's and Allison's and stuff. Almost like a Power Ranger if you squid. Oh god,
Maid Ranger.
And everything. Yeah, that'd be really cute. Oh, and when you had your first battle. So this is again where the ghosting happens.
I don't remember the logo.
Yeah, I brought the logo and played Sentai music. The Battle Beast Ranger Patrol.
I did not remember the logo.
You guys, the thing that happened here was there was a ghost haunting things, and the ghost haunted the putties, the mucks. Eventually, you track the ghost down into the Beauty and the Beast remake, where you guys fought a giant possessed beast and suits of armor and a candlestick and a clock. And here's the set area. Yeah, the chandelier dropping on them. I miss this game so much. I just don't have the time or ability to play it. Oh yeah, and I believe you tricked night goblins that night into believing you had like Keanu Reeves or someone with you.
Yeah, literally, we were going through I think they were gremlins, and as we were going through here, they were after something. They were hassling us over something, and when we said like, what can we give you to go away? I think one of them said like we wanted to meet Beyonce or something.
Yeah, it was gonna be a Beyonce.
And one of Allison's abilities, she was a shape changer. She had the ability where she could change her appearance and gain some minor stat boosts. She could also do it to other people. It wasn't a very strong ability, so it was at will. The main utility was the disguise aspect. So they were like, okay, turn around for a second and we'll make that happen. I was like, screw it. I'll just disguise myself as Beyonce and get him to go away. And it worked, because Allison had a really good disguise check.
Because this battle was meant to be, like, I didn't want you guys, like, 100% fresh, all spells ready for the final boss. You were supposed to soften them up. So I had these gremlins. And yeah, you faked an autograph, bluffed through. I was like, you know what? That's a fair social battle. You win. It blew my mind, but yeah.
So it turns out Beyonce can be a win condition in Pathfinder.
Oh, I think I was really clever here, and I had this green box be in the lighting because it was green screen. Yeah. Oh, the Booba Ghost!
The Booba Ghost!
They eventually hit a, like, Yoshikage Akira, like, murder thing going on. And this ghost was one of the victims, but, like, this ghost is kind of, like, haunting. And fuck it, we had fan service. The ghost would steal body parts and stuff like that. And one of them was, she didn't think she was attractive enough, which is why she got killed. So she would constantly steal the bust of other ladies. Yep. It's more scary than you think. Trust me.
Boob vampire.
Boob vampire. Because here it is. Because you traced it down to the bridge. Now this is broken into 3 sections. You chased the ghost down to the bridge. And then you climbed down to the lower part of the bridge. onto part 2 of the map, under the bridge. I even put graffiti. One graffiti was not amused at you guys. And you fought some sort of like sea creature. It was a good excuse for me to get a water creature.
Yeah, I kind of
And
what it
then
was now.
you guys worked in, and I had the sewer area, which this actually was very easy to make.
I remember this area because I remember Alison cast the spell Spider Climb on herself and spent basically the entire dungeon crawling on the ceiling because she didn't want to be near the poo water.
Yeah, you also escaped, like, right here, you could see there was a creature. There was actually a creature you guys were supposed to face. And it was also the first time you guys really got to encounter, like, actual cadavers and, like, showing you guys, hey, there's scary shit here. Like, life and death is not becoming a thing. And this is where you fought the ghost. But you fought her, and you found her actual old corpse. And it was from there, with Reika, that you guys learned more about her story, and she started to help you guys out. Same thing, in a coincidence, with the poltergeist that was going over with the movie place, the movie shootout.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing was, Reika believed she wasn't attractive enough, so she was stealing people's, like, bust, mostly as a joke, but like other things. And then Melina, she was trying to steal people's voices, because the big thing that was happening and why they needed new Power Rangers and other stuff was people were constantly losing their voice. And the last one, which we didn't get into too much, was Kagura. And she...
Oh, yeah.
I forget what was happening for hers. This is where the last session was before, like, I got into VTube and couldn't do it anymore. It was all supposed to lead to basically a very evil man, if you will. And I can actually say who it was.
Oh.
You had met him. Nah, you know what? I can't find it, and I'm not saying that to be bad. I'm trying to find it.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, but there was supposed to be, like, you know, a very creepy guy who was causing some shenanigans, and well, when I say shenanigans, literally murdering people.
Literal murder. That's a bit beyond a shenanigan, I think.
Yeah,
it's a fairly spicy shenanigan.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going through all the images. Like, you guys redeemed them. You like redeemed the ghost girl, and like you helped everybody out. Dora, I remember that. Jeff. Okay, these are like images that I borrowed from stuff.
Yeah.
You know? Oh. But yeah, like going the mysteries. This is what made it so much fun. The constant mysteries that were going around, and even just like meeting up at places. Like, hey, here's the diner. Let's all go and like talk at the diner. Like that was really cool. I had a lot of fun with just making. Look at this. This is a 1950s style diner. I love making this kind of stuff. Yeah. You guys got to know actually the waitress was one of them, where she had a gray face originally, but I like revealed it because you guys got to know the waitress.
That's right. That competition's a good fun.
Give it the fellas. So
yeah, this campaign was an absolute treat to be in, and like I said, this is my absolute favorite vibe. Like my favorite setting, you know. I really wish there was more games, just period, that have this kind of contemporary fantasy setting. Like the closest I can think of these days that really has something like that is a bit something like Persona, but even then it doesn't really quite scratch the same itch because it's so very much like Persona divorces all of the fantasy aspects from the rest of the setting. Like all the dungeon parts of Persona could take place in literally any world because they almost never come up that they're in a modern day, you know?
You're right. Yeah, it's difficult, and at times I did struggle with this game, but making a lot of maps ahead of time, like this park here, it helped a lot. Like you guys would go here and gather information, but I can also just have it be role play, shoot the shit, or hell, at this park, which look at this park for a second.
Nice
this
park.
took a lot of time. This took a lot of time. It's like, oh, this is probably some pre-made. No,
Nope.
get this path. Put these blocks together here. Put this shrubbery here. Put this flower bed here. Hold on. Single flower. Wow. And I could do stuff anytime. So say like, okay, this is on the GM layer, but there was a painting thing here. This lady was painting people. That was Medora. That became a place of interest. Or Yvette, she sold like trinkets, like a little side trinket thing. Go to a park, yeah, someone's playing instruments. Makes sense, you know? Yeah, I will definitely bring this back at some point. I'll reboot stuff and give it another whirl, but
You know, if and when you do,
YouTubing is
I'll be the
full-time for
first
me.
one there.
Yeah. Mm. Gosh, we can I don't even know where to go from here, but I'm just happy to look at it all.
Oh yeah, it's lovely to get to see all these things again, honestly, and just go back down memory lane a little bit.
I appreciate getting a chance to do so with you.
Of course! I'm just glad we actually get a chance. I can't believe, honestly, and I'm not saying this because it's absolutely no one's fault. I can't believe it's taken us this long to finally get our collab together. I mean, I know we had you on here.
Yeah.
I know we had you here earlier in the year to do some of my game together, but like that was a group collab. That doesn't count. That's not the same. Doesn't count.
Yeah. And like a couple months from now,
Next year.
you know, we're at that time now where someone could say, "See you next year." Ha ha. Like, okay, that was funny. That's not as funny as you think. We're at
It's
that point
technically
now.
already
where,
December
like,
here.
oh shoot, you're right. Yeah, it's.
You've got like an hour and 10 minutes.
You're right.
Enjoy November while it lasts.
Quick, get ready for the new month. Let's go. Oh yeah, that's right. Everything's resetting. Ugh. I need to get myself going in just a little bit.
No worries. I was actually going to say the same thing. I was going to say I'm certainly a little low power now, but it's only because I've been enjoying myself so much with you here and just.
Same. We'll do. I kind of want to do like some one-on-one stuff again. Which we had some one-on-one campaigns before, which can go very well. It's actually very well possible to do.
One-on-one campaigns genuinely are a fantastic way to play the game. Genuinely, I mean this because think of it this way: if you're trying to run a group of 5 players through a campaign, 5 players plus you need to have a good time. If you are running a campaign for 1 player, you and that player need to have a good time. That's significantly easier to then cater it to things you know you'll both enjoy, even if maybe it's a bit of a niche thing.
That's a very particular thing, and you can get as silly as you want. You can get as degenerate as you want. You can bring in characters you know that they love and like really pursue more of. Like if you know the person, go for it.
Exactly. It's more work, of course, than like just role playing on text, but it's a great way of playing the game.
And I have a whole lot more I'd like to share, and I'd love to see more of yours to be sharing at some point too.
Yeah, maybe we could do like a part 2 in the future at some point. The campaigns we didn't touch on, because we've got plenty of more we haven't shown you guys tonight. Like,
oh my god, yeah.
We were sitting here before the stream, like, okay, I've got this ready, this ready, this ready, this ready, and like, okay, yeah, I've got this, this, and this, and it's like, yeah, we got through maybe half of that.
Yeah, like. Let's see, like Distant Echoes, one of the original Lords of Calamity, which is entirely.
That's a big one. That was like your biggest one before Final Frontier.
Wings of Destiny, big one.
That was a big one.
Brief thing with Uncharted. Oh, I want to show you. Okay, there's only one map on here. I have to show super quick.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember Far Cry 3 at the beginning when you get like imprisoned and how like fucking crazy that scene is in Far Cry 3? Well, I recreated that whole thing. And I actually even like which way you turn. From the place that you're prisoned, from finding little tribal areas and getting out of there, from the roast boars and food they have, to the other people who get captured and executed, to like where they have the livestock. I actually recreated the intro of Far Cry 3 in this game.
This looks vaguely familiar. Which campaign was this? Who was I playing?
This is the one where you gotta play Frog Girl.
Oh, right. Yeah, Caleb. With Mr. Tim.
And you had Mr. Tim, aka Mr. Tom. Which I'm just gonna say, I fucking loved her design. Smash. I would love to see her again some way, or like redesign down the line.
I was going to say frog girls are also underrated like monkey girls, but I think My Hero Academia proved that frog girls are definitely not underrated.
Yeah!
I think frog girls are very appropriately rated these days.
They are. Got Punji Pits. Got the... yeah, so this was... Again, I actually did remake. But anyway, I'm gonna stop.
No, it's all good, yeah.
Anyway. We have a bunch of other games we can go over down the line.
Yeah, definitely. Again, maybe we'll do like a part 2 at some point.
This is why, even though I don't use Roll20 anymore, I still subscribe monthly. So I'm well past. Yeah, because I'm well past the free storage. I think the free storage is like 500 megabytes. I'm using like 7 gigabytes.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose all this. I will lose all this.
Yeah.
If I don't subscribe. So that's why I've been a member for
11 years.
It's 11 years.
That's
and I've been DMing before that. Hours played.
Oh my gosh, Yomi, what the hell? I mean, I know that I know you have to be in the program to be doing it. That is like, wow. That's
the big thing.
Yeah. I know you worked a lot on this. I didn't realize it was that long. I mean, obviously that's also counting time spent playing as well, but still. Like, even if that's only half of it.
Because of that very reason. I mean, they're like always. You can't see it. It's let me do this. Let me zoom in.
Oh. 6,818. That's a lot of hours.
Yeah. So, I was for a brief time. Helm, you weren't involved in this. I was doing DMing like paid for some people, and I was trying to turn it into a full-time thing. This was shortly after I was like in the midst of figuring out what to do with myself after my survival day, and it turned into VTubing in the end because I was not. As soon as I started getting paid for doing this, I wasn't enjoying it.
I can see that.
That makes sense.
There are definitely some things where once you start introducing money to it, it starts to feel a bit icky.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I'm like, how many hours in a year? How many hours in a year?
I think that's about a year.
8,760. So I've almost been logged into Roll20 for a year.
Almost. I was gonna say, I know it's roughly. I knew roughly where a year was because I know I have 10,000 hours in a certain Steam game. 10,500 actually. I just double checked.
Jeez, which game is that?
Well, it's the critically acclaimed RPG Fantasy 14 with the unlimited free trial to level 70.
Right. Because the thing is with that kind of stuff, or like Roll20, there's plenty of times too where you're just like AFK and whatnot.
Yeah.
That's why there's as many hours here, but actually, you know, sometimes it doesn't really matter.
Probably could shave a few of those off for sure.
Yeah. Alright, I gotta go pee.
Okay,
that sounds like the amount of hours I invested in Pokemon. Of course it would be.
How do we wrap things up then? So let's go to our chat screen and we can see what we can raid into, yeah? Alright, so please keep your arms, legs, and other body parts clear of the closing doors, everyone. I'll see you in just a sec. I mean, you can say what else. I mean, you're the only one that's going to suffer if you don't.
Listen here. You listen here.
Yes, I'm listening.
Maybe. You get hugs.
Aw, hugs. You get jam.
Sorry. I get jam? Ooh. I'll take it. In that case, then you get friendship, Toby. we can share them together. This will keep our bond together. That's how it works. If there's ever an argument.
Of course. Well, let's see who's online we can evade into, shall we? Unless you've got anyone in particular that you think you would like to send us over to?
I can't think of it on the top of my head. Besides, we actually do share like a lot of people in common.
We do, we do. Let's have a look, see.
I'm sure you could decide on someone perfect for that.
Yeah, just gonna go quick.
While you're doing that, thank you again. I know, and I appreciate that you always drop on my streams when you do too. If you guys ever want to, come aboard my side as well. But if you guys are, anyone who's from like my community, please also come around here. I know most of our community is, I was gonna say interbred. So what happened to the brain?
Sorry, what?
Inbreeding, yay! Our communities are inbreeding.
What?
Yeah!
Yomi?
Yeah! That explains it. That's why we're all VTubers. The inbreeding has really made us have some. I'm kidding. I can smell the AO. It's not a proper collab of me moment being here if I don't make something sussy.
Yomi does just naturally attract the sus, that is true. Okay, so let's have a look see who's online. I don't know how long they'll be going for, but was thinking maybe we go up to Sane, because we're both friends with Sane. We both know Sane.
Same! Yeah! Love our baby girl.
Yeah,
Should I just make it Helm and Yomi raid, or do you want to type a raid message?
Well, so I normally do a perfectly normal maid raid, but, well,
Maid and tiefling. There we go.
perfectly normal maid and tiefling raid.
Ah.
There we go.
I always try to make raid messages for collabs that involve both people.
Yeah, absolutely, same thing. So that's why I wanted to do it. So here's the raid message, everyone. If you're not subscribed to me or Yomi, obviously that's perfectly fine. You can just leave the hearts out. You can put a regular heart. You can put a smiley face. Put it whatever you feel is appropriate. Just be nice. Just put in something of love. That's all we ask of you.
It's so cute.
Yeah. So we're going to send you guys up to Sane for one for your evening. But Yomi, is there anything else you'd like to say to our guests before we send them out?
Yeah, so I'll be streaming tomorrow. I do stream full time. I stream at least 4 days a week. I'm doing Balatro tomorrow, my very first time. If you guys have enjoyed the D&D stuff we're talking about, next year I do plan to start doing some D&D stuff, and our lovely host with the most, Helm-Chan, will absolutely be a part of some of those games. I say some Helm because I do want to do just like one awesome inviting a whole bunch of random VTubers. A long one for sure you'll be in.
Of course.
Much more. Oh, and I have a very special announcement happening early to mid-December that will change my series.
You've heard it here first, folks. Yomi knows when the next Yu-Gi-Oh! Ban list is dropping.
Yeah! Finally, Max C is gonna f***ing erupt!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Alright,
That's about it, and I really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you again for being here, Yomi. Thank you for being here to all of our guests tonight. Thank you for everyone that's followed, for anyone that's subbed, anyone who's received gift subs or given out gift subs. It's lovely to have you all here, as always. Have a wonderful rest of your night and give some love to Sane when we get there. And as always, it's been a pleasure to serve you all.